What's up, Colby? How you doing, buddy? Welcome. I'm still getting set up here. Just getting my mic on here. How you doing today? Oh, we're doing great. Finished up with work. It's a beautiful day out. We're fishing a kind of new spot to me. I've fished here a few times in my life, but it's been quite a while. There's all sorts of stuff in here. Came here today because they have black crappie and supposedly some pretty big ones. I did catch one the last time I was here. It was just little though. Gumar, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? I like fishing. Howdy. I have just begun. We're just getting set up here. But there's fish jumping all over the place here. There's largemouth bass, there's black crappie, there's yellow perch. Tons and tons of things in here. It's kind of like the pond that I normally stream from, except for this one's got black crappie in it and somewhat bigger fish, if we can get them to come out and play. I'm just getting baited up right now on a couple of my hooks. How you doing, Justin Hill? Welcome. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. How's everybody's Friday treating them? We're just getting set up here. This is called Pelican Point, and I believe this is pond number 2. I could be wrong though. Again, I don't fish this one very often. But we're here mainly targeting black crappie today and largemouth bass. But they do have bluegill, pumpkinseed, yellow perch, common carp. The typical things you see me fishing for here in ponds. All right. Give me just a sec, guys. Let me get this pull in the water, and then we're gonna get a second rig set up with a bobber and a worm, and that's the one we're probably gonna be catching stuff off of for the most part. Oh, where do I want to cast this? See if we can do this without losing it. There's a whole bunch of fallen sticks and trees and debris. All right, maybe that'll do. We'll see if we get that back when we go to reel it in. All right. Since I can't really reach very far on that one. Redacted, how you doing, my friend? Beautiful water there, very clean, wet, steady, and that mountain plateau is so cool looking. Spy Pigeon, welcome to the stream. We are in central Montana, and this pond is actually really clean. These are the Cascade Mountains that are behind us. Really pretty view. We're a little bit outside of Cascade, almost to Craig, Montana. And this is just a pond that sits right along the side of the Missouri River here. The Missouri River is where most people around here come to fish. This stretch of the river in here is blue ribbon trout fishing. I tend not to fish it all that much because you're only allowed one pole in the water. We'll do some fishing there sometime this year, definitely next year. But I'm just getting a second rig set up here. Just a basic bobber rig tipped with nightcrawler and a bobber. Katie Jones, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Sten? Welcome, welcome. Get hooked, welcome to the stream. You're getting a new combo, Sten. What kind of combo are you getting? That's always exciting. Give me a sec here. I'm just getting this bobber on the pole. And I might actually move that carp pole into a different rod holder instead of in my cart. It's kind of in the way. Spy Pigeon, have a safe trip or whatever you're doing. Love the streams you do. Stay safe, brother. I gotta go. Appreciate that. Appreciate you stopping through, Spy Pigeon. Hope you have a wonderful day as well. Baitcaster. Nice, Stren. What's out in front of you in the water? The sticks, the branches? Are you talking about the debris there? There's all sorts of sticks and branches and trees and stuff in here. Abu Garcia Baitcaster. Very nice, Stan. Oh, it keeps dipping underwater. I haven't seen it. I know there's been fish jumping all over the damn place. So we're just on the second rig here, and we're set up with tipped with a worm and just a clip-on bobber. And I use an inline weight here. There could be, it's probably turtles, might be muskrat. But I've been seeing stuff jumping all over the dang place since I got here. Oh, that's a turtle. Yeah, if you're talking about right there. Yeah, that's probably a western painted turtle. Yeah, he's coming over to check us out. They're really curious little creatures. You guys see the bobber? Okay, yeah, he's coming right over to the shore. He looks like he might even come over and hang out. There's stuff hopping out of the water and surfacing and eating bugs all over the place here. Let me adjust the camera here slightly. But welcome everybody. We are fishing Pelican Point fishing access site here today. Give you guys a better view of the water. Coming to say hello. Right on. Well, I appreciate you hopping through, as always. We'll be here probably till sundown. Feel free to swing back through if you got nothing better to do. Yeah, this turtle's coming right over. Ooh. I'm gonna pull it off so you can see the turtle there. He's like, yo, what are y'all doing? It's a good sized one. They get bigger than that. They get to be about dinner plate sized or so. Curious fella, right? They usually are. They'll I don't know. Oh, did I miss it? Dang it, that one felt nice. Another one just jumped out of the water. All right, I keep missing these. Come on, buddy. There we go. There we go. First fish of the day here, folks. We have one yellow perch. Crappie man, how you doing, buddy? Welcome. I came here thinking of you today, man. We're fishing for black crappie. That's what our target here is. Trying to see if we can get a good sized one out of here, but we just caught our first fish. God damn, of course. Y'all know me. It's got to go to the dirt before we can show it to the camera. Kind of a ritual on the channel here. Give them a little mud bath before we show them off. Dang, I didn't send any jigs. That's all right. Pretty little guy. Get her back in the water and see what else we can catch in here. So that's our first fish of the day. One little yellow perch. Hold on, we're slightly tangled here. There's I don't know, Fish, Wildlife, and Park says that there's 11+ inch black crappie in here. I've only ever caught one out of here, and it was about 8 inches, 9 inches. But I think we might get into some bigger ones here today. Hey, Crappie man, test something for me. Type dot records space black crappie. I was working last night on a new script integration. I'm scraping the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park website and creating a space between black and crappie. I basically scraped the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park state record table, and I'm actively querying it. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I haven't been able to test it. Yeah, I hope it works. If not, it should spit back an error. Well, that's anticlimactic. No error even? Come on. Well, lame. Well, thanks for testing it. I don't know what the deal is. Oh shit, you're right. I put it record, not records. I think actually that... Ah, dang, I got a syntax error. Unexpected identifier connecting. What's up, Jobber? What's up, Fat Cat? All right, well, back to the drawing board on that one. It was working tested in browser. I created an API that spits back all the different, print out all the different species. Yeah, no, there's I don't know what. Unexpected identifier connecting. I wonder if the Fish, Wildlife, and Park website blacklisted my IP. I don't know. How you doing, Fat Cat? How's everybody doing today? Appreciate all those thumbs up, guys. We're fishing Pelican Point fishing access site. This is just in between Cascade, Montana and Craig, Montana. It's a stocked pond that's right next to the Missouri River here. And we're fishing for black crappie, largemouth bass, yellow perch. The pole in the water with the bell there is set up for, damn, what the hell? Set up for carp. What is the deal here, buddy? I got a turtle taking it? What is this? There we go. This one feels a little bigger. There we go. That's a chunky, wow. That might be the biggest bluegill I've ever, or excuse me, pumpkinseed I've ever caught. It's not massive, but definitely bigger than the other pond I fish. Let's throw her on the scale and get a quick picture of it so I can throw it on Fishbrain. Give me a sec here, guys. Ooh. All right, let's see if I can get a picture of it before I throw it in the dirt. All right, there we go. And it is 5.5 inches. Not a very big guy, but they're so pretty. The colors are so vibrant on these guys. But they have that little orange dot. That's the Pumpkinseed. Alrighty. One perch, one Pumpkinseed. Crappie man jigs. Slightly different. They're both sunfish, but the Pumpkinseed have the orange dot and a green, like the more vibrant red and green colors. Same thing. Kinda. There you go. Thank you. Mr. Beff Tackle, welcome to the stream. Yeah, two fish, and we've been fishing for, well, camera's been on for 16 minutes. We've had this pole in the water for about, what, 10, if that? It's all catfish bait till you get shell crackers. Yeah, and none of these, they don't allow you to use any of these for bait around here, unfortunately. I think we just pulled it into, there's weed patches, so you can see all the debris out there. There's sticks and falling over trees, and then in between there's thick weed patches. So it's fairly shallow over here, but I don't think I don't know a whole lot about the depth. Oh, there we go. There's another fish. This one's even smaller. What do we got again? Is that another little yellow perch? Even smaller than the last guy. Whoop. Another little guy. They're being good to me so far. None of them have engulfed the hook. Get that guy in there. We want something a little bit bigger than that. And they're in here. We're after a chunky black crappie. Danny Blazer, welcome to the stream. What's up, Charlie? How you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. I would be trying my best to hit those trees. Okay, we'll get it over there a little closer to the trees. I was actually just going to ask you, if you were fishing for crappie here, where would you be hitting? We do have some reeds over to the left off of the camera here. There's a whole bunch of different weed patches. There's these fallen, sticks, the branches. Yellow perch are fiery fighters. They're strong for this. Oh, they are. Them little guys are, and they're just vicious. They travel in packs. They're basically a freshwater piranha. If they had teeth, oh, we're getting hit again already. If they had some teeth, they'd be pretty brutal. I would be on that dam, normally deeper. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a guy out there floating in a raft. Aloha Kitty, welcome to the stream. Deborah Pott, how you doing, Deborah? Something's dragging the bait around there. And again, I'm just kind of tapping it, bringing it in just slightly every once in a while to try and get their attention. Siege Kit, what's up, Siege? Doing wonderful, Siege. How are you today? We just started fishing here. Are you fishing tomorrow or Sunday? I would like to, Crappie Man. I need to. Sunday, I think I might take you guys up to Holter Reservoir. We haven't been up there yet. On the stream. Apparently the kokanee have been hitting real well, the rainbow trout have been hitting real well, walleye are still biting, and people have been catching pike out of there recently too. So it seems like the bite is on all over there. tomorrow I should spend a little bit of time and mount the dang Starlink Mini set on my boat instead of bungee cording it down. Yeah, that turtle's been hanging out since we got here. He keeps popping up and checking us out. I might do a scope tomorrow, 5 to 8 mile an hour winds. Oh, nice. Are you going to be streaming, or do you not get cell signal from there? I haven't had any chance lately to go fishing. Stealth Fire, I feel you, buddy. I Jones for it when I'm not out. 108 today, good Lord. No, thank you. All right, let's try and get this guy out. Turtle's still here. No wonder we stopped getting bites. They stole the rest of our worm. All right, we will try and get her out by the stick pile there. See if we can maybe get something a little bit more interesting. In fact, last time when I did pull the one crappie out, that's exactly where I cast it. I was fishing from the other side of the stick pile though. Oh! Oh, okay. That was perfect in the stick pile. We almost didn't get her back though. Now I bumped her way out of the way. What's up, okay? How you doing, Go Flow Mojo? Trying to stream, getting 30K stupid fast. Heck yeah. All right, well, yeah, I will probably do a stream tomorrow. I don't think I'm gonna do a full day of fishing. Are you planning on streaming in the morning? Because I do want to. I gotta get some stuff prepped on my boat. Sunday will probably be my marathon stream. But yeah, if you let me know when you're fishing, I'll swing by and hang out. Appreciate the sub there, Pape, 59,000. Saving Grace Outdoors, what's going on, man? We just got set up here. We're trying to see if we can pull some chunky black crappie out of here. There's some nice largemouth bass. In fact, Crappie Man, or in fact, I think I might open it up to everybody. If somebody types .target, it'll list out the target species that we're going after here today. There's quite a few. Hey Rod, hope you're doing well. Some nice background scenery this stream, I see. Yeah, isn't it beautiful? These are the Cascade Mountain ranges. In the background over there, you can see fuzzy brown creature swimming by. I think that's a muskrat over there. Jackie Lambert, welcome to the stream. There you go. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So those are the different species that we're after today that Nightbot just spit out. Really, what I'd like to get is some black crappie. There's supposedly some 11, 12 plus inchers in here. Dang, I almost should have left her in the weeds there. I didn't want to get hung up. Dave James, welcome. Yeah, this pond is actually pretty clear this time of year, surprisingly. There's a bunch of weed patches and reeds and debris. Perfect. It's super fishy. No, I'm glad you guys like the view. I'll pan it over here to the left in a little bit. The mountain range, it gets a little bit higher, a little bit greener over there. I was just pointing the camera towards the wood pile out here that we're fishing. Any monsters in there? There are some of the biggest black crappie around this area come out of this pond. I've never caught one of the big ones. I've only fished here a couple of times. This is one of those spots that I couldn't take you guys before I got the Starlink Mini. So now we are here. I'm getting to show it to you guys. But yeah, there's supposedly 11, 12 plus inch black crappie that are in here. There's also some good size largemouth bass. We don't have them. Yeah, I didn't know we even had black crappie here until recently. There's a few ponds around me that have them. I've never really targeted them. Stealth Fire, is that the Tesla signal thing? Yeah, it's a Starlink Mini. It's a satellite antenna to get internet signal, and you can get it almost anywhere on the planet. If there was some tree there, Bob Ross would be having a field day, right? Oh, there are. I'll pan you over to the left. The mountain that you guys are looking at right now, or the foothill rather, is pretty bare. Still pretty though. Mellow Mellow, this is in central Montana. All right, we're gonna have to, we need one more fish here, and then I'm gonna possibly pan the camera over and cast towards these reeds a little bit. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. How's everybody's Friday going? Who's all going fishing tomorrow? Nice, I might need to check it out. Is the fishing good? Yeah, we've been fishing for like 20 minutes. We've caught 3 fish already. 2 yellow perch and 1 pumpkinseed. In fact, if somebody wants to retype that 2 yellow perch and 1 pumpkinseed, I will pin it. I don't know if Crappie Man's still in here or not. He's probably working. Thank you, Mello. Yeah, it's a nice fishing spot though. I like it here. It's a little bit further away from my house. It's about a 35-mile drive. You know, if you didn't catch anything the seniors, yeah, right. Oh, it's gorgeous here. Pretty much everywhere you go here in Montana that's around the mountains is just absolutely spectacular views. Tomorrow I'm off around Dave James' house for dinner. He doesn't know it yet though. Just gonna sneak over and snag some dinner. Come on, fishy, fishy. Been running a lot, doing trail runs. Oh man, I envy you. I used to be super active like that. Running used to be one of my favorite things to do. That was before I started heavily smoking, and running's not so fun anymore. Mellow Mellow, are you going for a specific type of fish? We're just multi-species fishing here today. Ooh, there we go. There's another fish. Multi-species fishing here today. What I would like to get, hopefully, is a good-sized black crappie. There's fish number 4 of the stream. That's our 3rd little yellow perch. They're pretty little guys, but these are just little. Did a 7-mile run yesterday. Good Lord, man. That's a beast of a run, my friend. Nice work. All right, we got a whole bunch of things jumping right over here. Ooh. We're gonna see if we can get a bite right there. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. I need to get it, Crappie Man said I need to get it closer to the sticks for the crappies. So I want to update the catch count there. 3 yellow perch, 1 pumpkinseed. Do a 7-mile walk whenever I want to go to my secret fish. Wow, that's some dedication. I keep track of all my runs on Strava. Oh, I've never heard of that. Is that one of those like a Fitbit type app? A running app? Yeah, but is it? I mean, it tracks like your heart rate, your steps, your distance. Similar to Fitbit, but Fitbit isn't necessarily for running. It's just for walking. Distance, time, bike rides, swimming, jogging, runs, tracks a lot. Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, it sounds like it's a lot more robust than the Fitbit. Similar concept though. Oh, it's so nice out here today. The underwater footage you posted was that the best footage? You didn't, oh, Dave James, no, there was tons of pike chases. That was the first one that I grabbed. The perch ones I think are usually the funniest. The footage was I had like I had too long of a leader on the worm harness rig. So I had to do quite a bit of zooming. It was kind of dark and grainy. But no, Dave James, there was probably about 15 or 17 pike chases. And then we did get 2 hookups, multiple strikes at the camera. There was a ton of it. I just haven't gotten around to it. Mason VR, appreciate the flower, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Philip, welcome. Better walk 7 miles around the pond to find. Yeah, Dave James, I'll be going through some of that footage and posting it as I get time. That was just the first one that I pulled out. Yeah, it wasn't the greatest. Again, they were far away. I always like the perch ones because it's never just one. They swarm. I'll try and get a pike video out possibly this weekend. There we go. That's a good spot. I feel like that's gonna be our fish right there, right next to that stick pile. Had enough gems, and who else would I give them to? Well, I appreciate that, Mason. All you guys that support the channel, I seriously appreciate it. I'm happy you guys come out to fish with me. This weekend we're probably gonna do a stream. I think on Sunday we'll take the boat out somewhere. How long are you streaming for today? Gumar, probably till sundown, so 9 p.m. or so. So that'll be another 5 hours-ish. Johnny Munez is my Strava name. If you want to check it out, it's only for running mostly. Yeah, I don't really use apps like that. I track my fishing on Fishbrain. What do gems do though? Mason, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't looked into how the whole gift system here on YouTube works. I know that sometimes they run like drawings, like contests. Somebody recently was saying that if more than 2 people send you a certain gift in the stream, it enters the channel for some like $500 or $1,000 monthly drawing, something like that. Thought about downloading Fishbrain. It also gives you fishing spots, right? Yeah, fishing spots, catch locations. Um, You can get weather on there. It's got navionics integration, so you can see bathymetric maps for a lot of different fishing places. It tracks, you know, the time of day, the weather, the barometric pressure, all sorts of stuff when you're catching. It's a really handy app. Brainwashed, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Art of Pain, what's up? How you doing, my friend? Katrina, welcome, welcome. Got a whole bunch of new people coming in here. Really want to see your rod getting bent. Yeah, so we have the pole that's in the water there with the bell that's off to the left of the camera. Or, yeah, I think it's the left of the camera. Is just a carp rod. We have bread balls on there. We're fishing with a bobber rig over here for pretty much anything that'll bite. What I'd like to get is a nice big chunky black crappie. Brainwashed. Yeah, I remember you, buddy. Glad to see you back. Hope you're having a good day. Let Him Cook Productions. How you doing, Let Him Cook? Tamika Maki Humashima. Sure, why not? Yo, I want to fish. Stephanie. That was my feeling. I got off work and I had to come out for a little bit and fish. I just had to do it. How you doing, Stephanie? We've caught 3 yellow perch and 1 pumpkinseed so far. We're doing pretty good. We still haven't caught what we're after, the black crappie, and we haven't caught any bass yet. But we've just been streaming here for a little over 30 minutes. This mushroom chocolate bar is kicking my ass. The old Magi mushrooms, or just some regular. Dirty Mike, what's up, Dirty Mike? What's the best thing about dating 20-year-olds? No idea, my friend. You tell me. Stephanie, I would if I could. I'm good. Florida here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have some family in Florida. Spent a little bit of time down there when I was younger. Stealth Fire, Bright Lake, California. Is that in Northern California, Southern California? I've never heard of Bright Lake. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me look back up. Let me find it. Thank you. I'm sorry. I completely missed that. What are you using? So we have the pole with the bell on it, as usual, is typically going to be a carp rod. I like to throw one in for carp and soak while I actively fish the other pole. The other pole, we're again just doing a bobber rig tipped with worm. We've caught 3 yellow perch and 1 pumpkinseed so far. What we're after here today, what I'd really like to catch is a nice big chunky black crappie. Central, right in the middle. All right, Stealth Fire. Yeah, I lived in SoCal for 12, 13 years before I moved back to Montana. Man, there's stuff jumping all over the place. Just little stuff, though. The Circle of Life says someone on the stream is now possessed by an owl. Okay, then. Sure, why not? Bite Lake, California. What do you catch over there in Bite Lake, Stealth Fire? I have no idea, Circle. You tell me. Oh, who? I guess that'd be me. I'm saying who. Bass, trout, bluegill, crappie, catfish. Nice. You got a bunch of stuff in there. What's up, Rooster Tail? How you doing, buddy? Do you guys like it better when I sit in front of the cam and talk, or behind the cam? Just curious. Seems like I get more people in here when my ugly mug is poking in and out of the screen. Sorry, it's the mushroom chocolate bar. Fair enough, buddy. It's all good. In front of. All right, we can adjust here. Let me. Oh, hold on. I guess we gotta catch one more fish. Oh, I missed it. We still got that turtle poking out over here. He's been hanging out the whole time here. Nope, I missed him again. Oh. Get a good bite on it. Or did you just steal the worm? I think you might have just stole the worm. Let me adjust the camera here in a sec. Yeah, I think my worm's gone. Indeed it is. Little thieving little butts. Yeah, I figured that might be the case. It's easier for me to read when I sit behind it, but I've noticed the few streams that I've streamed like this, the viewer retention is much lower. People come and then they leave. Seems like they stick around a little better when, for whatever reason, when I'm poking my head out. Alright, we're gonna go right over here. Alright, give me a sec here. Gonna get a slightly jumbly here for a sec. Alright, hold on. We're switching her around. Even myself out a spot to sit. Never caught a snakehead. Yeah, I don't think we have snakehead around here. They're a gnarly looking fish though. Madhead, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. How do bro, Brank, holiday, good? We're doing good. Hey Mia, welcome, welcome. Meme, welcome to the stream. Yeah, please don't spam, buddy. Anyone want to help me trim 12 sticky danky plants? Yeah, I don't think I'd be any good at trimming. You caught a 15. That's a huge snakehead, Harjeet. Molly says, I love the scenery. Isn't it pretty? Yeah, these are the Cascade Mountains that we're looking at here. There's a bite, but we missed it. In the UK, we have a 3-day weekend. Oh yeah, what's the holiday over there? Been a long day at work as well, man. Yeah, Madhead, I worked earlier today. I took off early to come fishing. Molly, what do you have in that area? Oh, there's all sorts of stuff in here. If you type .target, it'll list a bunch of fish that are in here that we're after today. I'd be afraid to fish in those rivers, honestly. I like how you post how many fish you catch, so I don't have to ask when I'm here. We try. Sometimes we don't get them updated. But I try to help people see what we're getting so they don't have to ask a bunch of times. You recently caught a 77-pound gooch catfish. Wow, that's huge. YM, welcome to the stream. The reason why those catfish are so big is because they're bottom feeders. They're eating all the corpses out of the rivers. Yummy. Yep, they are. They kind of help clean up the ecosystem. Come on, fishy fishies. I see you all jumping over there. Is that a small lake or a pond? It's a pond, Katrina. Rooster Tail says, all right, I gotta go. All right, Rooster, thanks for hopping through the stream. Hit that sub button on the way out if you aren't subbed already. Come back and fish with us sometime. Much better if I can't see your mug at my house. I will see it on my screen. Fair enough, Mom. Was the perch big? No, they've all been pretty small. 5 to 7 inches. There are some bigger ones in here. We just haven't gotten into them yet. I imagine bass are what you're after. Largemouth bass. Really, what I'm trying to get out of here is a chunky black crappie. I've never caught a big one, but they're all in these waters, and I'm using a bobber rig. We're just kind of multi-species fishing right now. It's a bank holiday. Traditionally, the banks are closed, so people get the day off. Harjeet, 55 pounds of Indian carp. That's also a very big carp, Harjeet. Carp's one of my favorite species to target. That's what we're targeting on this pole right here. We have bread balls on for common carp. YM used to be a man. His transition is really clean. Circle, let's not do that, buddy. I'm gonna ask you once nicely. I know you're probably just joking, but let's not. We don't want to be offending people. We're here to chill and have a good time. Come on, fishy. I'm gonna grab a soda here. I'm thirsty. But yeah, so the plan is, I think, is we might go to Holter on Sunday. Holter Reservoir. And do some trout, kokanee salmon, walleye. All right, we got a turtle over there checking out the bobber. Probably tried to steal our worm. I don't like that. We're gonna get that guy out of there. I do not want to catch a turtle today. We are multi-species fishing, but turtle is not on that list. What's up, Glenn? How you doing today, buddy? We're doing really good. We're off work. It's beautiful out here. Gorgeous fishing weather. We've got 4 fish so far. Trying to see if we can get a chunky black crappie out of here. They're in here. I want one. How you doing today, Glenn? Semola bread and clarified butter. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have to look up what Semola bread is. I'm using hot dog buns. It's just a white bread. There we go. All right, that's gonna be money right there. Come on, big fishy fishy. Madhead, pleased you made my Discord. Pleased you made a Discord. If I go fishing Sunday, I'll post my catch. Yeah, you guys feel free. Any of you guys that joined my Discord, and if you guys have Discord and want to check it out, just look me up on there. Ooh. I don't know. This one feels slightly bigger than the last ones we've caught. Oh, we're dragging her through the weeds. Don't come off. This one might be a little bass. Whatever it is, it's coming with a salad. Yeah, I thought that felt like a little bass. There we go. There's our first micro largemouth bass. Wait a sec here. Let's get this hook out of him. Cool. All right. Not too shabby. It's about, I don't know, maybe 6 inches. Just a little guy. We'll let this one go. Get her back out there and see what else we can get. After we get all the cabbage off of here, we don't need to be serving salad with our worms. Oh, that's what I also brought. I picked up some worm scented lure scent, which is kind of weird because I'm using worms. But I had read that for whatever reason, the worm scent, even on worms, does really good. At least it's not a fish stick. Wish we had bass. Oh, you don't have bass there? Our river there too. Oh God. There's a glare on the screen. So that's another thing I don't like about sitting in front of it, is I can hardly read it sometimes. So where are you going fishing on Sunday, Madhead? Oh God, I can't read this shit. Only in the sea, unfortunately. Katrina, that wasn't a red ear. I don't know. Katrina, that's not right. It's 3 yellow perch, 1 pumpkinseed, 1 largemouth bass. Where do you live to not even have bass? I don't know. Lots of places probably don't have bass, honestly. UK. I'm thinking Derwent. Thank you, okay. Perfect. All right, let's try and sit back down. I honestly need to move this carp rod just to a pole holder over there so I can more easily cast all around me. Dang, stuff jumping like a few feet away from me on the shore. In the shallows. I'm heading out. Best of luck. Hope you catch so many big fish. Appreciate that, Molly. Thanks for swinging through. If you haven't hit that like button, hit it on the way out. If you haven't hit the sub button, come back and fish with us sometime. We fish 2 to 3 times a week on this channel, sometimes more. We fish from the bank, we fish from the boat. We do pond fishing, river fishing, lake fishing. Pretty much if there's water and there's fish, we fish it. We recently just got a Starlink Mini, which we're using today to stream. So we stream from some pretty remote locations here in central Montana. And I would be very happy if you came back and fished with me sometime. Oh, there was a bite. We missed it though. We're so shallow right now. We're like 5 foot off of the bank. Dave James, Madhead, you caught pike out of Derwent. Peacock feather for floater and used 2 hook, 1 hook up on the hook, 1 about a centimeter gap. Interesting. Cockroach and leech is bait. Yeah, I've fished with leeches before. I've never fished with a cockroach. I'm targeting Westwater for Arctic char. Oh, that sounds fun, okay. Those are such neat looking fish. I wish you luck, man. Hope you get a monster. I don't know why that's just what I've always called them. Oh, okay, Katrina. The record's just over 30, but mine's about 10. That's still a good sized fish. That's a really decent sized pike. Are you keeping any fish today? Justin Hill, no, we're not keeping any. We're just catch and release. We're just out here trying to see what'll bite. Harjeet, come to India, you will know how to fish or big. Yeah, maybe someday. All right, I want to move one of these pole holders and see if we can get this carp pole out of the way. I don't know if I'm going to be able to stick this into anything. This is all like riverbed rock. I didn't bring any of my smaller pole holders. Dang it. Give me a sec, guys. I'm trying to stabby this somewhere. Normally I bring my single spike rod holders and they poke in a little bit better. These ones I need pretty soft ground in order to use them. Well, shit. We might have to grab a couple of rocks and just wedge it. Or we're going to use it like a hammer. All right, that'll work. Good enough. All right, sorry guys. We're just gonna get this pole holder slightly out of the way here. Give me more room to cast. There we go. All right, that's a little better. You guys can't really see it now, but the lowest I use is 6-pound line even when on the river. I don't like losing fish. I use 30-pound test. That's the smallest line I use on anything. 30-pound braid. Doesn't matter whether I'm fishing for dinks or monsters. And that's for the exact same reason. I do not like missing fish. Appreciate the sub there, Terry C. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Gia. How you doing today? Madhead. Oh, you're from London, Madhead. All right. Never heard of Pelican Point. It's right in between Cascade and Craig. There's a boat launch to the Missouri River. It's right on the inside of the Missouri River, right on the shore. I don't know, a quarter of a mile from the Missouri. Like if you go past Cascade, we're almost to Craig. A little over halfway to Craig. Katrina, I'm going to the creek tomorrow and exploring. I take a little more to do some deeper holes, maybe catch some catfish. Oh, you have catfish in your creek? Huh. Yeah, I've fished out a creek a few times. Our creeks here are pretty pretty shallow around here, especially this time of the year. It's tough to fish. There are pockets of fish here and there, but you really gotta do a lot of walking, a lot of work for it. Not really conducive to a live stream, unless I were to rig up something to put my Starlink on my backpack. Maybe I could do that. I don't know. No, I'm not in London. Sorry, I was asking Dave. Oh, I live out in the wild. No city for me. Oh, okay. You're out in the boonies, huh? It's really hard to catch catfish in the creek here. Harjeet, 8,000 series fish reel to get big fish on Daiwa. That's a big reel, dude. That's like an ocean style reel. The biggest that I fish with is like a 3,000 series here. Maybe a 4 or a 5 if I were targeting, you know, some of the deep water lake trout. Or I've had some friends that had went down to the creek while I was had some on. Oh, nice. What kind of catfish are they in a creek? I think mostly what we have in the creeks around here is going to be rainbow trout, brook trout, maybe some browns. Okay, says Wastwater is the deepest lake in England. A guy murdered his wife in 1976 and threw her in. She was found 8 years later by divers because the low oxygen levels preserved the body. Oh, so like the mossmen that they pull out of the peat bugs. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. It's just the low oxygen level that preserves them. Basically mummifies them. Is this the spot with no cell signal? Madhead, yeah, there's in between no bars and 1 bar here. So yeah, we're streaming with the Starlink Mini again today. What the heck, man? We caught like 5 fish in the first 15 minutes. Now they're not interested. I need to throw some of my worm scent on my worm. The creeks here have golden trout, brown trout, rainbow trout, cutthroat, and brookie. Okay. Yeah, I don't fish Montana creeks all that often, but I'd imagine all those are in there. 2 different kinds of golden trout. Yeah, I was just reading yesterday or the day before, they're apparently introducing tiger trout into a handful of different water bodies around Montana, which is a cross between a brook trout and a brown trout, but they're sterile like a tiger muskie. Really beautiful fish, though. Did your drag just go? No, no, it didn't, Dave. Oh, that was probably Fishbrain. I think you heard my Fishbrain notification. Harjeet says grasshopper, clamp meat, or snail meat. Yeah, no, Dave, the Fishbrain notification does the drag reel sound. Weirded me out for the first couple of months I used the app. Still hear anything about whirling disease? Not a whole lot anymore. I know that it is still present here in Montana, but I think it's not as big of a problem as it used to be. I think the peat bugs are slightly acidic too, which prevents the buildup of bacterial and microbes. Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. Okay. Yeah, I haven't either. Yeah, I don't think it's as big of a issue as it used to be. Because you used to hear about it all the time. That must be what I hear in your streams. Dave, yeah. the Fishbrain notification. Again, I have 1 bar of service here between 0 and 1. So when the service comes back, oftentimes I'll get maybe, 1, 2, 3 notifications in a row. And it does. It sounds like the drag reel, which can be quite confusing. Here in our hot weather, we get a lot of blue algae. So we do have algal blooms around here. I know that some of the water bodies have, posted at the entrance to keep an eye out for this color, that color. If you see it, don't swim in it. Wash your hands if you touch it. Don't let your pets, go in it. But the stream that we did a few weeks ago at Canyon Ferry, there was a massive algal bloom there. Which is one of the reasons I think that we did so poorly while we were there. I reviewed the underwater footage that we had taken, and it was gross. I mean, 15 foot down, 10, 15 foot down, you could barely see, 2, 3 inches in front of the camera. It was really, really bad. All right, let me get a different. No, we still got a worm. That should be fine. All right, we're gonna do one off camera here. There's a little tree and some reeds over here. I just want to see for the hell of it if we get a bite over this way. Death is a good topic for Friday, would you not agree? Sure, why not? Oh, there's something playing with it. Take it. There we go. Oh, there's something. It's not huge, but I think it feels bigger than anything we pulled so far today. Do we finally get a crappie? No, another pumpkinseed. Good sized one though. All right, there's a pumpkinseed. This one's a little bit bigger than the last one. Very pretty fish. Throw it back in. Get another chunk of worm here. Cool looking color on that one. Yeah, they are. They're super vibrant. We catch those over at Largemouth Bend, the place that I stream from that's right by my house. We catch them infrequently there, but they're usually, 3.5, 4 inches. They're just itty bitty little ones. These ones are a little bit bigger. I do think they get quite a lot bigger in this pond, though. We haven't really caught a big one for this pond's standards. Miyazaki says cute. Yeah, they are. The pumpkinseed, I think, out of all the different sun species we have around here, are probably one of the prettiest. What's up, Munchie? Hello, everyone. My favorite channel's going live. Like button smash me, friend. Yeah, a whole bunch of people stream Friday night. Appreciate you swinging through, Munchie, and hitting the thumbs up. Always a pleasure to see you in here, buddy. There's a few fisheries with KHV about at the moment. Do you get out like that? Bill M, welcome to the stream. We're just fishing. We have 1 largemouth, 3 yellow perch, and 2 pumpkinseed so far. We're trying to get some black crappie on the scoreboard here. Do you have any of the sunfish species, Madhead? Bluegill, pumpkinseed. There's green sunfish. There's like a dozen different kinds. They're all really, really similar looking for the most part. Just different coloring, different patterns. Decent largemouth. I was about, we didn't even put it on the measuring stick. I would say maybe 7, 8 inches. Quite small. There's some good ones in here though. We're just bobber rig fishing right now, which I tend not to catch the huge fish when I'm bobber fishing, but I do catch more fish and a lot of variety of fish. That's what we're playing with right now. Daryl Miller, welcome to the stream. Good luck, bro. Keep up the hard work. Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate you hopping through. How's everybody doing today? Deck Son, what are we fishing for? Deck, if you type .target, or if somebody types .target, it'll list out all the different species that are in here that we might catch while we're multi-species fishing. And I have something playing with my bobber here again. We might get another hook up here in a sec. Something swimming around with it. Hello. Never heard of them that I know of. Oh, really? Using shiners. Bill M, no, we could use cut bait, dead bait here. And shiners are one that are allowed. But we're using right now just a bobber tipped with nightcrawler. Makes it easier to talk when on a bobber. Yes, absolutely. Again, we have one pole soaking for carp. I know there's some big carp in here. But yeah, in order for me to sit down and engage with the audience and chat with y'all and read what you're saying, it's a lot easier to fish with a bobber. I can visually look back and forth. I can see what's going on. I do cast sometimes. We throw lures and, you know, jigs and stuff, but it reduces the amount that I'm able to read and to talk with you guys. Chuck on Derry going pike fishing today. Oh, heck yeah. I wish I was pike fishing right now. This weekend, I think we're going to go up Sunday to Holter and fish for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, possibly pike and walleye as well. I just read the fishing report last night. Apparently the bite's been real good up there. And Sunday it looks like we're not going to have real terrible wind. Thank you, Mia. Top water would be good. Or chatterbait. Yep, I do have a chatterbait. We could run one here in a little bit. We're going to bobber fish here for a while. We're going to be here for the next probably 4.5 hours or so. So we got some time. Sounds like a great time. Yeah, I hope so. And it's a really pretty lake too. I think you guys will enjoy the views. And if we do end up going on Sunday, which I think we probably are gonna, it'll be another one of my marathon streams. So you guys get ready. Hope you guys like the longer streams. We'll probably be getting there at the crack of dawn and leaving when I can't see my hand in front of my face. So it'll be another probably 12, 14 hour stream. What the hell did I do with my soda? There it is. Lucas, should I subscribe? Well, do you like fishing content? Do you like live streams? Do you like hanging out in live chats with a bunch of cool people? If so, then yeah, hit that thumbs up button, hit the sub button, click on that little bell icon, and it'll let you know anytime we go live. But I think that's for you to decide, my friend, not for me. Where are you going Sunday? Probably Holter Reservoir, which is about, I don't know, 30 miles or so past where we're fishing today. But there's all kinds of stuff up there, and the fishing report I was reading last night looks like it's pretty good. They're catching a bunch of rainbow and kokanee, and the walleye bite's still on up there. And surprisingly, they said that people are catching a decent amount of pike up there as well, which I've never caught a pike out of Holter. So I'm excited to go up there and see if we can maybe get a pike on. All y'all are cool, Bill. Y'all come and hang out and chill and fish with me. What's not cool about that? All right, let's move this guy a little bit. We're gonna try next to the old stick pile out here again.
Detected in the side yard.
There we go. Oh, fishies. Fish jump next to weeds. Yeah, they've been jumping all over the damn place. They're surprisingly really shallow. The one that just jumped here was a decent sized one too. I couldn't tell what it was, so good fish in that halter. Yeah, we usually do pretty good on trout up there. We catch a few kokanee while we troll for the trout. I've never really got on the walleye or the pike up there, but every time I go, I try for a little while. Pike, never thought Holter had pike. Yeah, so the fishing report says that they're catching them deeper in the lake along weed beds.
Motion detected in the side yard.
I've always heard there were pike up there, but I've fished there, you know, probably I don't fish there nearly as much as Pishkin, but I've probably been there a dozen times over the last 3 years. I've never caught a pike out of there. But I've never really targeted the deep weed beds in particular. So we'll see. That one's trickier for me to fish because my fish finder, for whatever reason, the Navionics map, they don't have a map for Holters, so I have to make my own map every time I go there. So I only have depth contours and bottom info for anywhere I've run my boat while I was recording. I dove under the ice and never saw pike. Oh, that's where you were doing your divers training, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't know. The app Fishbrain that I use, I think there's 1 or 2 pike that are logged up there that are kind of sus. I don't know if they were actually caught there. Holter's so big though, and you know, you have lower Holter or Holter Reservoir, lower Holter, upper Holter. There's like 5 different versions of Holter. So I don't know where specifically in Holter they're catching them. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. Hope everybody's having a wonderful day today. It's so nice out here today. I was a little worried that when I looked at the weather before I came out here, it said that the wind gusts were supposed to be up to like 13 to 15 miles an hour. And it's been nothing but a calm breeze the whole time I've been here, so. Madhead, can you use dirt bikes in this place? Oh yeah, there's trails all over the place, Madhead. A lot of it is private property, but again, people have ridden out here, ATVs and motorcycles, dirt bikes for years. So there's trails that wind all throughout. There's also a lot of, you know, state land, national park, forestry land, and a lot of that has trails you can ride too. I'm trying to cut a flat section into the slanted embankment I'm sitting on here so I don't have to stoop over. All right, well, they're not liking this side. We're gonna go back over by the reeds here and see if I'm gonna pull something else out. I'm getting impatient. Madhead says I'm moving over there England shit for anything good like that. Oh really? Yeah, no, it's if you ride out here or you like nature outdoors, Montana's one of the perfect places to be. Other than the winters are harsh, but again, that translates then into snowmobiling. Snowmobiling is really huge here, or dog sledding if you're into that, but who the hell does dog sledding? I catch more fish on the south side of any lake. South side, huh? Huh. Yeah, we're sitting on the north side of this pond right now. Um, Holter, the south side would be where the dam area is, and that's usually the area where I fish, the deeper waters right before the Holter Dam. That's where the rainbow and the kokanee tend to hang out. I'll fly out, Madhead. We can start a new British colony. There you go. Or the east side of the lake, too. Yeah, I'm just thinking about like the Pishkin, for example, where we fished on Sunday. I, I, I mean, we're on the east side. There's two sides of the lake, so we're fishing on the east half, and that's where I catch most of the fish. But I catch them, the north shore, the east shore, the west shore. I catch them all over that water body. Snowboarding too, yeah. Snowboarding, skiing. I don't do that anymore though. I hurt myself good enough as a teen. I don't need to break myself anymore. Thinking it's the sunfish don't like looking into the sun, maybe. Oh, they're jumping all over the damn place. That's what's driving me crazy is I see like 2, 3 hop up and I toss my bobber over there and they're like, nah, we're just gonna keep hopping out of the water here and eating bugs. Loads of good fishing, bike trails, no stupid limit on air rifles. I lost more fish species. I'm booking flight now. You got a tent I can use. Yeah, buddy, we got a big tent. Oh, my shoulder's always gonna be messed up. I've at this point I've lost count at how many times I've dislocated and I had to go to the emergency room to have it put back in. And then half the time, I'm able to get it back in myself. It's thrashed. I mean, my rotator cuff, the ligaments and tendons and shit that all hold it into place. It's just a sloppy mess now. I really should get surgery, but I've literally never had surgery in my life, and I'm not looking forward to it. Yeah, I know you got yours fixed. Chris got his too, and Chris afterwards, like, I mean, he could lift his arm up that high. He couldn't after the surgery. He couldn't actually lift his arm over his head. He just said, it's like tight. It's like they cut and tied the ligaments, the tendons too short, so he just had a really limited range of motion. He didn't dislocate it anymore, which is a plus, but he lost, a lot of mobility and functionality with it. Abdeljal. Ab, Ab, Abdejalil. I'm sorry, I probably butchered your name. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing wonderful. How are you today, buddy? We're fishing. Any day fishing's a good day. Am I right in thinking that most employers in the U.S. will pay your health insurance if you work for them? So it's subsidized often by your employer, so you don't pay the full cost, but most employers, there is still every, 2 weeks or whatever when you get paid, there's still a good chunk taken out of out of your paycheck for health insurance. And then health insurance is kind of, I equate it to disaster insurance. You get cancer, you get hit by a bus, you have some major traumatic, very expensive thing that happens. Good to have health insurance, but for smaller stuff, you know, prescriptions, doctor's visits, oftentimes there is still a decent out-of-pocket cost every time you go. But again, it's good to have just in case you have, you know, some major event. Because here in America, healthcare costs can and do bankrupt people constantly. You'll be in debt for the rest of your life. The amount of money it gets for, you know, a heart operation or, you know, a significant lengthy stay in a hospital, you'll be paying for that shit for the rest of your life. So, well, you do still have to pay, you know, out of pocket for your health insurance premiums and stuff, and for prescription stuff like that. It's worth having the insurance. Doggo lover, do you fish for catfish? I do. Not as often as I would like to. Something's playing with our bobber here. To get to good catfishing for me, it's about an hour and a half drive. But we do get good sized channel cats here in central Montana. Luke says, yo, I'm back, just got home from football. Right on, Luke. How was football? Welcome to the stream. You're right, for one of my family members got cancer and it totally... Yeah, it's stuff like cancer. I mean, the amount that they charge for treatments for shit like that is just, it's insane. I mean, it's millions of dollars. If you didn't have health insurance, you would never be able to pay for it. Even with the insurance, there's still a substantial out-of-pocket cost for a lot of stuff. But at least you're not going to spend the rest of your life in debt trying to pay for, you know, the life-saving procedure. Good, man. Glad you're live. Well, I appreciate you swinging through. We're catching a decent amount of fish. We're trying to get a nice big black crappie out of here. They're in here. I'm talking through the mic and it changes my words sometimes. Oh, the speech to text. Yeah, it makes me sound like I was dropped on my head a few too many times as a child. Does that make you worry more about smoking? I honestly, I don't think about it a lot. I know the disastrous health effects of it. That's one of those things that I know one of these days I'm gonna pay for it. But no, it's not really something that's present in mind most of the times for me. Jose J, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Just stopping in to hit that like. I'm in the woods. Oh, you're having another adventure, huh? Well, thanks for stopping in. Hope you catch some fun critters out there today. Keep getting stuff playing with it over here, but nothing seems to want it. The turtle that's been swimming around here, he's going for it right now. Doggo lover, I'm from Canada and I river fish. I caught about an 8-pound channel cat a bit ago. That's a good sized channel. Yeah, we catch, I think the last time I was out channel cat fishing, I caught a 14.5-pounder. Very good sized. Oh, dang it. That looked like what we were after. I think that was a crappie. All right, we're gonna clean some of the crap off here. I'm gonna put a nice fresh chunk of worm on, and I'm gonna use some of the new worm scent. I know that sounds ridiculous. I'm putting worm on the pole or on the hook, and then I'm gonna put worm scent on the worm. And I do agree with you, that does sound ridiculous, but I was watching a video, yo, and this stuff is supposedly pretty potent. We're gonna see if it makes much of a difference. And I'm gonna try not to get whatever the heck it is all over myself. Because that's usually the first thing I do when I open a bottle of scent, is I accidentally squirt the nasty crap all over myself, which is just awesome. What'd I do with it? Ah, dang it. Where did I put it? Ah, shit. Man, I just had it. I know I threw it in the bag before we came out here today. And I thought I put it in this pouch. Well, maybe we were going to do without the worm scent. I don't know what the hell I did with it. Dang. Alright, check my pockets. Nope. I could have sworn I put it in here. It's a brand new package. I haven't even opened it yet. Alrighty. Nix that. We're just going with plain worm with no worm scent because I have no idea what I did with it. And I'm not going to dig anymore. All right. Worm cologne, yeah. Better than WD, yeah. Did you spray it on your sandwich? I have not. Is that what you would do with it, Dave? If you had worm scent, you would put it on your sandwich? I think it's in the water, Luke. Maybe. It's around here somewhere. I'm gonna keep digging here in a minute, I think. Bill M, hey Rod, did you ever find the treble hook that you dropped? Yes, I did. It was hours into the stream. It ended up being under my seat. Ooh. All right. Well, this is definitely, if we can keep it on the line, I think this is the biggest one we've had so far. Another pumpkin seed. Another pumpkin seed. Man, this guy put up a decent fight. He's little though. About the same size as the other two that we got. Take stuff out. Yeah, I'll dig for it in a minute here. Yeah, suck here, guys. Oh, and he just ate this one. Let me get my pliers. Let's see if we can get this out of him. There we go. That wasn't too bad. Alrighty, there's another good sized pumpkin seed. I've never sent a worm. Yeah, me either. I was watching a video on it, and they were saying, yeah, as ridiculous as it sounds to scent your nightcrawlers, the nightcrawler scent on nightcrawlers works wonderful. Aren't these so pretty? Can't tell what you guys are seeing or not. So vibrant. All right. What was that? Pumpkin seed number 3? Got another. Does it really work? I don't know. We will have to find it in my damn bag to see. The reviews on it in the video that I was watching said it works amazing. But don't they all say that on the advertisements? You know, they wouldn't sell anything if they told you it worked adequately well. They tell you it works spectacularly. Let's see here. Mia, we're gonna take your advice and take shit out of the bag and find it here. I just gotta keep an eye on the bobber here. All right. Positive I put it in here. But yet here it is not. What's in the bag? No, those are my cigarettes. That's not it. Huh. Well, I'll be damned. Oh, I put it in my other backpack. Hold on a second. I think that's where it is. I think I know where it is. Yes, there we go. All right, this is not a paid sponsorship, but we have Procure Bait Scents, and it's probably backwards for you guys. In fact, let me switch the camera around here real quick so you can read this. Procure Bait Scents, Procure Super Gel. It is nightcrawler flavored super gel. It's got UV flash, super sticky, soft, strong, effective. Ultimate scent for plugs, spinners, spoons, hoochies, flashers, soft plastic swim baits, and even crawlers. So we're gonna give her a whirl. Underarm deodorant? What are y'all talking about? All right, let's pull this guy in and throw some super scent on there. Bryson Willard. Hello, Bryson. How you doing today, buddy? Oh, shit. Oh, there we go. We had our first snag. Man, it's caught the same big fish. What do you mean, Bryson? Glenn Coco, welcome. Hope it works out. I never go surf fishing without my Procure shrimp krill gel. Oh, really? So you use same brand but different flavor. Yeah, I've never tried it. I've never been much for scents and attractants, but I figured what the hell, we'll give her a whirl. I don't know if this has got a cap on it or not. Nope. Ooh. Wow, this stuff's a lot thicker than I thought it would be. Weird consistency. almost like more gelatinous than it is a liquid. All right, well, we have some of the... Whew, that is potent smelling. Well, maybe that'll do the trick. I'm gonna have to try too. Yeah, we'll see how it does. Wish I could go fishing again, but mobility says otherwise. Ah, Harry Williams, that's too bad. But you're welcome to come fishing here. We stream 2 to 3 times a week. Hit that sub button. You're always welcome to come watch me fish. I know it ain't quite the same, but do what you gotta. Maybe it'll help, worth a try. Yeah. AJ Fishing, welcome, welcome. What's your PB bass? I've never caught a very big bass. My biggest smallmouth is like 2 pounds. My biggest largemouth is about 2.5 pounds. Glencoe, it's extremely thick, but it stays on your lure forever. Okay. Oh, all right, well. This feels like not a monster, but it's bigger than whatever the hell we've been catching. Maybe? Nope. It is not. This is a bluegill. No? Wait a second. No, it's a pumpkinseed. It's just barely got... These pumpkinseed always feel bigger than they actually are. These are some little troopers. This one's barely got the red dot on the side of it, though. All right. Yeah, see this one, much lighter in color than the other ones, not as vibrant. This side doesn't even have the red dot. The other side's just got a little orange dot. Cute fish though. So that's, I think that's pumpkinseed number 4. Somebody want to type that out? 1 largemouth, 3 yellow perch, 4 pumpkinseed. Yeah, that's the one I just put the worm juice on. It hit almost immediately. We'll throw her back out and see if we get another hit. Yeah, it's soaking in the water for maybe 20-30 seconds before it got pulled under. I thought pumpkinseed were blue for some reason. The ones that we've been catching, they have a lot of greens and oranges and very vibrant colors. That one was very washed out. I don't know, but it did have the orange on one side, so they have the black dot. The bluegills, a lot of the sunfish have that black dot. The pumpkinseed has like a little orange half moon usually on the side of the black dot. And on one side of that one, it didn't have it. On the other side, it was just like a small little orange patch. So a little different than the ones that I've seen previously. Thank you, Petra. Welcome. How you doing today, Petra? I saw your PB pike on Fishbrain. Oh yeah, that pike was a monster. We're still trying to get a bigger one. There's bigger ones here in Montana, but I am very pleased with my current PB pike. What was that with the scented worm? Yeah, that was with the nightcrawler scented nightcrawler, and it hit within like 20-30 seconds of it hitting the water. We didn't get a whole lot on there. Like I said, it's kind of gelatinous. It probably would be better if I took my fingers and kind of rubbed it in, but it's very strong smelling. That scents like that tend to linger. I don't like to touch them if I don't have to. Doing well, thanks. Glad to hear that, Petra. Zyro, zero. I don't know if it's Zyro or zero. Is it like the number or Zy? How you doing? Nightcrawler squared, right? Super crawler. Bryson says, man, I use chicken liver for channel cats. Oh yeah, channel cats will bite off all sorts of stuff. Chicken liver works real well. The only thing that I dislike about chicken liver, and it's it's with a lot of baits like that, it can be difficult to keep on your hook. It's a very soft bait. So oftentimes you have to resort to, tying it on or hooking it a bunch of times. It tends to be one of them baits that falls off a lot. Very effective though if you can keep it on your damn hook. Madhead's reaction. Yeah, she's stinky. Whichever you prefer, brother, I say, all right. Well, I've been calling you Zyro, but now that I look at it, it's more like Zero without the E. I tried using chicken liver, but it stinks too much. Yeah, it is one that, especially if it's not fresh. But again, we used to purposefully keep like a ketchup bottle full of just rot. We'd put oils in there and chunks of fish and pepper and garlic and all sorts of shit and just leave it bake out in the sun, and it was just putrid. But you put a few drops of that on your worm or your bait, and man, we would catch the crap out of catfish. But a buddy of mine, he kept a bottle of it behind the seat in his truck for when we went fishing, and I remember the one summer the bottle spilt, and it spilt all over in his truck, and he never got that smell out of there. The entire rest of the time he owned that truck, it smelled just foul. So that's kind of the biggest drawback of stink baits like that. I think I'd use gloves for them chicken liver and whatever you use that worm scent. Not a bad idea, but that's one of those things that gloves are usually an afterthought. After you get yourself all stinky, that's the moment that you're like, yeah, I should probably wear gloves. At least that's me. I never remember that shit in time. Bill M, what time of the day is it there, and what's the air temperature? We are currently 5:10 p.m. and I would guesstimate the temperature is probably high 70s, maybe 78. We might be 80. It's very comfortable. They sell a netting for your chicken liver. I've seen people use netting. I've never really looked into it other than I've seen like people use pantyhose and stuff like that, which is super effective, but I don't like using things like that are going to end up in the water and get tangled, and the fish are going to get tangled in, the turtles are going to get tangled in. I would rather use something that's biodegradable if possible. I know some of it can't be helped, but I don't like the idea of throwing pantyhose or netting that's not going to break down into the water. Get Hooked, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Get Hooked? We're killing it over here. We're catching a bunch of dinks. You had your sandwich before using the worm scent, right? Yeah, right. Yeah, we snagged a slice of pepperoni pizza from the gas station when I picked up worms today, so I ate that on the way over here. Bryson, hope for me to catch the 36-inch freshwater drum. Heck yeah, that's a nice drum. I don't think they get that big here. They do. I was looking last night. I think the state record for drums like 17 pounds though. Maybe they do get that big. I've only ever caught like pound and a half ones. Leeches work great at Pelican Point. Yeah, I haven't tried leeches out here. We're just tipped with worms right now. I'll have to try that next time I come out here. I haven't fished this spot very often. This is my second time this year that I've been here. cast of the weeds sticking out. They're jumping all over. You talking about this little pile over here, Mia? Right next to the shore? You ever done any fly fishing? I never have tried it. It's super popular here in Montana, but I've never gotten into it. That's a whole different sport as far as I'm concerned. You use all different gear, all different lures. I have enough of a problem with not spending $100 or $200 every time I hit the hit North 40 or Shields or Sportsman's. I don't need to add to that. I don't need another hobby. Between the boat and my traditional fishing gear. But yeah, Bryson, good luck. I hope you catch a monster. Yeah, I think we fouled our hook. I think we got a bunch of weeds on it. Might be going to Texas next year. Like vacation or moving there? Alright, let's check and see that we still got a worm. Okay, we're slightly tangly here. Oh, not too bad. Alright, let's put another drop of the old juice on here. Procure Nightcrawler Super Gel. Yeah, this stuff's messy. Alright, Mia wanted me to cast by the weeds. Yeah, I caught a couple 3-pounders on leeches there. Nice, NJ. I'll tell you the fish I catch next summer. Heck yeah. Oops. Well, there's by the weeds where Mia, I think, wanted us to catch or cast. Super shallow, but they have been coming in and out, the whole time we've been here. Fly fishing is expensive. Yeah, it looks to be. Rub it in. You rub it in. I don't want to touch that shit. It stinks. Lucas, are you bass fishing? We're multi-species fishing here. There's largemouth bass, there's large crap or black crappie, yellow perch, pumpkinseed, bluegill, carp, suckers, all sorts of stuff in here. Oh, guy in the canoe out here just says he's got a tank of a crappie on the line. They're out there, I think, in the only deeper spots. Don't be a pansy. Only fish for bass because I tournament fish. Okay, Lucas. Yeah, I've never actually done tournament fishing. I'm interested in maybe getting into it. But it seems like a lot of the tournaments around here are 2-man teams and nobody ever wants to go fishing with me. So I don't know if I could enter as a 1-man team in a 2-man team tournament. Joe Ryan, welcome to the stream. Nothing better than a ringtail perch. I don't know what a ringtail is. We have yellow perch here. Caught 3 painted turtles yesterday, and it was a huge snapping turtle. Oh man, I try and avoid turtles like the plague. I really do not like catching those. They're so hard to get off the hook. Maybe you need a longer leader on your barb to get a little deeper. We could try that. Yeah, I could just slide the bobber. It's not super deep here. That's the problem. From the shore, I would need to look at a bathymetric map. I think we're probably 3 to 5 feet for pretty much my castable distance. I could probably bump the length on it a little bit. We're only 16, 18 inches from the bobber right now. We'll just slide her up slightly. Now we got about 24, 26 inches. And I'm actually gonna bomb this out a little ways. I'm gonna try and get into slightly deeper water out here. Lucas says you need your boat. Yeah, this particular water body, you can't put motorized boats in it. It's only canoes and rafts. We'll be boat fishing, I think, on Sunday. We're gonna take it out to Halter Lake, I think is the plan. Off topic, anyone playing the Powerball? 700 million. That's a pretty nice Powerball. No, I haven't gotten any tickets. I should, but I mean the likelihood of you winning that thing is right around the odds of falling out of a plane and getting struck by lightning twice on the way down and surviving. I think you're slightly more likely to win that scenario than the Powerball. But 700 million would be nice, huh? BNSF, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I just use fly rod and a few flies. I don't go all. Just for trout mainly and grayling. Okay. Yeah, I've never caught we have Arctic grayling around here. I've never caught one. I'd love to, they're neat. You love fly fishing? It looks fun. And they definitely, I know, oftentimes I'll be fishing next to fly fishermen and they will definitely outfish me in a lot of scenarios. Kevin, excuse me, sir, are you a hippie? I don't know, do I look like a hippie? Maybe I'm a hippie, I don't know. Hiking the rivers or streams, creeks, just picking the right place to throw the fly makes fishing so much better. Yeah, a lot of the people who fly fish, they get into all them super shallow areas, and that's again a thing that I think one of the scenarios that fly fishing really excels over traditional fishing. You can do a much more shallow water and do really well. Still got the first fly you caught your first fish on. Right on. That's pretty cool. Using a bait caster or a spin rod. Enjoy, welcome to the stream. We're using a spin rod. I've never learned how to use a bait caster. Black willy buggers with a beat on them work real well. Great for fly fishing. Okay. State record channel cat in Minnesota is 38 pounds. It's pretty big. It's similar here in Montana. Channel cat it's like 37 or 40, something like that. Not them weeds, they may be twigs sticking out. Oh, more that way? Yeah, we have a branch pile there, a branch pile over here. I'm kind of fishing next to this one over here, which is a little out of you guys' sight. I had to turn the camera so I could see it. Move over a little bit. Oh, I just missed a bite. Dang it. I think we got a fish on. What do we got? There's another fish that just jumped. This is just tiny. Another perch. Yeah, another little yellow perch. Still no crappie. No, this is, yeah, it's a perch. What am I thinking? I almost said it was a bass there for a second, but no, that's another little yellow perch.
Motion detected in the backyard.
All right. Let's go over this way. Let me see your lure. We're just using a bobber with tipped with a nightcrawler. There's no lure, Bryson. It's just like a size 6 hook tipped with just a little chunk of a nightcrawler. There we go. There we go. Come on, buddy. Yep. Missed. Nice little guy. Yep. Petra, thank you.
Motion detected in the side yard.
I know they attack fake minnows. Yeah, a lot of people use jigs with rubbers. All these fish that I'm catching right now will bite on a whole variety of things. We're just bobber fishing with a nightcrawler tip right now. It's a simple and effective way to target multiple species. And you could often catch quite a few fish that way. Swing and a miss, right, Jeff? Yeah, we're just on a mosquito hook here. A little size 6, pretty small. There's tons of fish in here though. Every so often try moving your bobber if you're not getting what you want. Yeah, we'll adjust the depth here if we don't start getting something decent. We're getting a lot of activity. They've just been really small fish. Something's playing with it right now. I'm gonna have to adjust the camera over here so you guys can see in a minute. Bigger fish might be in a different level of the water. Yep, no, you're absolutely right. Like I was saying earlier though, I'm kind of limited here. We're fishing from the shore and I don't have a whole lot of, I don't think there's any real deeper parts around here, so I'm just casting to the different brush piles and we have some reeds. So I'm just trying different, there we go, there's another fish. What do we got now? Another pumpkinseed. All right, come on, where's the crappie at?
Motion detected in the side yard.
This one's smaller than the other ones that we've got, but much prettier color. They're such neat little fish. He mangled our worm here. We might get one more cast out of this guy. Thank you, Petra. Crappie I caught, I thought I had a worm on a hook and it had 5 ounces. 5 ounces? Oh, the crappie was 5 ounces. I thought you meant weight to begin with. I was like, you were crappie fishing with a 5-ounce weight? Took a minute for my brain to realize that that made 0 sense. And I had to recompute what you were saying. Ocean Man, welcome to the stream. How you doing, buddy? Beautiful Pumpkinseed. They're pretty, aren't they? They're honestly, I think, one of the prettier fish around here. They look like a perch. Tad, well done. Yeah, they're similar.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Yeah, the crappie. Okay, Bryson. Yeah, that's what I thought you meant. After I thought about it a second time. Well, I don't know what the carp are doing. That pole is just dead silent over there. Are there any weeds by you in the water? There's tons of weeds. I'm fishing in between. So there's like reeds sticking up out of the water over here. And then there's floating patches of like weeds that are breaking down. There's submerged patches of weeds. We're surrounded. I'm tossing my bobber in between into the open areas at the edges of the weed patches and the stick piles. This whole corner of the pond here is just full of submerged weeds and structure. And then every once in a while I'm popping it to, you know, move it slightly, bumping it into new positions. Put your biggest perch in chat, not huge, but I was happy. Oh, in Discord? Get rid of the SIG. Rick Dillo, last I checked, you are not my mother, but I appreciate your concern. I am a grown man. I know it's not good for me, but I do smoke, so I can understand if you don't like it. There are many other things for you to watch on YouTube, my friend. Fishing Fingers, how you doing, buddy? I'm actually gonna move this. I just saw a very nice sized fish surface over here. We're gonna toss it right over where I just saw this guy. And it's right next to these reeds that I was talking about. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. Hey, we're almost at 100. That's not too shabby. Oh, was that the bird that hit it? I think the damn bird just ran into my line. Stinker. I got excited there for a second. I thought carp on the line. Pretty sure it was just the bonehead bird that ran into it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on, buddy.
Motion detected in the side yard.
I will try in a minute here to see if we can adjust the camera so you guys can see where I'm fishing over here. I was just getting a bite, and I'll do it now. About the time I set down the pole is when something's gonna yank it under. Alright, let's scoot this guy over. Alright, so this is what we've been fishing. It's shallower, but again, there's a whole bunch of cover over here, some different terrain. Oh, now I can't see. Adjust this slightly. I can't read. What brand rod and reel you using? What size is the rod and what action tip? So what I like to fish, this is one of my favorite rods that I use. It's a Ugly Stick Carbon, medium light fast action. It's 6'10". Super versatile rod, super lightweight, really sensitive, but they're durable as heck. I use this anywhere from catching the dinks like we're doing today. I mean, I've caught 20-pound plus carp on it, catfish, and they handle amazingly well even with the bigger fish. Way oversized for what it's rated for, but they work real well. I set it up with the Piscifun Carbon X2 reel, the 1000 or the 2000 series. This particular one that I have in my hand is the 2000 series. The pole over there and the pole holder for the carp is the 1000 series. The whole combo, it weighs just under a pound. They're very lightweight, but super durable. I love these poles. I have, probably over a dozen other poles in the garage, and I use these more than probably anything else I own. Sir Froggy, welcome to the stream. Falcon, welcome to the stream. Beautiful view, Mr. Depp. Thanks, Falcon. Matt had excuse why I was holding it. I don't know the correct way. Matt had, it's all right. It takes some practice, and I don't know. There's so many different ways you can hold a fish. You just want to try and make sure you're not hurting them in the process. Did you ever find out what it was? If that was a giant pike when you went lake fishing the other day. Rob Perez, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we did review the footage. It turned out it was not the monster I hoped it to be. And why it felt so big was the pike. It was a good sized pike. It was probably a 5-6 pounder. But it actually bit at the camera, not the lure. And after it struck at the camera, it faded back and it foul hooked it right in the center middle of the back. So we were pulling it through the water like a sideways log, which I knew the moment that I picked it up, it felt different. It felt bigger than anything I'd pulled out of there. And I don't know if y'all have ever foul hooked a fish. They feel like goddamn monsters when you don't hook them right. When they're not hooked in the mouth, they feel huge. So no, it did not end up being the behemoth that I wanted it to be. Meant to say half, not half. Nice setup. Yeah, Bill, I really like these, and they're really decently priced too. On sale, you can get this combo for right around $100. When they're not on sale, they do. Oh, something's got it. They do. The pole runs about 100. The reel about 50 or 60. But you can usually find them. In fact, we have a holiday coming up. And Sportsman's Warehouse, Amazon, all of them are going to start having deals on these. I'd keep an eye out for them if you're looking for a pole. Again, I got these for about $100 a rig when I bought them a couple of years ago. Just another little guy. What is this? Another Pumpkinseed. Oh, finally got our worm. Nope, we got our worm back. Oh, well, no, you guys don't get to see that one. We dropped it in the water. My bad. It counts though. We got her on the shore. Use them for bait. Now, Rob Perez, we're not able to use sunfish or game fish in general for bait here in central Montana. If you type .baits in the chat, it'll list out all the different baits that we can use for cut bait around here. And I think I've opened that one up to everybody being able to type it. Is it a slip bobber or a spring type? It's got a clip on, so kind of like your normal style, like the old school red and white round ones that you push and it's got a clip on top, and then push and it's got a clip on the bottom. These ones just have a clip on the top. And I really, really like them. They're super quick and easy to take on and put off your pole. You can adjust them on the fly real easily. They don't tear up your line. I have dozens of slip bobbers, and if you're one that ties your rigs on every time, that's the way to go. They're definitely a better solution. But then you got to use bobber stoppers and all sorts of stuff. It's more complicated and time consuming. I say it all the time on my channel here. I'm a lazy fisherman. I like to do things quick and dirty oftentimes. So clip-on bobbers I will often use way more often than a slip bobber. Rob Perez. No, I guess it. Oh, there you go. There, it spit it out. Okay, it's .bait, not baits. Thank you. Love the jacket. Madhead, yeah, these are my fishing shirts. I love these things. I get them off of Amazon. They're a little pricey, 20, 25 bucks a shirt, but they're UV resistant. It's like UV 50. They're super thin, so you don't get really hot. I wear, long sleeve out even in the heat of the summer, so I try not to get sunburns. When they get wet, they dry really quickly. I really like them. I've got like 4 or 5 of them. What type of line you use in pound test? So I run, I switched, not last year, but the year before, I switched over to Suffix Advanced. I run that on almost all my rigs. These particular rigs are running 30-pound Suffix Advanced braid. My catfish poles, I run like 60-pound Suffix Advanced braid. And then my trolling rigs, I run 18-pound test lead core Suffix Advanced braid. Really good stuff. It's a little bit pricey, but the other braids, like I used to be a really big spider wire fan. I ran them for years, and I just found after time I got so many wind knots. And it's actually, this stuff is thinner diameter than most of the other braids on the market as well. So I think that the 30-pound test braid here is equivalent to 4-pound mono. So it's very, very thin line. Dang, we missed it. But yeah, I use braid for pretty much everything. And then I tie my leaders with fluoro. And I'll use it anywhere from a 15-pound fluoro all the way up to 60 or 80-pound fluoro. Bryson, I'm at Walmart right now. What are you doing at Walmart, Bryson? What fishing lure are you using? Mighty Ducks, welcome to the stream. We're just using a bobber tipped with a nightcrawler right now. And then the pole behind here that you can't see is actually set up with a high-low rig and bread balls targeting carp. Flying Brian, good evening. Looks marvelous out there. Hope all is well. Thanks for swinging through, Flying Brian. How you doing today, buddy? It is beautiful views here, huh? I should swing you guys over just slightly so you can see the the mountains in the background. I was just trying to adjust it so I could read the chat. Kick her over a little bit here though. You can get a little bit of the view that I'm fishing as well as some of the background here. There's a seagull staring you down. You use J-braid. I'm not familiar with J-braid. Yeah, I know a lot of people use Power Pro, and I've used them in the past. Power Pro is kind of an old product though. They're kind of a legacy gen, kind of like Spiderwire is. Their Suffix Advanced is kind of the newer generation of braids. It's thinner diameter, it's stronger, it casts further. I'd recommend, if you've never tried it, it's a wonderful product. I use Suffix Mono, never tried their braid. I use Power Pro. Yeah, so Power Pro, a lot of the bass fishing elite use that stuff for years. But again, it's one of the, I call it a legacy product. They haven't really come out with anything innovative in years. It's the same product that's been on the market for a decade. The Suffix Advanced is a newer product, and again, it's thinner, it's stronger, it casts further. There's less wind knots. I definitely, in my opinion, it's a far superior line to Power Pro. Haven't really used braid, always used mono, hasn't let me down yet. Make strong knots to be safe. Now, a lot of people stick to mono or they do full fluoro. I like braid because you can get a way heavier poundage line that is the same diameter or smaller than than mono. That's good stuff. Somewhere, I think, in the weeds there. There we go, we just popped it out of the weed pile. Right there is where I've seen 2 or 3 times now a good sized fish that keeps surfacing eating bugs. If you guys can see where that bobber is. Right around yay. I'm a clinch knot guy. You're outside, put your phone down, bud. The phone is in a holder. I'm letting y'all who are chilling at home come and fish with me. Nonetheless, welcome to the stream, Coastal Breeze. Hope you're having a good day there, bud. I'm a clinch knot guy. Yeah, so I use uni for everything. If I'm tying line to line, like my braid to fluoro, I use a double uni knot. If I'm tying pretty much anything on the end of my hook, whether it's braid or fluoro, I use what's called a double loop uni knot. And it's just one of those knots I've tied for years. Ooh, there we go. There we go. That slight bump triggered an immediate bite. Just a little fish again. What do we got? Another pumpkinseed. There are a lot of these in here. Good Lord. All right, we'll let you guys actually see this one this time. Try and show it to you before I drop it in the water. There we go. Good size one. Very pretty colors. You called it, Mia. You called it. Seems like there's a bunch of them over here, but there's something bigger in there that I was seeing jump. It looked way bigger than that. I'm assuming it's a bigger bass. Maybe need a pike or two to thin them out. Or hey, madman. Man, I wish we had a pike pond around here. Buddies and I have joked about, putting pike in one of these ponds around here, but it would just, they'd eat literally everything in here. You'd get some nice fat pike though. Thanks, Black Sea. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. We got 28 people in here. We got a few more people in here now. Something just came up to the surface there. This little shallow area here. Oh, there's a baby turtle. Oh my God, that's cute. I don't know if you guys can see this or not. Look at that little guy. Oh, he just ducked under the water. That's one of the smallest painted turtles I've seen in a long time. Super adorable. I don't know, maybe that's a hatch from this year? Just a little guy. He's maybe, the shell is maybe 3.5 inches, 3 inches in length. Just itty bitty. We got something out there poking at our bobber again. We're gonna do the same thing as last time and just do a quick pop on it. Sometimes that's enough to draw, you know, grab the attention of fish around. Something keeps surfacing over there. I don't know what that is. Very nice view there. It is, Bill. I love the scenery around here. So gorgeous. Oh, it's such a nice day out. I was expecting it to be so much windier than this. I want to put perch and pike in the river next to me, but it's on its ass at the moment, and it's called riverware, good for salmon and trout though. Yeah, you get in big trouble around here if you illegally introduce fish into water bodies. It can be a pretty significant penalty, up to and including jail time, monetary fines, and possibly losing your fishing license for life. Falcon, welcome. No, I don't fly fish. I just I fish with a spin rod, and I do trolling sometimes from my boat. Somebody want to do me a favor and update that catch count? 1 largemouth bass, 4 yellow perch, and 6 pumpkinseed. There we go. Actually, you might want to hold off. Oh, dang it, we missed it. I was going to say you can hold off because we got another fish on the line, but I just lost it. I spoke too soon. Now, fly fishing looks fun. It's a whole different sport. You need a whole different set of gear, lures, etc. And oh, there's something taking it. There we go. There we go. Ooh, this one feels decent. I think we got another little bass, maybe. Oh yeah. A little bit bigger than the, nah, it's about the same size as the last bass. All right. Maybe a little bigger. What do you guys think? Nice little guy. He's probably 6.5 inches-ish. That's a child. Yeah, he's a little guy. But it's a bass. You want to update the catch count one more time? You want like 7 or 8? Is it? Yeah, we might have missed a couple. All right, we're gonna put a new worm on here and put some of our stinky nightcrawler juice on there. Mia, can you update the catch count again? 1 largemouth bass, 4 yellow perch, and I think it's actually 7 pumpkinseed. We haven't had anybody updating in a while. All right, we'll go with 6. That's fine. Thank you, Mia. Put it in the fish tank. Yeah, so that's another big thing around here in Montana is you are not legally allowed to leave a water body with any live fish. You must kill any and all fish before transporting. They don't want people introducing, again, the ideology behind that is they don't want people introducing invasive species or species where they don't belong. I love it when you catch fish we don't have. Makes me want to move over there. Yeah, that's one of the things I like about watching YouTube streams as well, is oftentimes people are catching stuff that we don't have around here, or I've never been able to get into catching. Fishing streams are fun to watch. I love them. We need to get crappie. I think I caught the crappie the last time off of this brush pile over to the right off camera. Sorry for the glug 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 there, guys. I'm dying of thirst over here. The Norseman, welcome to the stream. How you doing, the Norseman? Brownie Baseball 42, catch a fish for once. Brownie, we have caught tons of fish. Hang out for a few minutes, we'll see another one. Falcon, NEU First Nation, not here. I'm just poor white trash over here. Dave James, Madhead, we have a lot bigger fish if you know where to go. Oh dang, I was just gonna move the bobber. Oh, did I miss him? What the heck? I was just gonna pop the bobber, and as soon as I put slight tension on it, there was a fish there, and then there was not. Hammy D, what's up, my friend? Sean DeBose, welcome, welcome. The Norseman says, nice spot. Yeah, it's really pretty views around here. You're good, my friend. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Norseman. Thanks for hopping into the stream and hanging out. We're here fishing for multi-species. We have one pole in the water with bread balls for carp. And the other line here that you see me holding, we have just a bobber rig tipped with nightcrawlers. And we're seeing what's biting. We're dinking around here, hoping to pull out a decent-sized bass or maybe a black crappie. But we've been catching a bunch of fish. Kind of feel like I'm there next to you, fishing together. Well, I'm glad you do that. That's what I do it for. I know a lot of y'all wish you were out fishing. I know when I'm watching fishing streams, that's me jonesing to go fish. So I like to bring y'all out, and you know, it's not quite as good as fishing yourself, but I like to make the experience as interactive and inclusive as possible. Sometimes we don't catch a lot of fish, sometimes we do, sometimes we catch big fish, sometimes we just catch little fish. But we're fishing. But I appreciate all y'all that come and hang out and fish with me. Makes my experience a lot more enjoyable, I know that. So I just hope that you guys enjoy it too. Biggest northern pike caught in England is actually heavier than the biggest caught in the USA. I couldn't believe it when I found out. Yeah, we have some good sized ones here in the United States, but Canada, Europe, y'all produce some behemoth pike over there. Up there and over there. I was watching you pike fishing the other day. Oh, okay, Norseman. Were you on was that the Pishkin Reservoir when I was on my boat? I assume that's what you're referring to. Madhead, me, Dave, and okay coming over there for a fish off. Loser buys dinner. Yeah, we get into big fish around here sometimes. But as y'all know who fish, the big fish sometimes are a little harder to get on the end of your line. What size was the largemouth? Artipane, both of them were 7-ish inches. They're pretty small. There's some bigger ones in here. We just haven't gotten into them yet. And bobber fishing like this, I in the past have not caught particularly large bass fishing like this. Tend to catch a lot more fish fishing like this, but not necessarily bigger ones. If I were throwing some lures, some jigs, you know, a wacky rig or a Texas rig or something like that, we'd probably get into some bigger bass. But we're just playing with the bobber here for now. Big fish are always hiding in the water. Yeah, Gumar. They're around, they're lurking. We might get one. There's some really nice black crappie in here though. 11, 12 plus inches. Some of the bigger ones around this area. Fishing fingers. What's your favorite WWE wrestler? Man, I haven't watched wrestling since I was a wee little guy. When I was little, my favorite was always The Undertaker. I was WWF though, not WWE. The Undertaker and the pallbearer and what size the hook? We're on a pretty small hook, Dwight. This is actually a number 6. Are you allowed more than one rod in the water? Flying Brian, in lakes and ponds around here, yes, you can have 2 poles with 2 hooks on each pole. And today we are actually, there's one pole off camera over here that's just set up for carp. It was getting in the way of me casting, so we moved it out of the way. So I am running 2 poles right now. The carp rig is set up with a high-low rig and bread balls. And I've never actually caught a carp out of here. I'm pretty sure there's some big ones in here though. So we're just letting that one soak while we play around with the bobber here. That's teetering a little oddly there. We might have something playing with the bobber. The big fish are looking at the scaffolding. Maybe Dave. Norseman says you're from Nova Scotia. Okay. Bret Hart, Flying Brian. All right. Bill M with the super chat there towards your Starlink for the boat. I appreciate that, Bill M. You are awesome, my friend. I'm gonna, if I can like that. There we go. That really helps. And that is, we're running that today. This stream that we're powering here today would not be possible without the Starlink. There is barely 1 bar of cell service here. So without the Starlink, we would not be able to stream here today. So donations like that really go a long ways to help pay for the Starlink. Thank you, Bill M. You're awesome. Pole limits blow my mind. We fish with whatever here in Georgia. Yeah, that's one thing that really surprised me when I started watching the fishing streams. Because that's one of the questions that I always ask the streamers is like, how many poles do you have out? How many hooks do you have on the pole? How many poles and hooks are you allowed? And it's dancing over there. Something's playing with it. And yeah, Georgia, Tennessee, those places, there's like 99 poles, 99 hooks. You know, I mean, effectively there is no limit. Here in central Montana, in rivers and streams, 1 pole, 2 hooks. That's it. Ponds, reservoirs, lakes, you're allowed 2 poles with 2 hooks per pole. So that's oftentimes why when you see me streaming, I'm usually streaming from a pond, a reservoir, a lake, because it allows me that extra pole in the water. It drives me nuts only fishing with 1 pole. What the? Did y'all see that? That goddamn seagull just swooped down and caught a bigger bass than what we've caught today. Thieving bastard. Did y'all see that? Norseman, Alberta, Bill M, welcome. So the council decided to take England flags. Down, so all of England are putting. Love it. Oh yeah. That's our government doing government work at its finest, finding the most trivial and useless things to waste their time on. I'd put flags. Oh, there we go. Got something on the line. Again, still small, but see, now this one is the same as the other one. It doesn't have the distinct on the black dot. Pumpkinseed normally have, you know, that half, like a half moon shaped red spot or orange spot. This one doesn't have anything on one side, and then on the other side just has a slight yellow tinge right there. I'm pretty certain it's still a pumpkin seed, unless this is some kind of hybrid between pumpkin and bluegill. I don't know. Pretty fish though. Okay, you guys saw that bird showing you up, right, Mad Ed? You'll agree with selling Alaska back to Russia? Never seen a brim like that. No, that would be a absolutely terrible move, selling Alaska back to Russia. It would serve absolutely no benefit for America. That is a very strategic military location for the United States, as well as some of our largest stockpiles of natural resources are up there. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about fishing. I can hear people talking. Is there people fishing? Yeah, there's a couple of people over, and they're not canoes. They're I don't know what you call those. My brain's not working right now. Those little guys keeping you busy. Beautiful though. Yeah, they are. There's lots of them in here. I want a black crappie though. Imagine the fish says "wee" when you throw it. Maybe. I don't know. Ooh, this one feels. All right, this is definitely bigger than what we've been pulling in. Not. Ooh, it jumped. Another bass. What is this? Oh, it was a bass. It just came off in the weeds there. Dang it. Well, that was almost bass number 3. I pulled it into the weeds and our little micro hook here came off. Stole our worm and everything. Yeah, these guys in the boats are coming over our way. Barbless hooks. Flying Brian, they're not barbless, but the barb on these is so tiny. Austin Douglas, welcome to the stream. Is your name Matt? No, it's not. Everybody here calls me Rod or Vox. Heard the drag go. Yeah, that's the first time we've had any drag go on the pole here.
Not really, I'm just too lazy to pick it up. You still have it out though, right? You'll get something as we're filling in then. Probably has weeds on it right now. I don't know, it's not, the weeds don't really stick. True. You like to see my rod taking weeds.
Small water charters, welcome, welcome. How you doing today? Thanks for coming back to the stream. Oh, one of these days I'm gonna be able to pronounce that without making my brain hurt. Currently, every time I read it, I choke on it a little bit. Okeechobee, Florida, passing through. More upset he lost his worm. I am. Every time I have to put a new worm on, I got to use the stink juice there, and another probably 7-inch or so bass, about the same size as the other 2 that we caught. Don't they respect people fishing? They were out there fishing. I heard them holler a couple of times that they were on the black crappie. But yeah, they got pretty close. A lot of people are kind of oblivious when it comes to that. The law is you're supposed to stay at least 100 foot away from anybody who's fishing, whether you're in a boat or in the shore. And most people don't know that law, and even if they did, they simply don't care. Okeechobee. Okeechobee, Okeechobee, Okeechobee. All right, maybe next time I won't spit it out like I'm choking on something. Flying Brian, monster nightcrawler worms in my yard. Unfortunately, we can't use live bait in this area. So crawlers here aren't considered live bait for whatever reason. because we're not allowed to use live bait in central Montana either. But crawlers, leeches, and crawdad, and reptiles. Reptiles? Who the fuck fishes with reptiles? None of those count as live bait in central Montana. You're allowed to use those. But crawler is one of my most used baits when I'm out fishing. Which it's weird because crawler is not something a fish will normally see in the water. But it is one of the most universal and effective baits for multi-species fishing that there is. Luke Hooper, welcome back. Appreciate the thumbs up, guys. Wow, 2 more and we're at 100. I like watch Karen's telling people in the U.S. they can't fish and they get owned. Everybody's got an opinion. I don't know why people got to be like that. You see people out fishing, having fun. They're not hurting anybody or anything. Like, just leave them alone. I don't know why people get so bent out of shape. How's it going? Doing wonderful here. We're catching a whole bunch of fish. Nothing big yet, but beautiful weather, beautiful location. We're streaming out here with our Starlink Mini again today, bringing you guys another remote rural Montana fishing spot. This is Pelican Point. It's in between Cascade, Montana and Craig, Montana. Right beyond the pond here, at the foot of the mountains that you see there, which are the Cascade Mountains, is actually the Missouri River. And this stretch of the river from Cascade, which is downstream, to Craig upstream, is considered world-class trout fishing. People come from all over the world here mostly to fly fish and catch rainbow trout, brown trout, all sorts of beautiful big trout. There's mountain whitefish, a bunch of different kinds of the whitefish species here as well. But again, we're limited to only one pole in the water when we fish the river, so we're fishing the pond next to the river. Frenchio says I'm 99. I appreciate that. Oh, look at that, we hit 100. You're 100. Edit Films, thank you guys. Y'all are awesome. Always love to see the streams hit over 100 likes. Roland Martin fished there a lot in Okeechobee. Oh, now I'm, yep, I don't have it. I thought it was Okeechobee. Okeechobee? Polly Paul, I appreciate that. People like and sub if you like fishing. Hell yeah. We fish here on this channel 2 to 3 times a week, sometimes more. We do bank fishing, we do boat fishing, lakes, rivers, streams, ponds. If it's got water and it's got fish, we fish it. We're not picky. Oh, dang it. Missed it. And we are in central Montana. Most of what's around here doesn't get good cell reception, so in order to power these streams, we are packing a Starlink Mini, running it off of DeWalt battery packs. For Crow, how many fish? We've had a ton. In fact, if somebody could update that catch count, we're up to 8 Pumpkinseed now. So we have 2 largemouth, 4 yellow perch, and 8 Pumpkinseed. If y'all can update that, I'll pin it. I can't spell it, let alone say it properly. Bill, you and I alike. I butcher it every time I attempt it. For Crow, what's up, Rob? See you've been having a fun day. Well, I hope you guys are having a good day. I know I am. Work's over with. We got the weekend to play and fish. I'm excited. We're gonna go a little bit different spot here. Maybe there's some fish hanging out over there in the reeds. You guys can still see that, right? It's so hard for me to tell what you guys can see. There's a slight glare on the screen. I want to find these dang crappie. Oh, I think that was me. I moved the pole. Or is that not me? Matey Majorado. You been catching anything yet? Matey, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've caught a whole bunch. If you look, usually in my channel, we pin the catch count. So anybody that comes in can see what we've caught so far. If you're on a mobile device, it'll be pinned at the bottom of the comments. You'll see a message from Miyazaki in blue that lists out the current catch count. If you're on a tablet or a desktop, it'll be pinned at the top of the comment section. Rude, what's up, buddy? How you doing, Rude? Good to see you in here. Oh, there's a bite. And I missed it. I missed a comment there. You catch anything yet? Yeah, 2 largemouth bass, 4 yellow perch, and 8 pumpkinseed so far. Madhead, you done pole fishing? So what exactly is pole fish? You mean like long pole, like where you don't really have a reel, like a bamboo pole with a line tied to the end of it? Is that what people refer to as pole fishing? Flying Brian, some monster brown trout in the lake near me. Very elusive, but lots of yellow perch. Yeah, brown trout could get quite large. I've never caught a real true monster though. My biggest was around, oh God, 4 or 5 pounds. They get to be 30 plus pounds here in Montana. Wish I could see my view time on here. I've watched hours of Rob fishing and I've only seen him and reel in 3 fish. Some days are like that. I've had streams where I catch absolutely nothing. I always get in later though. Good afternoon. What's up, David Barry? How you doing? Matey, no, that's what they do in China with the pool fishing thing. What you just said. Oh, okay. They don't match course fishing in the US like we do. What do you mean by that? Okay, they don't match / course fishing. It's basically a pipe extendable. It's got elastic and then line. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never tried that. I think I know what you're talking about though. I've seen videos of people fishing like that. Matthew Sporler. Welcome, Matthew. How you doing today, buddy? Good to see you in here. Still got something nibbling on it. Would you guys take it? Yo, do you? What are you using? Are you using worms or something? Yeah, so we have one pole off camera to the right over here behind you that's set up with a high-low rig and bread balls. We're targeting common carp with that one. The pole that we're holding here is set up with just a basic slip bobber and or clip bobber rather, a inline weight and a small section of nightcrawler on the end. In fact, we can bring her in here and show you. I gotta check and make sure we still got a worm on here. All right. Yeah, so we just have a bobber rigged up about 24, 26 inches above the, we have an inline weight, a size 6 mosquito hook on 12-pound fluoro, and just a little tiny segment of a crawler. Mostly panfish and small fish in here, as well as largemouth bass, and they all seem to bite on this. No fishing, no life. Welcome to the stream, No Fishing. I always wanted to go on the Illinois River with a baseball bat and smack the flying carp. My buddy recently moved that way, so if I do it, I'll be uploading a video on the Discord chat. I've seen people do that. Them damn invasive carp down there that fly at the boats swimming by or driving by are insane. Yeah, we don't have that around here. Madhead, bedtime bro, night rod on chat. All right, Madhead, always a pleasure to see you in here, bud. Get some rest. We might stream for a little while tomorrow. I have to do some work on my boat to get the Starlink mounted properly on there for Sunday's stream. But y'all, if you want another epic fishing stream, we're gonna do another marathon on Sunday, I think. We're gonna be out on the water probably from like 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So 15 hours or so stream, and we'll be fishing for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, and northern pike. Sport of match fishing, as it's known in the UK, is not as common or widely promoted in the USA. What exactly is match fishing? Oh, let me read the previous comment. You were explaining it. Yo, if you have a worm, try garlic on it. Yeah, we're running a worm. We're actually using a nightcrawler scent on the nightcrawler right now. Match course fishing in the UK is a competitive, organized event where anglers try to catch the most weight of freshwater fish like carp, bream, or roach in a set time with fishing positions. Okay, I mean that's basically our fishing tournaments here. They have a bag limit that you get per day, and then they do like combined bag limits over 2 or 3 days. Usually that's for bass or sometimes walleye. I've never fished like that though. Ian, what's up, Pike Man? We're just chilling. We're dinking around at one of the local ponds to see if we can. I've only ever caught one black crappie in my life, and it was like 8 inches. And there's big ones in here, and that's what we're trying to catch today is a nice fat black crappie. There's supposedly 11, 12 plus inches in here. USA is more bass fishing and stuff. Bass fishing is really, really popular here, okay. They take children out of the boat. We don't have them here on the Mississippi, but we have freshwater drum, sheephead that are invasive. Oh, so freshwater drum are invasive there. We have freshwater drum here in Montana and the Missouri River. It's a really infrequent catch though. Usually I'll get them as a bycatch when I'm out either catfishing or fishing for sturgeon. Oftentimes you'll pull up, 1, maybe 2 a session. We keep them for cut bait with no daily limit on them. Yeah, we can't use drum for cut bait here, but I don't think, I'd have to look up. I'm not sure if they're considered a game fish or not. How many times you buried hooks into your hand while fishing? So last year I had probably the most gnarly incident with a treble hook I've ever experienced. I was pulling a smaller pike out of the net, and I had cut it off of a crankbait, and it started whipping around, and it caught me right in the web of the hand with the treble, and ripped like it was like an inch-long gash into my hand. The like fatty tissue was all exposed, really gnarly. But it ripped enough that I didn't have to, it didn't take a whole lot of effort to get the barb out. I had a giant gaping hole in my hand. But that was probably the worst experience that I've had with hooks. And that's the only time I've had them hooked in my hand. I was casting the one time with a very small trout lure that had a tiny treble hook in it, and got a wind knot, and it swung back around and stuck me in the forearm. That one was a pain in the ass. That one, the treble was embedded, and I couldn't get the damn thing out. I ended up having to take a little razor blade and cut, a small cut in my skin in order to get in order to rip it out. Be careful around treble hooks. They are not fun to get out. Crappie fishing is fun on the boat, jigging, finding a school on the lake. Yeah, we don't have them in very many places around here. Silly Salmon, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Sherry 420 fishing. Hello from Ireland. Well, hello from Montana, Sherry. Square Body Chevy, how you doing today, buddy? Welcome back to the stream. How you doing, Silly Salmon? Been a while since I've seen you in here. For Crow, rule of thumb, if you go fishing and don't catch a sheephead, you had a good day. I like catching the drum when I'm out fishing. Again, it's one of those fish that I've never really caught very many of them. We're gonna try out again by this wood pile over here. Sherry says, I like pike fishing. Pike is my absolute favorite species to target around here, Sherry. We just did a live stream last Sunday where we caught, I think, 10 northern pike and 1 pike lip. Poles are heavily used in coarse match fishing where anglers target roach, bream, and canals, rivers, and small. Okay, so you guys fish, do pole fishing for the competitions. Wesley, what's up, Wesley? Welcome from Brazil. I think that's the flag there. U.S. anglers tend to go for bass, trout, catfish, walleye, panfish. Those are often best caught by spinning, bait casting, or flagger. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Ian, 2 herring and a flounder after work. Nice. Oh, there we go. All right, this is for sure I think the biggest one we've had on the line. Ooh. What are you? Oh, another bass? Looks like another little bass. And maybe not, maybe a little bigger than the last 2. Slightly. Oh, oh. All right, well, you just helped yourself off the hook there. Quit. All right, turn off. Yeah, slightly bigger than the last couple. Nice little bass. Largemouth bass. This one's probably 8 inches. Still a wee little guy, but get him back in the water there. I'm doing good as hell. Glad to hear that, Square Body. Charles Jackson, welcome to the stream. Where are you at today, bro? We are in central Montana still. We're fishing another remote water body here with the Starlink. This is called Pelican Point. It's in between Cascade, Montana and Craig, Montana. Jeffro Deathrow says, I see an alligator. My friend, you need glasses or fewer substances in your body. There are no alligators in Montana. Man, you catch 5-10 pounders left and right over this way. They suck in everything you toss out. I wish, for crow. My biggest pike is 52 inches. Good God, Sherry. That's a monster. That is truly a legendary sized pike. The biggest one that I've caught is 22.5 pounds, 42 inches. And we are still trying to improve upon that. But congratulations, Sherry, that's a beast. Real LA Kelly, hey brother, are you catching or fishing? We are catching today. We've caught a bunch of fish. In fact, I need somebody to update the catch count if they would. We have 3 largemouth, 4 yellow perch, and 8 pumpkinseed. 4th fish I've seen you catch now. Yeah, we're catching, we've got a good number of them. Nothing big so far yet. I guess we were catching barely. I don't know, man, we got 6, 7, 8, 9, 15 fish. Is that not enough fish for you, Kelly? Cindy Martin, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Cindy? Welcome back. Mississippi Catfish 29 Grumpy Vet. That's a very long name, my friend. Nice little bass. Yeah, good little largemouth. He wasn't a monster, but he was still fun. I think we're getting bit over here again. This looks like eastern Montana. We're in central Montana, Chip. Similar to eastern Washington. Oh, there's another. No, we missed it. Neil Bell, what are nightcrawlers? I'll show you. They're basically like a fat earthworm. I'll show you a full one here in a second. Bill M says, nice catch, Rod. Appreciate that. Not a bad little bass. We'll see if we can get one a little bigger out of here. Square body, I think we have a bot in the stream. Maybe? Ian, time to chow. Peace, Rod. All right, Ian, thanks for swinging by. Always a pleasure to see you. For Crow, Neil, they're Canadian worms usually. Also do some perch fishing too. They're fun to target. Yeah, I love to fish for perch as well. They don't get very big here in Montana though. You were grumpy old vet. Oh, okay, Mississippi. I recognize you. I like your choice of float. I use Thill and really recently made some in that style. Yeah, I have a whole bunch of Thill. And the line through bobbers are better usually. They just take a lot more work to set up. These ones, I've loved them. I just started using them this year. And as long as you double wrap the line around the hook, they stay real well. You can easily adjust them up and down. They make them from small to pretty big. They got enough weight to them that you can cast them really easily. They're quickly becoming one of my favorite bobbers to use. Found crusty napkins under my son's bed again. Hope he didn't catch another cold. 3, yeah, that is definitely what happened. He's sick. He's got a cold, for sure. Built different. A rod and a real blizzard. A rod and real blizzard. We got white stuff floating around here. I think it's from the cottonwood trees. I've got a few 30 to 40 centimeter perch over here, but they can get bigger. Yeah, they get about, I think the biggest one I caught was 9.5, almost 10 inches. Lucas, welcome. Blizzard, get a spinning reel and some eagle claw pre-tied hooks, some worms. You want a wacky hook and Senkos. Wrapped around. How do you always do that? The damn line wrapped around the end of the pole. What are you fishing with and trying to catch? We have one rod out that is set up with a high-low rig and bread balls. We're trying to see if we can, we're letting that soak for a, oops, there we go, there's another fish. Letting that soak for a carp. And in the meantime, we're fishing just a bobber rig and pulling in all sorts of random little dinks. There's another yellow perch. Again, that's pretty small. Oh, nope. Oh, come on. Why are these little ones so hard to hold on to? Knock it off. Get over here. We just want to take your picture, buddy. All right. And for those of you who don't know, so this is a yellow perch. They're of the same family as walleye. And again, they don't get very big here. Really good eating if you can get a decent sized one. But we've got a bunch of them today. They're awesome floats. Try not to cry when you break them. Watch them float away. I've been lucky enough. I have 3 of these, and I'm still on my first one. Knock on wood. Imaginary wood. Where are you fishing at? Farrah, we're in central Montana. This is called Pelican Point. Do you have a snap swivel down on your hook? Yeah, a snap swivel, an inline weight, our bobber, and a size 6 hook tipped with a crawler. Lucas says, never mind. What, did I miss something? That's a sunfish. No, that one is a, we've caught a bunch of different sunfish today. Pumpkinseed. But that is not a sunfish. That was a yellow perch. But no, my snap swivel's not down on the hook. It's off the end of my main line. Somebody do me a favor and update the catch count. It is 3, just type out 3 largemouth bass, comma, 5 yellow perch, comma, 8 pumpkinseed. Yep, I missed it. And then I will pin that message. Western Vulture, welcome to the stream. It's nice out there. Oh, it's a beautiful day out today. We're right around 80 degrees air temperature. Just a slight breeze. In the background here, you can see the foothills of the Cascade Mountains. It's an absolutely gorgeous day, and we're fishing. For Crow, thank you. Perfect. Appreciate you, For Crow. Square Body Chevy also appreciate you. He just beat you to it. We have something over here nibbling on our bobber again. Wyatt D's, where are you? We're Central Montana. The fishing hole is called Pelican Point. When are you going to specimen fish? So it depends on the weather. Where I wanted to take you guys this weekend is Lake Elwell, or it's called Tiber Dam, Tiber Reservoir, and there are some absolute monolithic, just gorgeous fish in there. But the wind, unfortunately, is going to be too bad. So we are actually going to go to Holter, I think, on Sunday. I'm going to take the boat and the Starlink up there. But that is, just last year, the state record walleye was pulled out of there. I don't remember offhand. I could be completely wrong. I want to say it was like something like 17 pounds. Very good sized walleye. But that's where we're going to go on Sunday. Apparently the rainbow, the kokanee trout, the walleye, as well as northern pike are biting real well at Holter right now. And the wind is supposed to be moderate on Sunday. Ryan Sullivan, welcome, welcome. Real L.A. Kelly, we caught a bunch of those perch in Washington State. They seem to have more bones than other fish. The bones to meat ratio is not worth eating them. Yeah, the little ones, a lot of people here will fill up stringers full of them and they make fish tacos. But I always say it literally takes more time to fillet them than it does eat them. And if a fish takes you longer to fillet than eat, there's something wrong. Get a bigger fish. They're absolutely delicious though. They're of the same family as walleye. Really, really good meat. But unless you're getting them, you know, 10, 12 plus inches, it's such a waste of time. But walleye and perch do have a slightly different bone pattern than a lot of the other fish. I think that it's similar to how like a pike has they call it a Y bone in it. You have to fillet them properly in order to get rid of the extra layer of ribs. Otherwise, yeah, you get bites full of bone fragments, and I don't know if any of y'all ever gotten a fish bone stuck in the back of your throat. Do not recommend it. Not fun. Sherry, I love drop shot for perch. I got 120 perch in 2 hours of fishing last week. Good Lord. Yeah, I've never been on the fish like that. I hear people tell me stories like that they've caught, you know, that just massive amount of fish in a short period of time. In all my years of fishing, I've never been on fish like that. It sounds fun though. Ryan Sullivan, exploding slime brain hand heart. Well, exploding slime brain hand heart right back at you, buddy. Ah, missed it. Come on, crappie. That's what we're here for. I want a fat black crappie. Square body Chevy is weird ghosty emoji. Where are you guys finding these damn emojis at? I've never seen these. Holly Tolomeo, do you use Starlink for your lives? Yeah, so we're running Starlink Mini today. Otherwise, we would not be able to power this live. It's set up in the background over here. We're running it off of a DeWalt battery pack. But I've loved it. Takes a whole bunch of bandwidth to put out a high quality stream, but without it I wouldn't be able to stream from almost anywhere around here. Christine, do you have you got any bites You haven't had good luck. Oh, we've caught 18, no, 8, 16 fish so far, Christine. I think we're doing pretty good. We've caught a bunch of babies. Nothing's been real sizable, but we've been hooking up pretty regularly here. Drop shot is a good technique. It absolutely is, Bill. Efon, welcome to the stream. Effin. Hi guys, hope you're all having a good day. Appreciate that, Nathan. How you doing today? ADK Outdoors, what's your biggest salmon? Mine is 34.2 inches, 15 pounds. I'm 10. Well, ADK, you have caught way bigger salmon than I ever have. The biggest salmon I ever caught was a kokanee salmon, and it was about 4 pounds. Good luck. I subbed to your channel. I appreciate that, Christine. All you guys that are subbing to the channel, that are giving them thumbs up, coming to hang out and fish with me, I appreciate every last one of you. It makes the experience so much more enjoyable for me. Come on, buddy. Oh, that must have just been a weed patch I pulled through. I have video proof of it too. It was so good. Sure, you should upload that to YouTube. I bet you that video would do real well. People would love to watch you just absolutely destroy the perch for 2 hours straight. I know I would. If you upload it, tag me in it. I'll come watch it. Luke Hooper, welcome, welcome. Wang, what's the target species? Wang, the main target is black crappie, which we have caught 0 of. We're multi-species fishing though. We're catching yellow perch, pumpkinseed, largemouth bass. We have a pull out for common carp. But black crappie is the target here today. MHG fishing, what up, what up? Welcome to the stream, MHG. They're in the YouTube emojis. It's a smiley face next to the chat. Okay, that's where you guys are finding them. Pink, is that a pink poop? Looks like a pink poop. Square body Chevy for crow. Yeah, I have no idea what the hell those are for crow. I've never seen those. Hope everybody's doing well. Absolutely. Good God, y'all are pulling some weird ones out. Yeah, we dropped a jig on the bottom, then raised a few feet, caught them at a fast pace. Ah, that sounds fun. Oh, we got a baby turtle following. No, get away, get away. All right, our worm's gone. He was just gonna bite the hook. Bill M sent a thumbs up. Appreciate that, Bill M. Thank you, thank you. All you guys that are joining the Rod Squad and sending super stickers and all that fun stuff, I appreciate it. That really helps offset the cost of the Starlink Mini. Again, I'm out here fishing for fun, and we don't need the donations, but if you guys want to donate to help pay for the Starlink, it does help out. That bad boy costs us about 165 bucks a month to run the fishing streams here. But it's all right. I'm out here having a blast, and I love to be able to take you guys along with me. And you guys might have noticed when you came in today, you might have been forced to watch an ad. I apologize about that. That is, again, we did get monetized on here, and that's one of the methods that I'm going to use to try and cover the cost of the Starlink. But it's just one ad. It won't hurt you. It's awesome. I didn't think it could support this size upload. Yeah, so if you have the bandwidth, you can stream in up to 4K resolution. And I don't think the Starlink is getting us quite to 4K, but it's at least HD. Doing good, packing up for a fishing trip. Heck yeah, where are you going fishing, Nathan? Israel Thomas, welcome back to the stream. Stacey, welcome. You look like Hyunjin from Stray Kids. Well, I hope that's a good thing. I'm not familiar with Stray Kids. Is that a fish? I can't tell if that was a fish or not. No, I think we missed it. How you doing, Stacey? Ryan Sullivan, what are you using? Just a bobber tipped with a nightcrawler, and then I actually I'm using some of this, and it's gonna be backwards on the camera here, but it's Procure Nightcrawler scent. So we're putting nightcrawler scent on our nightcrawler. Oh, somebody had asked what a nightcrawler is. I forgot to show you if you're still in here. And these aren't the biggest ones. It depends. Sometimes you get really fat ones, but they're basically just a fat, long earthworm. Oftentimes we get them and they're like 2 to 3 times this size, though. These are kind of babies. I didn't go to the bait shop though. I just grabbed a container from the local gas station, and they usually don't get the big ones. The Puka. What's up, Puka? Welcome, welcome. Edwin Perry said hi. Welcome to the stream, Edwin. Built different. Crappie are delicious, are they? I've never eaten one. Got something messing with our bobber here. She's teeter-tottering back and forth a little bit. Bad turtle. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them in here, but I keep seeing there's just a little guy. He's the cutest little thing. He keeps swimming. The water's super clear here. And I keep seeing him trailing and following my bobber in as I pull it. Stream Elements, ADK Outdoors sub to the channel. Thank you, ADK. Appreciate you subbing. Appreciate all you guys that sub. We do stream here 2 to 3 times a week usually, sometimes more. We do bank fishing, boat fishing. We fish in rivers, lakes, ponds, reservoirs. If there's fish, there's water, we'll fish it. Hit that sub button, hit the little bell icon, and you'll get a notification that next time we go live. Come hang out, come fish with us. There's a wonderful group of people that hang out here. That is a whole lot of more weird emojis from Ryan. I live in PA, mostly fish the Indian River Inlet in Delaware. Visiting Montana is on my bucket list. Holly, come on over. You will not be disappointed. Unless you come in the winter. If you come in the winter, you better like snow and snowboarding, skiing. I guess you're from PA though, so you get a bit of that. We get a little bit colder here than PA though. A little bit more snow. Yo, good luck. I subscribed to your channel. Thanks, Christine. Appreciate that. Ooh, there we go. There's another one. That one feels bass. Nope. Ooh, a little fatter perch. Another little yellow perch. All right, he choked the hook down. I like that cast. I can see the float. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it somewhat in view of the camera so you guys can at least watch the float. There we go. And I know I'm a little bit behind on chat here, guys. I am trying to get caught up. Let me show you guys this little... Knock it off. Oh, God. Yeah, lip gripping a perch just doesn't work very well. Another little yellow perch. Pretty little fish. All right, let's get caught up on chat here real quick. You said that before. You deserve a donation. Great channel. Thanks for your content. Thank you, Bill. Again, you're awesome. All you guys are awesome. Thanks for coming to hang out and fish. Might see it on the channel soon. I have a few videos of the pike I've got on the channel. I can't fish. I've got a knee injury at the moment. Sherry, if you go to one of my videos and comment on it, whether it be a short or long, and just let me know that you have fishing content on your channel, I will happily go and sub and check out your content, especially it's pike content. That's my fish. But I'm sorry to hear about the knee injury. I hope you get better soon. Americans like to have different name for everything. What do we call different, Dave? There is a lot of slang over here, though. You're right. CJ Strike Reservoir, gonna inflate the fishing raft. There's weeds there. The bobber's sitting weird. There we go. I think I'm out of the weeds. Gonna inflate the fishing raft and see what I can troll for. Heck yeah, Nathan. Good luck, buddy. I just went on a camera trip. I got like 4-pound bass. Heck yeah. That's bigger than any bass I've ever caught, Ryan. SoCal, what's up, buddy? You still out fishing, or did you leave your fishing hole already? Appreciate the sub there, Kato Remelik. Welcome to the channel. Perch are terrible for engulfing the hook. They do, dear mama. They oftentimes... perch and small catfish are some of the worst. I always say they're halfway done pooping them by the time you get them out of the water. Oh God, we got the mosquitoes, a whole swarm of them coming over. They get pretty big in my lake, perch and crappie. Yeah, I've never really gotten into big perch around here. The biggest I've ever found was 9.5 inches. Yep, got 2 bay bass, 1 shovel-nose shark, a big-ass stingray so far. Heck yeah. Oh, so you're still out fishing. Nice, nice, buddy. Stingray, huh? Yeah, I caught one of those when I was down in Florida when I was like 17. Had no idea what the hell it was. But sounds like you're having a good catch so far. Nice. Speaking of which, can somebody do me a favor? Update the catch count. We've now got 3 largemouth bass, 6, 7 yellow perch, and 8 pumpkinseed. It looks like something's playing with our bobber there. We might have another fish on the line here in a minute. Tide is starting to come up, so the bite should pick up. Oh, does it? I guess that would improve. The tide coming up is going to bring more of the fish into the shallows. Heck yeah. You going to stay out there fairly late tonight? Do you bring like lights and stuff when you go fishing, SoCal? You guys, if you have not checked out yet, SoCal Outdoors, great channel. He's fishing right now as we speak. He's fishing Southern California, the bay outside of San Diego area. He's catching all sorts of cool stuff. Stingrays, sharks, sea bass, all sorts of stuff that you would never find here in Montana. Square body, it's 7 yellow perch, not 5. Hope the bite picks up. We're doing pretty good here. But yeah, definitely. I hope you catch some monsters over there, SoCal. But yeah, if you guys like my channel, hop over there to SoCal Outdoors channel. He's fishing right now as well. And he catches some really cool stuff, and he's a really good dude. Fun to chat with, very knowledgeable. Overall, just a good guy. You'll enjoy his streams if you like mine. He's a little hairier, a little chubbier than I am, but we're kind of the same personality. A little rough around the edges, but we love to fish. I'll be here a while. I didn't bring any lights. Forgot them at the house. Ah, man. Fishing Bros. Yeah, I remember you, buddy. Welcome, welcome. Kenneth Dunklin. Do you know the Muffin Man? I don't know the Muffin Man. He's not my homie. 120 thumbs up. Let's go. Doing good. Good stream. Having fun. Catching a bunch of fish. Still need a black crappie though. I gotta get back over by this wood pile over here. That's where I think the black crappie are hanging out. Fish on! Heck yeah! Let us know what it is, SoCal. Oh, oh, ow, I missed it. That was a good bite too. There we go, square body. Thank you. Some weird bug crawling on me. Sherry, appreciate you, man. I will do mainly target pike, so I hope you like it. I'm off to bed, going at 2 in the morning here. I've subbed, and we'll catch you in the next live, bro. Tight lines. Thanks for swinging through, Sherry, and I absolutely do love pike content. That's one of the things I feature on my channel here a lot. If you've left a comment, I will definitely check your channel out. But if you like pike content, check some of my content out. We have a lot of underwater camera, lure cameras with the pike. We troll for them, we river fish for them. Pike is one of the things that I target the most often here in in Montana. Dave, welcome, welcome. ADK, my YouTube channel, ADK Outdoors is the one at sunset. 80K, yeah, same thing goes for you. Any of you guys in here, if you're streamers, if you have fishing content, if you've subbed to my channel, go leave a comment on one of my videos and let me know that you subbed and that you are also a fishing or outdoors related channel. I will gladly sub back and come check out your content. Munchie, welcome back. All right, I gotta set this down for a second and grab a drink. Ugh. Any of y'all guys going out fishing this weekend? And again, sorry for the glug 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 there. I think that probably shows up on the mic. I'm guzzling, I'm thirsty. I'll check it out now. I love how different pike are around the world. Yeah, it's surprising how different the appearance can be depending on where around the world you're catching them. We have some pretty nice pike here in Montana. Oftentimes they're pretty beat up though. We got bully pike around here. They pick on each other. So oftentimes they'll have big chunks taken out of them. They bite each other's fins off. They're not very nice to each other. And as I suspected, our worm is gone. Let's get another little chunk of a crawler on here and squeeze some of this foul-smelling substance on there. All right, let's go with a nice fat worm head. There we go. Yeah, we're just on a little micro hook here. This is about a size 6 snelled bait hook. These panfish and little bass, if I don't use a tiny hook, I tend to get missed hook sets all day long. So we opt for a pretty small hook here, and you'd be surprised at how well you can actually pull in some bigger fish with these itty bitty little hooks. Oh, all right, I did it. I rubbed it in, and I'm gonna regret it because this stuff stinks. All right, we'll see if that works. Let's get one cast over closer to the, whoa, not there. There we go. We almost, I was gonna say by the tree, and I almost put her in the tree there. Another stingray. Nice, SoCal. How big are they over there? Square body Chevy, I'm gonna ask. It's dark where I live right now. Oh yeah, it's only 6:56 here, so a little before 7. We probably have another 2 hours of daylight here. We'll probably pack up around 9 p.m. and head back towards the truck. Same over here. I've had some with the tails missing, chunks taken out of them. Yeah, they that 22.5 pounder, the 42 incher that I caught a few years, that is my current PB. He had big bites in him. Something bigger was trying to eat it, which I as much as I say, hate to see that, you know, a fish damaged, I love to see that, you know, that just means there's bigger fish in there than that, which makes me very happy. One of these days I'll get into, you know, the 30-pound range and 50+ incher. One of these days. Scott Johnson, your worm is gone because you're looking at the camera. Sometimes I try and give equal attention to the fishing and you guys. Come on, let's get started. We've had somewhere around 20 fish already in the last 3 hours. We're doing pretty good here. In Michigan, it's dark. About 14 to 16 wing to wing. Okay, so it's smaller size. Yeah, the one that I caught when I was in Florida was a beast. That sucker had to have been 36, 38 inches wide. And the barb on that sucker's tail was probably a good 5.5, 6 inches. Mike Abraham, what a view. Welcome, Mike. Yeah, it is pretty here. You got the Cascade Mountains in the background here. Those are just the foothills of Cascade Mountains. Absolutely breathtaking views here in rural central Montana. Yeah, I'm the same. I'm on a hunt for a 40 pound now. Yeah, our state record here in Montana is like 37 pound, I think. And it's held since the 70s. It's gonna be tough to beat that around here. V says, hi, I love you. Well, I'll give you half a heart back because I'm holding my pole in my other hand. Love you too, V. V was giving Country Road Take Me Home vibes. Yeah, there honestly, so everywhere you go around here is just breathtaking views. Big Sky Country, that's right. They call it Big Sky Country, the Treasure State, the last best place. There's all sorts of nicknames for Montana. Chilling and watching from Boston. Right on. How's the fishing over there in Boston, Mike? 15101 Bran SR in California is 88 pounds out of this. State record for what, Bran? Yelled for northern pike? Oh, something's taking our bobber there. Come on, take it. Take it. That's probably a turtle. Get away from my hook if you're a turtle. We don't want to catch a turtle. If you had one place to go in the world, where would you go? Square body Chevy. One of my life goals is to catch, there's a type of pike. It's a white pike. And I forget how to, it's like Arun, A-R-U-N, something like that. It's a white and black, it almost looks like a zebra pike. But they're like on the border between Russia and China or somewhere like that. Basically somewhere you go this day and age, you're probably not gonna come back from. But one of these days I would like to go there and catch one of those pike. They're so exotic looking. Salmon, okay, salmon. Yeah, that's a big salmon. We get some pretty good sized salmon. We have 3 different species of salmon here in Montana. Kokanee salmon, which I think the state record's only 7 or 8 pounds on those. The big ones are the cohos or the Chinook salmon, and they get to be 30 pounds, 40 pounds. Not no 80 pounds though. That's an absolute beast. Good fishing here, but better there. Oh, some days are good, some days are not. Today we're getting lots of bites. We haven't managed to pull anything sizable out yet, but I'm having a blast. Hope you guys are enjoying watching me catch a few fish. Scott Johnson, cutthroat. We do have cutthroat here. I've only caught 1 cutthroat. We have like half a dozen different kinds of cutthroat though. A whole bunch of hybrids. West Slope cutthroat, cut bows, which are rainbow crossed with a cutthroat, and then a handful of other hybrids and variants like that. Really pretty fish. I'll drive there if you drive back for those weird Russian Asian pike. Deal. One of these days, SoCal, I'm down. I don't know how the hell you get a visa or, you know, permission to actually fish those areas. But when we take want to see my rod channel on global tours, which we will be in the next few years, that'll be a destination that's on the list. Can you swim there, or is it protected? No, people swim in here. I don't, but people swim in here. It's nice, clean water. I wouldn't swim anywhere that's close to where people fish. I don't like fishing hooks stuck in my body. Caught in 79, so is yet to be beaten. Huh. Not come back because you became fish bait. We will try not to. That's definitely not worth fishing it if we ain't gonna come back from it. But I don't know, there's lots of places around the world I would love to go. I've always wanted to really see. I've always been into, you know, ancient human history, you know, the pyramids and other ancient structures like that. One of these days, I'd love to go around the world and see stuff like that. Ever since I was a little kid, I've wanted to go see the Great Pyramids and the Great Sphinx. Oh, come on, we had her. I think that was just another little perch. You need to kayak fishing. Super good in water bodies like this. You would have much better luck. In fact, the people that were out in the little boats earlier today were getting on the black crappie, which is what I've been trying to get into. You would not catch my ass in one of those things, though. I don't swim well, and I don't like to get wet. My little 16-foot aluminum John boat is about as small of a boat you're ever going to find me in. Unfortunately, they don't allow motorized boats in this water body, though, so we are going to fish from the shore. We have pretty good luck. Last time I caught a black crappie here, it was only 8 or 9 inches, though. We're after something a little bit bigger today. Egypt is lovely. Yeah, I've always wanted to go there to see the sights. I've watched a handful of videos, and it looks like the locals there can make it quite a not very enjoyable experience. They're very pushy. They want to sell you things. They want to get you on camel rides. A lot of scamming. But if you can get past all of that, yeah, I would imagine it's absolutely wonderful there. We still have a worm. All right, so let's go back over by the brush pile here. See if maybe we can coax something out over this way. Still didn't get that butane torch. No, I have not yet, Bill. I used to carry one years ago. They were handy. I've just got a bunch of Bics right now. And Mia gave me the clicky lighter, which I really don't like, but okay, I'm gonna go try for some live bait. Tight lines, y'all. I'll be back in the live bit. All right, SoCal, thanks for swinging through, buddy. Congratulations on the catches. I hope they keep coming for you. Dear Mama says you have to be very firm indeed. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Yeah, I've just a couple of people that I know that have gone over there, and then again, some of the tourist videos that I've watched on YouTube of people going over there. It's just you just get harassed, especially around, you know, the more common monuments, the tourist trappy areas. The locals there they're just ruthless and relentless. Sea fishing, have you caught anything yet? Yeah, we've caught a whole bunch of stuff. We're up to, what, 3 largemouth bass, and I think this catch count's a little bit behind. 3 largemouth bass, 7 yellow perch, and 8 pumpkinseed. That, or maybe a couple more. We don't. It doesn't get updated every time I catch. Hang out, Steve. We'll probably have another one on the line here shortly. The fish are biting real good today here. Checked out the channel, some nice pike, man. I'm off to catch you next time. All right, Sherry, thanks for checking out the channel. We'll see you on the next one. We'll probably have a marathon live stream on Sunday. We'll be on probably 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time through 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Brian Padone, I was here a few days ago. Remember me? I kept asking questions about striped bass. Yeah, Brian, I remember you. Welcome back. Holly Ptolomeo. Michael, as a girl, can I say help her catch one fish and she'll hopefully be hooked? That's all it took for me. Yeah, oftentimes it takes getting one good fish on the line and people will fall in love. Bran, how long you been fishing for? Lifetime? I started fishing when I was like 4 or 5 years old. My grandpa used to take me out quite often. I went out with my dad a few times. I've been hooked since I was just a wee little guy. Check out Charlie Villarreal, please. She's my new friend. I will try and remember that name, Munchie. I've been in every stream. Yeah, Brian, I remember you. You've been around quite a bit. Always happy to see you in here. How's your day going, Brian? Tight lines to you as well, Sherry. Good luck. She catches largemouth bass. Nice, Munchie. You're still a wee little guy at Dave Shapes. Oh, I wish. You know, in my mind, I'm still 17, but man, my body reminds me constantly that I am not. But we still hopefully have a good stretch of time on the planet here. You never know though. Tomorrow I might get run over by a bus. Life can be quite unexpected sometimes. You just gotta try and enjoy it while you're here. Eagle, we are in central Montana. This fishing hole is called Pelican Point. Right beyond us is the Cascade Mountains, and in between the pond here and the Cascade Mountains is the Missouri River. Dave James, get your bits cashed in. Now the whole thing, I'm trying to avoid selling them for as long as possible. I do work. I have a fairly decent income. I've got other investments. The longer I hold on to the Bitcoin, the better off I'm going to be, I think. I would like to hold off to them and give them to the kids and grandkids and stuff when I croak. I do sell a little bit from time to time when I want to buy a toy, but in the future I'm going to try just leveraging them for loans instead of selling them. Right on, I've been having some trouble trying to get this Abu bait cast reel figured out. It's an older one where the brake is a flap that you flick up and down with your thumb. Oh, Bran, I wish I could help you with that. I've never used a bait cast reel. I fish spinning reels and spinning reels only. Maybe somebody else in here can give you some suggestions on how to figure that out. Tightest Night TK, definitely sub. Tight lines, brother. Hey, from Michigan. I've always wanted to fish in Montana. Appreciate the sub there, Tightest Night. Come on over, come fish. Montana's absolutely a blast to fish in. We have so many different species here. Gorgeous scenery. Beautiful weather this time of the year. It is definitely a destination fishing spot. But thank you for the sub. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Bran, been making me dislike bait casters. Yeah, to me, so I've seen a lot of people love bait casters, and I have nothing against them. They just seem like oftentimes there's a bit more of a learning curve to them, and when you mess up, you end up in a nightmare scenario of trying to fix, you know, the rat's nest, the bird nests that get created. And it's just not for me. Spinner reels just seem so much more simple and user friendly. All right, we're gonna get her out there a little bit further. Great, I just cast it right into the weeds. Can tell that because the bobber's laying over instead of popping up. It's sitting on top of something. Ooh, ooh, what is this? I don't know what this feels like. What are you? What did we get? Another pumpkin seed. This one didn't engulf it, at least. Oh, quit it. Oh. Good sized one. Similar size to the other couple that we pulled in. There we go. Another little pumpkin seed. This one's got a deformity on it. That's not a fresh wound, that's just he's missing a whole part of his gill. Weird. Pretty little fish though. You guys get a lot of tourists now since the popularity of Yellowstone. Oh yeah, Montana gets tons of tourism for hunting, for fishing, for Yellowstone National Park, Glacier National Park. Tourism is one of the biggest businesses here in Montana. A lot of people love to come and visit, but Montana winters are too harsh for a lot of people. They don't like to stay. Yeah, tourism is huge business here. All right, we got another little chunk of worm on here. Found that with a bait caster reel that you get what you pay for. Spend big money versus little money. Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it. Spin casters, oftentimes you can get away with low end gear. I mean, again, like the reel that I'm using is not an expensive reel. Piscifun Carbon X2. You can get them on sale for 40 bucks or so, and they are absolutely awesome. Back into the same weed pile. Get out of the weeds. There we go. Makes sense why they exist, don't get me wrong. More tension in line between hooked fish and the reel itself. Get more torque, but I'm also older dude, so it just seems, I don't know, I started fishing, you know, the push button Zebcos when I was little. When I was old enough to use a spin caster reel, when my hands got big enough for a spinner reel, that's what I switched to, and that's what I've fished ever since. Andrea Bob, are there crabs out there? We have crawdad crayfish, but no crabs that I'm aware of. Eagle says the biggest bass I caught was about 6.3. That's nice. My biggest bass is 2.5. Should climb those mountains, take us for a walk. I would have to swim across a river, buddy. The Missouri River is between us and that there mountain. I don't like to swim. One day I'll take you on a hike. I need to figure out how to rig up the Starlink Mini on a backpack. Maybe I'll get a hiking backpack that's got some more rigidity to it, and I can mount her on there. Lucas, welcome back. Bryson, what's Yellowstone? Yellowstone is a national park. It's a huge wildlife reserve here in Montana. There's geysers and mountains and hot springs, and it's absolutely beautiful. Older Abu Garcias have centrifugal braking system, which is adjusted by flipping small weights or brake blocks inside the side plate, and switch will engage when it's engaged. Yeah, see, other people in here use bait casters. They'd be able to help you with that. I know nothing about them. But thank you, Shane, for chipping in there and offering some advice. All you guys, when I'm fishing, again, a lot of you guys are more knowledgeable about certain aspects of fishing than I am. Feel free to help other people out in the chat if they're asking questions. I know I appreciate it, and I'm sure they would too. I try and pass on, you know, the knowledge that I have, how I do things, and a lot of people don't do it the same way that I do. So feel free to chip in your advice. I'm 15, just starting to know Montana. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's one of the states that not a lot of people know a lot about Montana. We're kind of out here in the middle of nowhere. But there's great hunting and fishing in here, and absolutely breathtaking scenery. Some pretty nice people. I grew up here. I was born and raised here. I love it. Noel asks, what do you do for work? For the past 15 years, I've worked for a tech company. We do web development. I do mainly web development, cybersecurity, security consulting, security audits, nerdy stuff. I sit on my butt in front of a computer all day. My dad wants to go there. You pick up sheds out there. Oh yeah, there's a whole shed hunting season here. You're not allowed to legally pick up deer and elk sheds except for a very specific period in the year. And when shed season opens, people make a mad dash out into the wilderness. Bob Marshall Wilderness, CM Russell Game Range, Yellowstone Glacier. Because elk horns and deer horns can be big money. Not only for taxidermy purposes, but they oftentimes chop them up and make dog bones out of them. They ship them over to China and overseas, and they're different vitamins and concoctions they make out of them for a whole myriad of purposes. Well, I passed by Montana going to Vegas, so yeah. Yeah, there's a whole season here for it, and it's they take it real seriously. There could be big penalties. People will go out and try and poach sheds before the season opens, and if Fish, Wildlife, and Park catches you, there are significant fines and penalties that go along with it. But there will be, in certain areas, especially where the big elk are, there will be, just miles of cars and trucks lined up of people waiting for the ding of the bell for the opening of the season, and they make mad dashes out there. They bring horses and ATVs, and they make a mad dash out there to collect as many as they can. The people that are good at it and serious about it make tens of thousands of dollars a year collecting the sheds. I've never done it. I don't know what the big fuss is all about. But yeah, it's a whole big thing here. You mid-strolling, buddy? Never mind. Now, we're just bank fishing today. We'll be on the boat again on Sunday. Probably another marathon stream. Fishing Holter Reservoir, I think we're going to go to. Targeting rainbow trout, kokanee, salmon, walleye, and possibly we'll see if we can get into the pike over there. And I think our catch count's off. Somebody want to update that? Aren't we on 8 yellow perch and 9 pumpkinseed now? I lose track. I don't think we've updated the catch count in a couple of catches. Tightest night, top 3 best places to fish there in your opinion? Well, so I fish mainly central Montana. Which isn't necessarily the best fishing in Montana. We don't get the biggest fish here in central Montana. My favorite places to fish in central Montana are Pishkin Reservoir for northern pike, Holter Lake for kokanee salmon and rainbow trout, and I think one of my new favorite places is going to be Lake Elwell, but I've only fished there once. There's lake trout there. There's northern pike, walleye, channel cat. There's just a whole bunch of species that grow real big there. The best fishing, though, a lot of people where the big fish are, Fort Peck area in eastern Montana, or the Clark Fork River in western Montana. Those are 2 really good destination spots to fish. Some of the biggest fish in Montana come out of reservoir, those particular water bodies. Bryson, welcome back. Yeah, Fort Peck is where a lot of people come. If you're after big fish, that's oftentimes where people will come to fish in Montana. It's one of the largest, if not the largest, natural water body, freshwater body here in the United States. It's absolutely massive. I guess it's not a natural reservoir, or it's a man-made reservoir, but one of the largest. Bryson says, yeah, my phone just shut off. All right, well, welcome back. Glad you came back to join us. And our stream might cut out here in a little bit. If it does, it's just my battery. I'll need to change it. It takes 3 to 5 minutes for me to put in a new battery and restart the Starlink satellite and get a connection before the stream comes back. If that happens, you'll just see some spinnies. Just hang out, go get a drink, take a potty break. You won't need to do anything. You don't need to refresh your screens. When the Starlink satellite is back up, the stream will just resume. I did bring my battery pack today, which all 4 of the batteries plug into, but for whatever reason, it was, I don't know if it just doesn't put out enough power. It's supposed to put out 100 watts, but I toyed around with it for a little bit and was unable to get it to power the satellite up today. Or not the satellite, the satellite dish, the Starlink Mini. So I got to take it home and play with it. There we go. There's another, oops, trying not to hook myself here, and I already did. There's another little yellow perch. Just a wee little guy. A little smaller than the last couple that we've caught. But there's another fish. Get her back in the water and see if we can catch something else. Bran, $2 super chat. Appreciate that. Thanks for the good vibes, brother. I'm off. Thank you, Bran. I appreciate you, my friend. I hope to see you on the next one. Again, we might do a short stream tomorrow. The long stream is going to be on Sunday. Hope we see you again on the next stream. But thank you. At $2, it's not a lot, but that goes a long way in helping to pay for the monthly cost to run the Starlink Mini for these streams. Thank you. Yeah, we're in central Montana. What bait are you using? We are just using nightcrawlers. Little chunk of a nightcrawler on a tiny hook and a bobber. Oh, and I got damn hook stuck in my jacket. Son of a bitch. Give me a sec here, guys. All right. Yep, we're just using nightcrawler, and then we're so that's it. Just a little. It's like a size 6 snelled hook with just a little chunk of a crawler on it, and then we're using some crawler scent on our crawler, which seems slightly redundant, but we do seem to be having quite a good amount of bites on it, so we're gonna keep doing it. KTB, yeah, we've caught a whole bunch so far. In fact, if somebody in here, if you could type 3 largemouth bass, 9 yellow perch, 9 pumpkin seeds. We're pretty far behind on our catch count. And I will pin that message so everybody can read it. Almost. Holly, 1 more yellow perch. We haven't updated in a couple of them. 3 largemouth bass, 9 yellow perch, 9 pumpkin seed. No, you're all right. We're a few behind. And something's messing with our bobber again over here already, so we might have another one on the line here momentarily. What time are you going to end the live stream? We have probably another hour and a half before we got to pack up and head towards the truck. Sun's going to go down probably around 9 p.m. and it's about 7:30 right now. Ralph Martin says, freeline it, take the weight off. We're running a bobber, an inline weight, and a little micro hook. Dave James, and a 32-pound carp, I wish. We got the carp line in the water. It hasn't been touched at all so far other than some dumb bird ran into the line earlier. Got me excited. There we go. Thank you, Holly. Dang, it's dark where I am. Yeah. We get a lot of light here. I oftentimes get people in here from the West Coast, California and Washington and Oregon, and they're like, where are you? Why is it still light there? And it's just because we're at such high elevation here in the Rocky Mountains that we get a little bit of extra light this time of year. But it is that time of the year that days are getting shorter every day that passes. We get a little bit less sunlight. Rod likes to fish with the kitchen sink. Indeed I do, Dave James. If I thought I could catch a fish on the kitchen sink, I'd throw her out there. I'd throw her right on the line, right along with the rest of my gear. No, what it really is, I don't like to tie stuff on and off and cut stuff constantly, so my main rig is always going to have my bead on there, a swivel, and then a snap clip. And then from there we strap. I do what works for me. Again, it's not the most efficient or the best way, I know, but it works for me. Only having a laugh with you. I know, Dave. But it is true. I use, you'll see a lot more tackle on the end of my rigs than a lot of people use. And it's disadvantageous in a lot of scenarios. I get more crap on my lines, but it just, oftentimes it makes it more versatile. I can easily switch things out. I don't have to cut and tie things constantly. And I've never really noticed a meaningful difference in you know, me not getting as many bites as people around me. So it works. KTB, do you go trolling on a boat? Yeah, so I love to troll on my boat. That's one of my favorite methods to fish when I'm in my boat. Last Sunday we did a stream from Pishkin Reservoir and we trolled most of the day and we ended up with 10 northern pike, which is pretty average for there this time of year for me. We usually get anywhere from 10 to 20 per day when we're trolling with 2 poles in the water. But during summertime, trolling can be highly effective. You get to cover a lot of ground, you can go deep, you can go shallow, and I tend to catch a lot more fish when I fish like that. Gumar, if you could, I would fish my daughter's guppy tank just to get some fish in it. I don't think your daughter would be too pleased with that. Who knows though, maybe she'd get a kick out of it. I don't think your daughter's guppies would very much be into that though. My first stream here rod was trolling for pike. Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to fish for, and that reservoir that I brought you is one of my most fished water bodies every year. I go there. There's lunkers in there. The biggest that I've managed to pull out of there is 34.5 inches, which is a good sized pike, very nice pike. But I know there's some 40+ inches in there, so I fish the heck out of that reservoir, in the hopes that one of these days I'm gonna hook into one of them. When are you gonna troll? Probably Sunday. If you sub to the channel and hit the little bell icon, that'll help you get notifications when I go live. I think Sunday we're probably gonna be trolling We'll probably be live from approximately 6 a.m. till 9 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so about 15 hours. And we'll be trolling for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon. We may jig a little bit for walleye. We may throw cranks or troll a little bit for northern pike there. The bite is supposedly really good right now at Holter for various species. But that's where I think I'm going to take you guys on Sunday. You did sub. Okay, cool. Yeah, keep an eye out. Sunday morning, I think we'll be on the boat trolling.
Motion detected in the side yard.
All right, we're going to go back over towards the reeds over here. I don't know where these damn crappie are hiding. They're over here somewhere. We'll go. I'm probably going to regret this because there's a stick pile in between us and where I just cast. I want to see if the crappie are over here off of these reeds. We're in a weed pile there. My bobber keeps laying over on its side, which usually means it's sitting on top of a weed bed. I can't see that far. Out of the weed bed. Kind of out of the weed bed. A little bit more, we'll bump it. A little bit more. Nah, we're still in some weeds. There, I think we might be out of the weeds. She's looking straight-ish. Not quite. You don't know. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, Square Body Chevy.
Detected in the side yard.
Bach Chevy is life. Yeah, I like Chevy GMC. Those are kind of my go-to. I've owned quite a few Chevys and GMCs over the years. They like cover timber, is great for them. Well, so we do have some submerged branches, stick piles. There are some thicker ones over here. The one that I caught last time I was here was right off of this stick pile over here. I've been trying to get as close to those as possible.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Appreciate all those thumbs up, guys. Let's go. 144 likes. That's awesome. Anytime I stream and I get over 100 likes, it makes me smile. That's so many likes. Oh. You don't know, I'm gonna move to America and buy one. Yeah, I've got a couple of square body Chevys rusting out in my yard, unfortunately. I got a 1973 GMC Custom Deluxe and a 1980, it's an 83 half-ton Chevy. One of them was my grandpa's and the other one was mine when I was in high school. They both need some work though. Four by fours, yeah, they're both 4x4s. The 73's got a 350 in it, and then the 83 has got it's just got a little 305 in it. Way undersized. I need to throw a bigger motor in there one of these days. Restore project for retirement. Yeah. Yeah, they're sitting out in the yard for a rainy day there. Is that moving? There we go. Our bobbers. Looks like something's dragging her around a little bit. A slight little pop there. There it goes. See that? As soon as I gave it a pop, she started swimming. But not taking it. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I will probably stream for a little while, probably tomorrow afternoon or evening. I really should clean the boat out a little bit, organize, and I need to, the last trip we went out on the boat, I just kind of bungee corded the Starlink Mini down. I wasn't sure where it was gonna sit, if it was gonna get good signal, so I didn't want to start poking holes into the boats until I found a spot that was gonna work. So I think I got a decent spot to put it. I just got to drill a couple of holes to mount the Starlink Mini mounting plate. But I figure I should probably do that before we take the boat out again. Although bungee cording it down did work pretty well. Soul Reaper says, the funniest thing happened to me. I was fishing crappie off a dock and I didn't know about huge catfish comes up and steals one of my night crawlers. My dock demon is bent over so far. Oh yeah, them cats, if they sneak up on you, I'll definitely give you a surprise. Definitely not something you're expecting to pull in when you're fishing for crappie. Ooh, there's a slight jingle on the carp rod finally. Something's nibbling. Duality, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Are you putting it on front deck? Yeah, I'm gonna put it on the front deck in front of my helm, closer to the very front of the boat. I was thinking about possibly putting it on the cowling, the cover for my outboard motor. But I'm a little hesitant. It's only fiberglass. I'm pretty sure it would hold it well. I'm a little hesitant to start poking holes in the fiberglass. I don't want it to crack and break the damn cover. But I'd like to throw it there. That'd be the most convenient spot to put it. I'm all fishy. I have a feeling whatever was playing with it might have stole a worm. Took her on a little joyride and then just quit. And oftentimes that's because they got what they came for. Then you have to run wire. Yeah, well, so I'm running it off of just the DeWalt batteries right now. So it doesn't really matter where I put it. They're fairly small and I can kind of tuck them anywhere. And the satellite itself, it does have like about a 15-foot cord for it. So a 15-foot cord on a 16-foot boat means I can pretty much put it anywhere on there fairly easily. You guys see all those birds landing in the tree over there?
Motion detected in the
I don't know
side
if
yard.
crows, some kind of blackbird. They sound like crows. Look at all of them. Oh, something's playing with the bobber there. Give her a little bumpy bumpy. Come on out and play. Let's do this. Square body Chevy. I need more fish. Oh, it's a turtle. We haven't caught one in about 10, 15 minutes. We're getting bites though. I don't know if it's a turtle or not though. There's a couple of turtles that keep poking their head up over there. Waffle the turtle, can you catch pike? Pike is one of my favorite species to target turtle, but not today. There's no pike in this particular water body. Well, the motor had vibration, the satellite might come loose. That is a good point. Yeah, my concern, it would be it'd be a convenient location to put it, but the vibration is a good point, and then also being as when I'm trolling, I'm cranking, to the right, crank to the left. There's a lot of back and forth on the motor, and that might impact the signal more so than, on the front of the boat where it's, the movements aren't quite so extreme. So I think I'm gonna just park it on the front of the boat, call it a day. It ran well there the last time, last Sunday stream. And I don't spend a whole lot of time on that front deck casting like most people. And most of the time I'm fishing alone as well, so that there's tons of places that I can stand besides the front deck to cast from. Ooh, there's a bite. I missed it. Just about to set the pole down here for a sec. I'm gonna throw my jacket on. Now that sun's started to go down and there's a little bit of a breeze. There we go. Get out of the weeds. Oh, come on, stay out of the weeds. Oh, you had to hook up on the weeds. Damn it. We got a fish on and we're in, I knew that was gonna happen. All right, hopefully the weak point here is gonna be the fluoro leader. Hopefully we can either pull this tree branch in. No. Oh no. There's my bobber. Shoot. And a fish on it. All right, y'all. We might have to go for a swim here. Shit. I hate to do this. I really don't like getting wet. But I also really don't want to lose my bobber, and I don't want to leave a fish attached to a bobber out there. So, is Rod Squad free? No, Rod Squad. It's basically a monthly donation to the channel. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. It's 99 cents a month. It doesn't really benefit you in any way. It just helps pay for the Starlink satellite. That's all it is. But y'all, I'm about to get down into my skivvies here and freeze. Oh, to get my bobber back. Dang it. Oh, I don't want to do this. Somebody go get it for me. Well, hide your kids. We're about to show a little skin here. Because I'm not about to soak my clothes. And yeah, there's a fish still stuck to the end of that. Oh God. I really don't want to do this, guys. We are going to put my shoes on because, like I said, I do not like swimming around fishing hooks. Oh, dang it. Y'all are about to see a very skinny white body. Close your eyes. Once I can get my damn shoe back on here. Oh, come on. Well, we're not going to leave this poor guy stuck to a bobber out there. Good Lord. Get in there. All right. Fair white, or fair warning. I'm very white, very skinny. I look like a 13-year-old boy here. Oh shit. Man, I don't want to do this. There we go. Whoa. All right, bad idea. That is some thick ass squishy. Oh man. Maybe I can get it from the other side. I stepped down and I went like hip deep in these very squishy weeds. Oh. Man, it's like quicksand. And I'm telling you guys, I am not a good swimmer. I don't swim. So this is, all right, that's a bad idea. Yeah. Huh. Let's try something else. Cause that ain't happening. It's literally mushy, like stinky, sinking mud, quicksand. So we're gonna try something a little differently here. And it's probably not gonna work, but we're gonna try it anyway. What I need to carry with me just like a rope and a big treble for situations like this. Yeah, I thought the bottom here was harder than that. Apparently it's not. It just sinks. We're gonna try and snag it with this other line and maybe bring it in. I'm just absolutely killing the fish in here, but
Motion detected
I want
in
my
the
bobber
sidebar.
back. All right, I can't aim worth a shit right now. There we go. We're either gonna get it or we're gonna snag both of these lines here. Damn it! We almost had it. Y'all are probably like, what is this dude doing right now? No, I went in over my knees. I was in up to here. And I was sinking quickly. My knees were under the mud. That's one of those spots you swim into and you might not make it back out of. Ah, dang it, almost had it. And we're just throwing my high-low rig here, so it's got a sinker and 2 hooks on it. And I'm just trying to get it the right angle that we can. Oh, we're now hooked up onto the same weed twice. Maybe we'll we yank her free or we're gonna lose more rigging. Nope. Shit! Now we got 2 sets of rigging out there. Oh, buddy. God damn it. Well, as the old Aussie man reviews would say, we have arrived at destination fucked here. So now what do we do? Any suggestions? No worries, great entertainment. Well, I'm not enjoying it. Shit. I'm trying to think if I got a rope and I have a big treble in my boat, or in my truck. Yeah, whiteout, calm down there, buddy. A stick? That's 25 foot there. I don't have a stick that big. Well. Well, we tried. That is definitely not how I like to leave it. Looks like the fish got off at least. I don't see them flopping around over there anymore. Admit defeat, the fish got ones. Yeah. They stole my bobber, my fish, and now my high-low rig. I'm just trying to think if I have a long enough rope in my truck. I don't think I do. If I had a rope, I could definitely hook onto that branch and probably pull it in. The rod we're running here today is a ugly stick. Carbon, medium light fast action, 6'10". Nice little rod. It's paired with a Piscafun or PC Fun. Hear people pronounce it differently all the time. Carbon X2 2000 series reel.
Motion detected in the side yard.
Oh God, is that fish still on there? Yeah, if I was a better swimmer, I'd just swim out there. But y'all, I literally, I'm like advanced doggy style type of swimmer. I don't swim. And that is some scary, deep, weedy mud there. I took a few steps in and went waist deep, and my knees were like definitely in the wood. Your boat? Nah, I can't put my boat in here. There were some people here in some poultry parking lot. Maybe go poke over there and somebody come over here and retrieve my rig for me. Let's get another rig on the line. We still got some fishing time here. Break over. You can maybe do that tomorrow. Oh, I hate doing that. Again, a lot of people swim here. Fish get tangled in it. I can't believe my line broke so easily. I've been running this braid on these rods all season long, fishing the crap out of them. My braid is breaking down. she let go pretty easily. Normally I'm able to pull logs out with these pulls. Chatterbait time? Maybe. Yeah, no, they don't allow motorized boats in here. It's using kayaks and floating only. Love it. -1 bobber. All right, let me get some rigging tied back on here. Give me just a sec, folks. Appreciate your patience. I know a little annoying to lose gear and to have to wait to set stuff back up. But it'll take just a minute here to retie. I'm more sad that I lost the bobber than anything. Dave James, I think, telling him that I'd never lost one or that I'm still on my first of the season, I think, jinxed me. I was destined to lose it the moment that I told him that I'm still on my first one. Hadn't managed to lose it yet. There he is. Speak of the devil. Gumar. We'll pin that. We had a good fish on the line. He might still be on there. I got hooked into the damn brush pile over there and broke off. And I tried to go wade to go get it. And a few steps in, I immediately sunk knee plus deep in sloppy mud and mush. So that didn't work. Then I tried throwing my low rig over there and snagged it again and busted that one off. So we're on a roll here. No, it wasn't a carp. I think it was a bass. It ran us straight into the weeds, or excuse me, into that brush pile over there. Got me tangled up. So my bobber's floating over there. I think it got off. It was pulling it under for the first 5 minutes or so as I was trying to swim out there and get it, but it seems to be static now. So I think I'm gonna come back tomorrow with a float or an inner tube or something and go retrieve my bobber. In the meantime, we'll get another rig tied up and see if we can catch another fish. All right, we got our bead on. We have our swivel. All right, there's our inline weight. Now let's grab a hook. The braid snapped. Yeah, no, it's surprising because we're running 30-pound braid here, but like I said, I've been fishing up this. I haven't re-spooled this line since the beginning of the season, and I fish these poles for everything. So this braid has degraded slightly. Wacky rig. We could try. I have the other pole there too. I was thinking about what we just had on there. That's what I was putting back on. Alrighty, I think we're back, guys. You guys hear me? All right, sorry about that. Yep, the Starlink battery crapped out. We were at the end of they last about 4.5 to 5 hours per battery. It took me a little bit longer than I expected to get it back up and running. You guys missed 2 Pumpkinseed, and I've tied my second line back on. So it's been a few. Thanks for hanging out. I know that was a bit of a wait. Appreciate you guys hanging out. We're gonna get the rig back in the water. Mia, welcome back. All right, so we got this second pull rigged back up with our bead and swivel. Yeah, while we were loading back up, I threw it back in and we caught 2 more Pumpkinseed. Pretty immediately. Right now is when everything starts biting. So we're gonna get a worm on here and get her back in. Next time I'm here, you guys remind me and we'll do wacky rig, we'll do Carolina rig, we'll run through some of the more bassy lures. Being as we're short on time today here, we're just gonna run the worm rig for the rest of the stream, next 45 minutes or so. Caught a largemouth today at Largemouth Pond number 3. Oh, did you go back there, Sebastian? No, the water was actually quite warm. It's surprisingly warm, probably in the 70s, maybe even mid 70s. A lot warmer than I expected. I do need to put a jacket on. That's actually what I was saying right before we went for a swim there. Is the sun starts to go down, the wind picks up a little bit, and it gets real cold here real quick. Largemouth 3, yeah, so the back pond, the hidden pond. You went back there and caught a decent bass. Was it good sized? I know most of the stuff back at that back pond gets bigger than the front pond. Howdy there, nice numbers, bro. Welcome, Legion, thanks. How you doing today, Legion? Those mountains are beautiful. Don't have those near me in Florida. Oh yeah, let me move it over a little bit. You guys can see a better view. In fact, the view is better over this way, but that's not the direction at all that we're fishing, so. Yeah, all those carp were annoying. Couldn't catch any. Yeah, they're spawning this time of the year. They're back there rolling around, and there's a ton of fish back there, though. I love that back pond. I need to get a good pair of waders. I hate getting all soggy and then fishing all day. Bass was only a couple inches. I'll send you a picture on Fishbrain. Oh, okay, Sebastian. Just a little one, huh? Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. All y'all for hanging out while you created a classic rod stream today. Situations like that, that's the only time you're gonna see my ass get in the water. I really don't like to do it, and I really would have loved to have recovered the bobber and the fish attached to it, but I ain't drowning over a bobber, and that shit's like quicksand. I don't know, it's all hard rock bottom here for the first like 3 to 5 feet out, but it just turns instantly into mush once you get past there. Thank you, Gumar. Sam, I hate soggy clothes. Yeah, it drives me crazy. But to get over to where Sebastian's talking about, he's local here. There's a Largemouth Pond that I stream from. There's Pond 1 that has no fish in it. Pond 2, that's where I always stream from. And then Pond 3, I did a stream earlier this week fishing for tiger muskie there. But to get to it, you have to wade across a shallow river there. It's only about, knee deep or so this time of the year. But your shoes get soggy, your pants get soggy, and it's not pleasant to then spend hours being soggy afterwards. Legion, I did a little bank fishing this morning in the Gulf. No luck besides pinfish, plenty of those. Yeah, we've had tons of fish today. 3 largemouth, 9 yellow perch, and what is that, 11 pumpkinseed. What we've been after is black crappie. And we haven't managed to hook up on one yet, unfortunately. We're gonna keep trying though. We got about another 45 minutes or so. Maybe we'll get one before it gets dark here. Square Body Chevy, I gotta go. All right, Square Body, good to see you, buddy. We'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. Justin Hill, come to Idaho to fish. Yeah, I mean, Idaho's pretty close. We could do that maybe next year. Probably not this year. Where do you like to fish in Idaho? What do you fish for there, Justin? Still classic. Got Dodger skitties, yeah. I wish I was a better swimmer. I would have, waded out there further, swam out there. But yeah, I'm just not. So we'll bring I'll go pick up an inner tube or something, and we'll float out there tomorrow and grab it. Those black crappie or buttes, haven't caught one yet though. Gonna hit the river tomorrow. Yeah, there's 12 plus inchers that are supposedly in here, which is a really nice size. The one that I caught the last time I was here was about 8 inches. Not too impressive, but still, it was my first black crappie, so I was excited for it. What's up, Max Blake? Hammy D, I'm just glad you wear boxers. Well, I was not trying to show off my scrawny ass physique here, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Come on, fishy, fishy. All right, we are gonna put the jacket on. I'm getting a little chilled. The old boys are still wet and chilly down here, so. Keep some floaties in your truck. There you go. Now, I have the kiddo's life jacket in the truck, but that ain't gonna be enough to float my ass over there. No, I just need a small inner tube or something that I can use to float over there. That I can do my little doggy paddle over to the sticks. Max Blake, what did you miss? Well, you see the pile of, it's probably hard to see. There's a pile of sticks over there, right about EA. And there's a bobber sitting right next to it. We caught a fish right past it. It felt like a pretty decent bass. And the bass immediately ran us into the stick pile. Got hung up, and then I ended up breaking off the damn line trying to get it unstuck. So then we had a bass flopping around in the water on the bobber, which was stuck on the stick pile. So I got down into my boxers and tried to wade out there, and immediately, about 5 foot into the water here, sunk past my knees into mud and gunk, and and just nastiness. And I decided immediately that that was not happening. That I'm not drowning trying to get my bobber back. So then we went over and grabbed my other pole that's got my high-low rig on it that we were running for carp and cast it out there and snagged into the same tree branch and tried pulling her in, but snapped that line off too. But while we were messing with it, the fish got off the hook, so at least there's no longer a fish on the bobber. But that little stick pile out there has got my bobber and my high-low rig, so we're coming back tomorrow to retrieve it. I need to go get an inner tube. That or probably what I'll bring is a rope and a big treble, and we'll just wrench that whole thing over here rather than me having to go for a swim again. Is the fish? Nah, the fish got off. I bought a mystery walleye kit. Nice. I'm gonna go back and watch one of this. Yeah, it was like 15-20 minutes ago, maybe a little bit longer than that. I waded out from here and sunk into the muck and was like, nope, that ain't happening. So I wandered around to the other side of the bank and tried coming at it from a second direction and basically sunk into the same muck. So yeah, it wasn't happening. We'll come back tomorrow and get it. My main concern was getting the fish off. I don't want to leave a poor fish leashed to a bobber. But it came off. The bobber stopped moving around. You're watching it right now. I tried. You gotta at least give me credit for trying. Turtle following the damn bobber again. That stinks. That's my favorite bobber. I have two other ones, but they're not the same size. So now I need to get that one back or go buy another one. I think I'm gonna get just a rope and a heavy treble though. That's something I should carry in my truck anyway. I usually fish off a paddleboard. You could use one of those. That would work, Legion. Yeah, definitely. I don't have one though. So I think we'll try just a heavy rope and a treble tomorrow, and we'll wrench in that whole branch there. Bass fishing outdoors. Can you catch a fish for me? Absolutely. We'll get a fish here. Hang out for a few minutes, buddy. We'll get a fish on the line for you. I stole my worm. As soon as we get a worm on here, we'll get something. The fish are really starting to bite right now. This is the best time of the day. Early morning, and you know, that hour or so before dusk is prime fishing around here. Pretty much every cast you pull something in. So just hang out a few minutes. We're just fishing just a little tip of a nightcrawler here. And when we're not wrapping the bobber around our pole here. There's the little muskrat again. He went by at the beginning of the stream. He's back. My wife's Indian name is Three Horses because all she does is nag, nag, nag. Don't let her hear you say that. Scott Vet Hewlin, welcome to the stream. Oh, that's the comment I just read. Oh, there the bobber goes. Hang on just a minute, we'll get you a fish. Oh, I missed him. Dang it. We had a fish. We lost a fish. Muskrats or beavers, which is better? I prefer the muskrats. The muskrats aren't so ornery. The beavers get ornery as hell. There our bobber goes. There we go. There we go. Fish on, fish on. And another pumpkin seed. Man, just can't find the black crappie today. Hold on there, buddy. What the heck? This is the same one we caught earlier. Remember the one that had the messed up gill on it? We caught the same fish twice. He just did not learn his lesson. Y'all remember that from earlier when I was saying that that's not a fresh wound, it's just like a deformity? It's the same damn fish. How about that? We caught him twice in the same stream. Bonehead. I'm gonna have a sore mouth, right? Yeah, he must be hungry. He just went straight back, because that's the same spot we caught him from the other time, or previously too. All right, let's go out a little bit further. Who's asking for the fish there? I don't know if he stuck out. Bass fishing. Hope you saw your fish. Oh, it was for you, buddy. Yeah, bass fishing. Did you see the bluegill, or excuse me, the pumpkin seed that we just caught? Oh, here comes. Ow, missed it. Oh, this little turtle's getting close. If he gets closer, I'm gonna try and snag him. Come here, buddy. Oh, he's cute. Oh, there's two of them. Two little babies. I'd have been more impressed if you caught the same one in a different stream. Well, sorry to disappoint, Dave James. Sorry to disappoint. Yeah, we caught that fish earlier in the stream. He's got a weird like deformity on his gill. He's like missing half of the little flappy, the gill plate on the outside. But it's completely healed. It's just red. His gill is exposed. But I pointed it out the last time that we caught it, and we just pulled the same damn fish in again. Oh, there we go. There we go. Come on. There we go. There's another fish. Oh, did we lose him? Oh, he got off. Dang it. But no, Sebastian, I actually like the muskrats. They're cool, they're friendly, they come pretty close to you. The beavers, they around here, they come over and they smack the water and they swim around and splash all over the damn place. It's hard to fish around them. They scare all the damn fish away. Yeah, he's swimming over there. He's been coming to this weed patch and then going over here somewhere. I don't know if his den is over there and he's bringing stuff to it, or if he's grabbing stuff from there and bringing it over to his den over here. Mia, welcome back. You weren't kidding, the bite is good right now. Oh yeah, once the sun starts to set, it's constant. This bobber is smaller than the other one. It's harder to see. Fucking turtle, get away from my bobber. We're not trying to catch a turtle. That was a good sized fish that jumped back there. That looked like a bass. You have bass, you have brown. Yeah, I love fishing for brown. I haven't really ever caught a whole lot of brown though. God, this little turtle keeps getting so close. I am gonna snag him. Come here, buddy. Da duo, sunny luck. Yeah, we've had pretty good luck. We've had over 20 fish today. Found a beaver skull on the Sun River. Thought it was wild. Oh yeah. Yeah. Sebastian, check my the community post on my profile. Flash was over there. He came over there and fished when I was there. What was it, on Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday we went over there. And he found a big old sun-bleached tiger muskie skull. Really, really neat. And then some kind of, I don't know if it was a bird skull, but like that sucker looked like it was probably 12, 16 inches long. Like porous looking. He said it was like a billfish or something, but I'm pretty sure it was a bird skull. But yeah, he posted pictures on my community page Wednesday night after he got home. The beaver skulls are cool though. Big Homer, is he not turtly enough for the turtle club? I don't like catching turtles. They are a nightmare to get off the hook. I mean, I like to see them. I love turtles. But I don't like hurting the poor things trying to get the hook out of them. They get the hook in them and then they turtle their little heads in, and it's so hard to get them out. I like eating turtles, but not the smaller ones. I've never eaten a turtle. I hear they're pretty good, but God, this bobber's so hard to see. No meat on the small ones. What's up, Glenn? How you doing, buddy? Anyone been over to SoCal stream to see what he's catching? Sounded like he was on a pretty good fishing night too. B. Kell just got here watching from Cape Cod, Mass. What are we fishing for? So we are fishing for, the target today was black crappie, and we've goose egged on those so far. We've caught 3 largemouth bass, 9 yellow perch, and 11 or 12 pumpkinseed, but 0 black crappie. We're still trying though. We got about another half hour or so of daylight before I gotta pack up and get the flock out of here, so I think we'll probably catch a few more fish before then. I caught a bobber tonight too, playing the Nightbot fishing game. Oh yeah. But B. Kell, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming to fish with us. We'll probably get another fish on the line here momentarily. The bite's really picked up since the sun started setting. Luke, what are you using for bait? We're just using a bobber rig right now, tipped with a little chunk of a nightcrawler, little worm. Don't be afraid of being bit till he's got a hold of you, and that hurts. Yeah, no, I would not want to get bit by a turtle. They have very strong little jaws and very sharp little beaks. They take chunks out of you. I don't know how YouTube didn't ban you for stripping. I mean, I'm wearing undies. I wasn't nude.
Detected in the side yard.
Is there any trout in that pond? I do think that they stock it with either rainbow or brook. I don't ever really see or hear of people catching them out of here though. This isn't a pond I fish very often though. This one's a little further away from my house. And up until recently, I couldn't stream here because there is no cell signal. Now that we have the Starlink Mini though, we can stream from places like this. And I do like this pond. I think we'll be streaming from here more often. But I'll have to look it up. I think that there are at least one kind of trout that are stocked in here. Slamfest Grandma says, thumbs up to you, guy. Appreciate that, Slamfest. Max Blake, I've never laughed so hard. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Max. Dave James, Nightman going to sleep. All right, Dave, thanks for coming to hang out, buddy. We'll see you on the next one. Get some rest. Raw Meat Eater, must be quite the view in person. Looks nice. Oh, it's beautiful here. These so many of these views, the camera, I mean, you get a good idea what it looks like, but it's nothing like in person. It's so pretty here. Especially this time of the day. Dawn and dusk are my absolute favorite hours of the day. That sun creeping up over the horizon or setting over the horizon, it's just stunning. Kitty Mafia, how do you detect fish bites? So what we're using right now, it's called a bobber. You put it up on your line and it basically floats at the top. And when something bites on it, it pulls your bobber under the water. So you just gotta watch your bobber. And it's probably a little bit hard for you guys to see on camera. There's a little orange bobber floating right about there. And you can see, right there we go, there's a fish. Oh, dang it, I missed it. But you'll see it goes under the water, or you'll see like ripples, circle ripples come out from it. But that's the bobber right over there. What's the biggest fish you've ever caught? Bass fishing, the biggest fish I've ever caught, it landed, measured, weighed 22.5 pound, 42-inch northern white. I've had a few on the line bigger than that, but didn't manage to get them in the net. My friend says there's no way you would say my name. Luke Hooper, I have said your name. Are you fishing in Oregon? No, we're actually in central Montana. This is Pelican Point. We're in between Cascade, Montana and Craig, Montana. All right, we need to move. Oh, got some veggies on the line here. Doesn't help. We're gonna toss to a slightly different spot. See if we can get bit. We gotta get another fish or two before the stream ends here. Thanks, man. Just sub. Appreciate the sub there, Luke Hooper. Glad you're enjoying the stream. And that daylight is disappearing quickly. What's up, Redneck? How you doing, buddy? The rainbows and browns in the Missouri at Pelican Point are huge if you can get past the hordes of fly fishermen. Yeah, I've only fished the Missouri here a few times in the past. And I did catch a couple of rainbows. I've never managed to catch a brown down here. But yeah, the whole time you fish there, the float boats are, or drift boats, are constantly coming in and loading up on the boat dock there, or boat ramp. I assume they put in, you know, closer to Holter and float all the way down here. Good brown bite down here, huh? What's up, Legend Thanos? When I was little, Thanos used to be my favorite Marvel character. In fact, I think I still have in a trunk somewhere the whole Infinity Gauntlet comic book series in basically mint condition. Someday they might be worth some money. Cal, I visited my brother in Baker City, Oregon, and went sturgeon fishing and caught a few. What a fight they give. Yeah, sturgeon are fun to catch. We go to the Missouri River here in Montana earlier in the year when they're spawning, around Fort Benton, Loma area, and I usually catch one or two a season. They're not a common catch. But we catch pallid sturgeon as well as shovel nose. But they put up a really good fight. Jack Roethlisberger, are you getting them? Yeah, we've had, it's been a good day fishing out here. We've caught, oh, what's our catch count at? 3 largemouth bass, 9 yellow perch, and it's either 11 or 12 pumpkinseed. The one species that I was trying to get here today was the black crappie, and we have not managed to get on those yet. But we've had tons of fish today. I've seen Gulf sturgeon down here in the Gulf offshore. Oh yeah? Yeah, we don't have those here in Montana. We have 3 species of sturgeon. The shovel nose, which are the ones you're allowed to catch. Pallid are an endangered species. You're not supposed to take them out of the water if you can help it, but you do often catch those while fishing for the shovel nose. And then we have a very small population of white sturgeon left here in Montana that are next to extinction. The thing that I was reading recently said that they estimate somewhere around 50 breeding size adults left in the wild here in Montana. So those ones you're definitely not allowed to fish for. You ever fish the Blackfoot River? No, I haven't, Sebastian. Is that any good fishing? GC fishing, yo bro, keep it going. You'll catch a big one soon. I hope so. Even if we don't get the big one though, I'm still having a blast. Anytime I'm near the water fishing, I'm having a good time. Still sad my bobber's floating out there. Tomorrow we will be back for you, my friend. We're coming back. We leave no soldiers behind around here. So I'm gonna go get, I think I'm gonna start with a rope and a weighted treble. And we'll see if we can snag that guy and bring it back in. If not, we will get a inner tube or something and float over there. I'm definitely not crawling through the muck again. That almost got real bad real quick. Yeah, you can see the poor little guy floating out there all lonely. I waded in and tried to go get it, but I sank immediately in this muck, and it's like quicksand. It's that shit you get your feet into and it like suctions you in, and it's like, not doing this. but the fish that was on it at least got off. There was a good, I'm pretty sure it was a good sized bass that we had. And it drug us right into the frickin' stick pile there. And the old 30-pound test wasn't enough. You swam just now. It was about, I don't know, 45 minutes or so ago, Tia. I stripped down to my skivvies and tried wading in to go get it. But about 5 feet offshore, I went whoop, and sunk immediately in the mush. The weeds and the mud, and so I promptly came back out, and then we tried throwing. No, I'm not. Scroll back. I'm not lying. There were witnesses. So somebody here can confirm for you. What's up, Mark Clapper? How you doing? Good trout fishing, Sebastian. I'll have to check it out. How far from the Great Falls area is it? I'm not off the top of my head. I can't even think where the hell the Blackfeet River is. Now, I'd really like to catch a nice sized brown. Hammy says, oh, it happened. There you go. Bill M, it was classic. Waffle the Turtle says, I'm back. Were you chumming the water to attract crappie? No, Big Homer, there's so many turtles in here. If I were to chum with anything, we'd be fighting off turtles the whole time. See you on the next one, Rod. Chat calling it a night. Hopefully you get that crappie. Thanks, Kumar. Always a pleasure to see you in here, buddy. We'll see you on the next one. I'm the guy who said catch a pike. Yeah, I remember. I remember, Turtle. And I remember telling you there are no pike in here. Well, shit, guess we're in now eating catfish. Nice. Catfish is tasty. That's, aside from pike, they're probably my second favorite fish to cook up and eat. You gotta get the smaller ones though. 2 to 3 pounder, anything bigger than that's not great. They're too fatty. And they get really fishy tasting. You lost a bobber? Yeah, she's floating next to the stick pile over there. We had pretty sure it was a decent sized bass on the line, and it tangled us in the damn brush pile. And my 30-pound test wasn't strong enough to wrench it out of the brush pile. So we'll be back tomorrow to reclaim it. What's the biggest fish today? Probably one of the bass that we caught. 7.5 inches. Nothing too impressive. Largemouth bass. The one that was stuck to the bobber out there was the biggest one we've caught all day, I guarantee it. But it did not survive, or my rigging didn't survive it. It got us stuck in the damn brush pile and I broke off. I need to throw some new line on these reels. I've been fishing this line all year long, so it's getting a little weak. The big ones always run straight for cover. Yeah, I knew it, and I said it too when I cast over it. I was like, I think we're gonna get a bigger fish over here, but I don't know if we're gonna get this one back because I cast directly over the top of the brush pile. And yeah, immediately when I got it on the line, it ran straight for the brush pile. Caught my first northern pike yesterday, 20 inches up, western Pennsylvania. Excited as ever. What a cool fish. Heck yeah, redneck. Nice, buddy. Firsts are always so fun, so exciting. But congratulations, man. I know the pike are a bucket list fish for a lot of people. They are one of my absolute favorite to target around here. I still remember my first pike. I was probably about 7 years old, fishing the Sun River, night fishing with a worm. bottom fishing, and we were catching bullhead all night. And then out of nowhere, my drag started screaming, and I picked up the pole, and it's like, that's not a catfish. Well, I've been hooked on them ever since. What'd you catch it off of, Redneck? What were you throwing? Lost 4 or 5 weeds on 25-pound test. Oh, man. Yeah, we're running a 30-pound test here, which is normally enough. I've pulled logs off the damn bottom with 30-pound test. Today, she was not enough, though. The old brush pile here won. But like I said, I attribute that to the fact that I've been throwing this line for basically all year long, and these 2 poles that I'm running are pretty much the poles that I use every time I'm out, unless I'm trolling in the boat or throwing big, musky lures. I'll bust out one of my heavier poles. So the line's fairly degraded. It's really about time to swap her out. Man, the bite just kind of died off. We got another 10 minutes or so. Let's see if we can get one more fish on the line here. Come on, black crappie. I'd like to get one before we leave today. Well, that was a bite almost immediately. Morning from the UK, beautiful setting. Where are you? Welcome to the stream, Nick Meldew. We're in central Montana. This particular fishing hole is called Pelican Point. It's in between Cascade, Montana and Craig, Montana. Right behind us, you're seeing the foothills of the Cascade Mountains. And right in between the pond here and the Cascade Mountains is the Missouri River. But welcome to the stream, Nick. Mark Clapper would love to catch a pike. I'm just not near where they swim. Ah, that's unfortunate, Mark. Go find one. They're fun. The Norsemen, welcome back. My family is getting high and telling stories and tales. Oh, yeah. We're getting nibbles. This damn little bobber is so hard to see. Our adrenaline was going, shakes wouldn't stop. I was awesome. Yeah, those first is such a rush. Whopper plopper, 90. Oh, topwater action too, even better. Almost pulled the rod out of your hand, you weren't ready. Yeah. There's nothing better than a topwater strike. Pike are fun as heck if you can get them on the topwater. You know what we're missing? We're missing the worm juice here, the nightcrawler scent. Catfishy, what's up, Catfishy? How's the bite? Bite's been excellent. We've caught a ton of fish tonight. We're well over 20 at this point. We haven't caught what we came here for though, which is the black crappie. Catfishy sent a floating heart. Thank you, Catfishy. Thought I saw something pop up on the screen there, but I wasn't paying attention. It's crazy, Mark Clapper. I was on cloud 9 for the rest of the day. Colby, welcome back. Yeah, we've just got a few more minutes to fish here. It's getting dark. It's about not quite a quarter-mile hike back to the truck. But we'll do a couple more casts here. I'm gonna reel this guy in a second and throw some of this nightcrawler scent on and see if we can maybe get one more fish on the line here to end the stream out. But we will be back probably. We're gonna be back at this hole tomorrow. I gotta come back to get my bobber now. But we'll fish for a little bit tomorrow, and then Sunday I think we're gonna be live for a good amount of time. Damn it, just missed the bite, trying to take a drink of my soda. Sunday, I think we're going to do a stream from Holter Reservoir, and it'll be another marathon. We'll probably be 6 a.m. to 9 p.m.-ish, Mountain Standard Time. And we'll be fishing for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, possibly jigging a little bit for walleye, and maybe even some pike. So, guys, if you haven't hit that sub button yet, sub to the channel, hit the bell icon so you can get notified and come fish with us on Sunday. It'll be fun. We'll be in the boat, we'll be trolling. And if you like the views here, you'll really like Holter. It's mountain lake, mountain reservoir on the Missouri River. Really, really pretty. All right, let's juice her up with the old nightcrawler scent here. It says it's UV too, but I don't think that really works. I would have to shine some light on it to get it to shine. Power it up, shall we say. Oh God, this stuff stinks. Yeah, I can't wait till Sunday fishing. Well, come hang out, redneck. It's gonna be another long day on the water. We usually do pretty well with the trout there, and oftentimes we'll catch a handful of kokanee as bycatch. But I think we might actually try and target kokanee. They're down deeper in the water. So we'll try running either some clip-on weights, some clip weights, or possibly the dipsy divers. Or we might just long line it out there and see how deep we can get. But I was reading the fishing report yesterday, and it says that the bite there has been really, really good. Mark Clapper says I'll hop in sometime Sunday. All right, Mark. Hope to see you. Crappie man jig, so I thought that video died wrong. No, man, you got good enough analytics on that. I think it might die off a little bit, and then it'll pick back up. You'll get more pushes until the stats on that start looking terrible. I think you're going to continue to get. The last I checked it was at like 569 or 560 something. What's it at now? You got 8K in the last hour. Dear Lord. What's it up to now? 600. Heck yeah. That one will probably, it might take a while to get there, but I think you got a million view video there. What's your swipe looking like on it? Are you still over 60% stayed, or is it dipping under 60 yet? Because my ones that are at like 50, 55, I mean, they're not getting 8K an hour, but they're still shoving traffic at it. 64? Yeah, you're good for a bit there. I suspect you'll probably easily make it over 750, and you might even crawl to 1 million on that one. How many subs you got off of it now? You were at over 500 the last time we chatted about it, I think. God, I can barely see this bobber. I need to get out my LED bobbers. $600, dude, that is sweet. That's so many subs from one video. Have you ever had a video like that and get so many subs? I know you've got a few that are, hundreds of thousands of views. Remelting plastic. Who knows, man? The YouTube algorithm's weird. Joseph Gaidri, welcome, welcome. I can't even see the damn bobber. We're about done with the stream here, guys. I'm trying for one last fish. I can barely see, and we got a little ways to hike to get back to the truck after I pack up here. So I want to thank you guys for coming to hang out and fish with me. It's always a pleasure. Again, we'll probably be live for a few hours tomorrow. I got to come back and get our poor stranded bobber out there. But Sunday's going to be another epic long stream. We're going to do 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. at Holter Lake, Mountain Standard Time. Braxton, welcome, welcome. Yo, dude, catching anything? We haven't in about 15 minutes or so, but we've caught today 3 largemouth bass, 9 yellow perch, and 11 pumpkinseed. So we're up to 23 fish for today's stream. Yeah, the long form that has 180K got 3K subs. Good lord, you have more subs on that one video than I have on my entire channel. That's good though. Dang. Yeah, aside from live streams, I think the most subs I've ever gotten off a video was like 12. Nick, 4 in the morning here, time for a bacon roll and a cup of tea. See you Sunday. All right, Nick, thanks for swinging through. We'll see you on Sunday, buddy. Enjoy your brekkie there, bud. Yeah, I can't see a goddamn thing. All right, we're gonna start shoving some stuff in the bag here. Trying to get one last fish before we leave. In fact, I think we're gonna need at least one last fish before we leave. Can't see the damn bobber though. Gonna bass fish for the first hour tomorrow, then switch to crappie. What time do you think you're gonna be live, Crappie man? I'll definitely come hang out. Mary says, hey, tell Mary I said hello. (6:45) your time, so that'd be, or you're Central Time, not Eastern, aren't you? Got to get the gas in the truck. Just trying to think. So if it's 6:45 your time, and I think you're Central, so that'd be 5:45. Gas station don't open until 6:30. Yeah, I had that problem. I went to Pishkin bright and early the one morning, and I needed to stop and get worms and ice. And the damn place, I got there at like 5:15 in the morning, and the sign on the front said that they open at 5:30. I'm like, oh, that's not bad. I'll hang out for another 15 minutes. And they didn't end up opening the door until 6:15, so I had to stand out there or sit out in my truck for an hour. Drove me crazy. Eastern, okay, so that's 4:45 my time. All right, well, I will try and make it there. We'll see. I don't have lights hooked up, so not too much of an issue. No. Yeah, no lights on my boat yet either. One of these days, one of these days. I really want to. Night fishing from the boat is one of my favorite things to do. Or just being able to get on the water, you know, super early, or stay on the water a little bit later. I'll set an alarm and see if I can come catch you. I'd love to see you do some scoping. Mine's wired. The backlight I stopped. Oh shit. Good job. Now people keep telling me, and I should just do it at this point, to just go get some frickin' battery powered ones. which would work for the navigation lights, but I don't want just nav lights. I want to get some floodlights and shit around my boat so I can actually, you know, see, not just legally be on the water. I'd like to be able to see, you know, around in the water, and to be able to see on the boat. I need to get some, you know, some lights so I can rebait stuff and not have to worry about my headlamp. What's up, Fat Cat? How you doing? Oh, and I missed Big Homer's comment there. Thanks, Rod, for the stream. Hope to catch you next one early. Be safe traveling home. Later, chat. All right, I just want to make sure there's still a worm on here. All right, there's still a worm. I'm gonna lob this guy out a few, and we're gonna let her sit there for a minute while I pack some of this other stuff up. But again, thank you all for coming to hang out with me today. It's always much more fun when I have some company. We didn't catch any big ones today, and unfortunately, what we were after today, the black crappie, did not come out to play for us. We did catch a ton of fish, had a bunch of fun. But we'll be back out here tomorrow to fish for a little bit and retrieve my bobber. And then we will be live all day Sunday fishing at probably Holter Reservoir. That's the plan for now. It might change, but that's where we're likely to be. And we'll be fishing for some rainbow trout, some kokanee salmon, possibly jigging a little bit for walleye and northern pike. So it should be a fun stream. It's a gorgeous reservoir. There are tons of fish in there. Last year, the state record walleye was pulled out of there, which is cool. I'd love to get a fat walleye. I've never really gotten on the walleye there. I've caught a couple, but as I've said before, walleye is one of the species that I've just never really been consistent about catching. But we will keep at her. One of these days, we'll figure that species out. But if you like fishing, you like live streams, you like hanging out with cool people, hit that like and subscribe button, hit the bell icon, come back and fish with us sometimes. We stream 2 to 3 times a week in rural Montana, remote places. We're fishing with our Starlink Mini, which is the only way that we're able to get signal in a lot of these remote places. But thanks again for joining. Stream will be going for a few more minutes here while I pack up. Maybe we can get one more fish on the line. If not, though, had a blast. Always do. Oh, let's see here. Just sharing the love. Blacklight and paint your rod tips. Yeah, I do have some like catfish LED lights, but I've seen the blacklight and neon paint. That works really, really well too. Con, let's see your reel. It's a little dark to show you, Con, but what I'm running is a Piscifun Carbon X2, the 1000 and 2000 series. Con, I'm on the pike. Yeah, so I've never actually caught a pike out of Pishkin, but the bite has supposedly been really good lately on them. So we're gonna try our luck. I suspect what we're gonna be catching most of is rainbow trout and probably kokanee. But we're gonna try for multiple species there tomorrow. There's so many different things you can catch out of that water body. All right, we are mostly packed up here. Let me get out before I forget. I'm gonna grab my headlamp here because it is getting fairly dark. And thankfully I have one in my bag, I think. Hopefully it's got some battery life left in it. There we go. All right, we have light. Lifter Dave, what's up, buddy? Stephanie Davis, welcome to the stream. Big Homer, best fishing stream right here. Thank you, Big Homer. I appreciate you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I have the lights in the boat. Every time I look at them in the dark, I'm blinded for 10 minutes. I just use a headlamp now. Hammy, so I fish at night oftentimes with my DeWalt work lights, and the same thing. You look a little bit too closely at them, and you're seeing spots for hours. No, Lifter, we didn't end up getting any carp. We had one hit on the carp line, but I'm pretty sure it was a bird flying by accidentally ran into the line. Sir Mailman XY. What's up, man? I'm under a different name, but I was with on that day fishing trip, prime time. Oh, okay. Well, welcome back, sir. I assume you mean the last one where we fishing for pike at Pishkin Reservoir. I think there's a boat floating around. There's either somebody on the shore over there or there's somebody in a boat. I can't tell which. I just saw some lights popping up there. But what is it? 9:13. We're gonna give her a couple more minutes here. I would really like to catch one final fish here. So I'm gonna keep this bobber fairly close to where I can kind of see it, hopefully. And maybe we'll get lucky and pull one more fish out here in the next couple of minutes. Appreciate those thumbs up, guys. 179 likes, not too shabby. But again, we're gonna have a really long stream on Sunday, so you guys come back, hang out with us. We're gonna have a good time out on Holter Lake, Holter Reservoir. Man, I can't see a damn thing. Which means that you guys can't see anything either. All right. Yeah, I can't see anything. This isn't happening, so we're gonna call it a day. Had fun, caught a bunch of fish. We'll be back at her. We're gonna stream for a little while tomorrow. We gotta come back here now and retrieve my bobber. So we'll be on for a little while tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, I'm gonna be working on the boat, attempting to get the Starlink Mini permanently affixed to the boat, so we don't have to bungee cord her down anymore. But then we'll come out here and stream for a little bit, and then Sunday we'll be live all day. Oh, why don't you want to fit in there? What's going on right now? That's what it is. There we go. I think. Or not. What is going on here? Oh, that's what the problem is. I'm putting it in the wrong way. Alrighty, guys. Thanks for coming to hang out. We'll leave the camera on, but I think it's probably going to crap out. Starlink is now pointed not anywhere near the sky. Oh, we got one more pole holder. Dang, almost left my pole holder. All right, we are slightly back. We got 2 bars, 1 bar. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not, but the Starlink signal crapped out when I put it back in the carrying case. So we're just now hiking back towards the truck. When I kept catching the net. Oh, that was the Missouri River stream. Yeah, that wasn't Fishkin's, the Missouri River stream we did last week. Looks like you're having a really good multi-species night. I just stopped by for the drive to the fishing spot. Once I lose service, I'll be gone for the night. Hope you have a good weekend. Thanks, Nathan. Appreciate you swinging back through. Yeah, we had a really good night. Didn't catch anything big, but we caught a whole bunch of stuff. Wish you luck on your fishing trip there, buddy. Hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. We're gonna be out fishing all weekend, so we are definitely gonna have a good weekend. Hammy, you're still good. Yeah, we're back just on cell signal now that we're out of the edge of the pond. I do get 1 to 2 bars here. Doesn't make for a good quality stream, but I have a little bit of signal and could at least tell you guys that we're done, and thank you for coming. Oh, trying to drag my fishing cart here through the weeds. It's not fun. Ugh. Oh. Oh, I really should have got out of here about 30 minutes ago before the sun went down. Walking through these trails in pitch black is not very fun. But we're not too far from the truck. Appreciate the sub there, Grumpy. Man, I need to put some off-road tires on this little cart here. Handles pretty well, but they're really skinny tires on here. Not really meant for off-roading. We need some big chunky rubber on here. All right. That wasn't too bad. We're back at the truck now. You can see we still have a little bit of light on the horizon there. But the other way, it's pretty dark. Oh. But we're gonna get packed back up in the truck here. Leaving's always the hardest part, right? Now, if we weren't doing so much fishing this weekend, I would have brought some lights and stayed to night fish. Oh. Howdy, guys. Oh, not too shabby. How was the fishing for you?
All right.
Yeah? You guys get into the crappie at all, or no? No. Yeah, we got...
Earlier in the year we were getting into it quite a bit here, but...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Now, I've only fished here a couple of times this year. Last time I was here, I got one little one. But there were a couple of people floating out there earlier today that were catching them left and right. I think they're out in the... more towards the center of the...
Yeah, I think like, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, we caught probably, I don't know, 10 in one day.
Nice. Now, I come here every once in a while. I'm still trying to get one of the big ones. There's some 12 plus inchers that are in here.
You have a good night.
You as well. Sir says, I know you'd make a good fishing buddy. When you go fishing, you stay way past when you're supposed to be. It's hard to leave the water. Yeah, I never want to leave. And oftentimes I don't. I'll stay. I mean, I have lights and stuff in my truck. We could have gone out and fished for a little bit longer, but I need to go home. I need to figure out why my power bank that I got isn't powering the Starlink. So I got to troubleshoot that a little bit. And then I'm going to wake up early tomorrow to hang out with Crappie Man for a little bit while he fishes. And then I got some work to do on the boat before we stream on Sunday. So while I would love to stay and fish more today, we're going to be fishing a bunch tomorrow and Sunday. And I got some other shit I got to do, so we didn't get to stay all night here. But yeah, again, most of my streams are, when I take the boat out, we go 12 to 16 hours. So if you like long fishing streams, you found the right channel. We go out and we stay out until either the fish quit biting or I run out of batteries. And it's usually the batteries, not the fish. Super dark, yeah, I used to hate thugging it out, hiking back to the truck, especially after getting skunked. Oh, that's the worst. Oftentimes, those are the days that you stay the longest. Like, I am not getting skunked. And it doesn't matter how long you stay. If the fish ain't biting, the fish ain't biting. All right, I'm just loading up the truck here, guys. We'll be on the road here in a second, and I'll try and keep the stream live to chat with you. For those of you who want to hang out for a little bit longer. we'll maybe get the Starlink set up on the dash so we can keep going. Just getting the old fishing cart packed up now. Man, I'm glad I put this thing together. Hobbled it together from just some crap laying around the house. But it has come in super handy so far. I can carry so much more stuff in this thing. All right. Oh. Who gets skunked? Oh, everybody gets skunked sometimes, man. Happens to the best of us. Fishing's hang time, absolutely. All right, where'd I put my keys? Well, again, we didn't catch anything too monstrous tonight, but I hope you guys had fun. I always have fun. Well, we're gonna get on the road here. I'm gonna leave the stream going for a little bit. Oh shit. Guess I should probably close my door, eh? I'm actually gonna throw the Starlink up on the dash here. My cell signal's crap. So we'll get this guy set up and should have a decent signal on the way back. Just give me a moment here, guys. And actually, I'll probably keep this stream live at home. One of the commands that I was working on, a custom command, I'm trying to get so you can type into the chat and see what the different state record size fish are here in Montana. But the only way that I can test it is when the stream is live. And I thought it was going to work when I went live today, but it was throwing an error. So I got to go home and troubleshoot it. All right. There, now you guys can see a little bit. The dark out, yeah. We get light here longer than a lot of other places on the West Coast. But when it gets dark here, it's like you turn off a light switch. It's like it goes from you can see and it's fine, and it's just dusk to you can't see a damn thing. And it happens in like 5 minutes. Does your girl ever fish with you? Mia comes sometimes. She's not into fishing as much as I am, and I think more so it's not that she doesn't like to fish. Her and the kiddo don't like to fish as long as I like to fish. So basically, when they come out fishing with me, they're signing up for a very long period of fishing, which neither of them really like to do. But they do come from time to time. I've been trying to get Mia to come out, but she, I think, much prefers staying at home and playing video games over fishing most of the time. How many Yellowstone comments do you get? From time to time, not a lot of people mention it. I'm assuming you're referring to the TV series, Yellowstone. Really good show, by the way. Completely fictional, which most people don't realize, but... just a 9-year-old. 9-year-old done. And again, he likes to fish. He doesn't like to fish for a long time. And I tend to fish for way over a long time. I myself have 3 boys. It's almost 10. Is this considered texting and driving? Honest question. It's not texting and driving. It would technically be considered distracted driving, I'm pretty sure. But we'll be all right. I've made it 42 years without ending up a ditch, so I think we're doing all right. Your boys are the same. My dad was a marathon fisherman, so I got used to making the best of a long day at the lake. Yeah, no, I don't know where I get it from. Neither my grandpa or dad, when we went out fishing, would ever want to fish for very long. It wasn't until I was able to start fishing by myself that I really got into it. Staying out a long time. But welcome those just joining. We are done fishing for the day. We're just headed back. We got about a 35-minute drive or so to get back to the house. So I'm going to leave the chat going so we can hang out and chat for a little bit longer. And then once I get home, the live stream's going to stay on for just a bit. I'm troubleshooting one of the Nightbot commands that I'm trying to build to be able to spit out some data from the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park website, so we can list record catches for the state of Montana. I want people to be able to search by species, and at some point in time I'll probably expand it to include other states as well. You're just reading just like road signs, basically. Hammy, if you ever make it out to Ontario, I'll like fishing. I'm a marathon fisherman as well. Heck yeah. Yeah, actually quite a few people on YouTube, it seems like, from the Ontario area. Y'all like your fishing, which is awesome. I mean, yeah, one of these days maybe we can make it over to the Ontario area. I'd love to fish with some of you guys. We've had one person from chat here show up to one of our fishing spots. Flash, who's a mod in here, you see him in here from time to time. He showed up to the spot that we were streaming from on Wednesday and fished for a little while. But I'd love to fish with some of you guys. But I'm looking forward to Sunday. I love taking the boat out. Boat fishing is my favorite. I don't mind fishing from the bank. I mean, fishing's fishing, whether it's from a boat, to shore, or whatever. But I much prefer being on the boat when I can. So Sunday's stream's going to be a boat stream. We're passing right now. This is Cascade, Montana that we're passing. Really nice little town. Not a very big population, but this is one of the areas around here that a lot of out-of-staters have moved into recently. So they've been building some nice big fancy riverfront houses. It's turning into a really, really beautiful little town. Only downside to marathon fishing is it hurts your ass. Yeah, the seat that I have on the boat it's kind of like a lawn chair, and I don't exactly have much meat on my bones, so I feel the metal bracing, the structure of the seat when I sit down. So yeah, when you're sitting on there for 10, 12 plus hours and the boat's vibrating and my bony ass, it definitely hurts after a while. And I always seem to forget to throw down because I have a throwable. You're required to have it in the boat, a throwable float, which makes a pretty good seat cushion, but I don't remember to use it until 90% of the fishing day is over and my butt's already, taking its abuse all day. But at least I have a seat. The rest of the boat is all just, the aluminum decking and aluminum bench seats. So when me and the kiddo come, they get to sit on even harder seat all day, which is no fun. Even your hemorrhoids have hemorrhoids, right? If I had hemorrhoids, my hemorrhoids would have hemorrhoids at this point. Most definitely. No, it's a pretty comfy seat for the first couple hours, but after that, it's not so comfy anymore. It's not bad though if I throw down, normally I'll have a couple of jackets on the boat, just in case it gets cold or rainy. As long as I throw something down with a little bit of cushion on it, it's not too bad. Man, I'm still sad about my bobber. I'm sad I lost my bobber. We were coming back for it tomorrow. I just got to swing in the morning to the sporting goods store, the North 40 or Shields, and snag a big old weighted treble and a nice heavy rope. What's up, William Green? Welcome. Gotta have buns of steel like me. Shit. No, I'm a pretty small dude. I'm like 120 pounds, 5'6", and I have very little fat on my body, so I got a nice bony ass, and it does not mix well with hard surfaces. You trolling while driving? Yeah, I got a couple of lines dragging on the freeway behind me. We might catch something. No, I have heard though, and I need to start doing this. So have y'all heard, so people who use like whopper ploppers and inline spinners, I've heard from multiple places now that people will hook, like for example a whopper plopper, you tie her onto your antenna and you drive the bejesus out of it, basically until it gets like a wonky squeak to it. And it's a thing apparently that people do that. And that like awkward squeak it gets to it from riding out in the wind while you're driving will actually be an attractant to the fish, more so over just the blub 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 the whopper plopper. Trying couch fishing. Did you catch anything, Big Homer? A&J Fish, I'm on the same road as you. Oh yeah, where are you coming from, A&J? We just passed Cascade. We'll be turning on the Ulm Bond cut across once we get to Ulm. Where are you headed, A&J? Got a catfish in the neighborhood. Sounds productive. Not so much for your cat or the Nable's poodle, but throw a lure out and catch a raccoon. Yeah, I don't think I'd like to deal with a raccoon if I caught one on a hook. That does not sound like a very fun time. I did once catch a dead beaver, though, fishing in the river. I thought I caught a monster, then I thought it was a snag, and then it was just dead weight pulling it in, and it ended up being a big old bloated dead beaver. Not one of my favorite catches, but definitely memorable. Has to have been one of the biggest things I've ever reeled in on my pole, though, for sure. Big old fat beaver. I don't know how long it had been floating in there, but it was pretty bloated. My ex caught a loon. It was devastating. Oh God. Yeah, birds are bad. Flash. In-laws arrived today, bro. Sorry I missed the stream. Super busy day. No worries, Flash. Yeah, I still, those pictures you posted on my community page, those are wild. I've seen pike skulls, I've never seen a muskie skull, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. That other one that you called a billowfish or something, I'm pretty sure that's a bird skull of some sort. The porous bone structure like that tends to come from birds. I have no idea what the hell kind of bird it is, though. I want to go back and snag it, though. That thing was neat. Which bank did you see it on? Was it the north bank where you guys went over and then were like, yeah, nah, and came back? Pelican beak. Might have been. The top portion. Yeah, it's just long and neat. Really cool. Was it on the northern shore, or was it on the eastern shore when you were walking over towards me? I appreciate the gift membership there. Who got lucky there? El Dabo, the lucky bastard, got himself a free month in the Rod Squad. Thanks, Flash. How far of a drive do you have? Justin, not too bad. We're about halfway there already. So we're just coming into, the town that we're coming into is called Ulm, Montana. And there's a dirt road that cuts across from Ulm over to Vaughan, where I live. It's about a 10 mile dirt road. A little rough, but not too bad. Big Homer says duck. You think it was I don't think it was a duck. It might have been. It was when we went right away from you on the way around the other side. Just a ton of grass through, too much to cast. Yeah, that other side of the pond, earlier in the year, the pond is usually much deeper. When you guys came out, that's about the lowest that you'll see it. But that side of the pond isn't bad to fish earlier in the year. This time of the year, the water levels dropped so much, all those weeds and stuff are all exposed. It's pretty hard to fish from that side of the pond. There's a ton of bones, stuff we've seen. I'm sure you'd find some cool stuff. Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention. I was trying to hustle and get over there and get the stream started, so I wasn't paying attention to what was on the ground. I think I'm going to go back over there and snag that, though. That's a neat find. Grape jelly or strawberry? Definitely strawberry. The blue craw is 1 in 10,000, so that was a rare sight. Yeah, so I've heard that before. I don't know how accurate that is, and I wonder. Oftentimes, I think even the normal crawl, once they've got out of the water and they've been exposed to the sun for some time, I think sometimes that also can turn them blue. I could be talking out my ass. Don't take that as the gospel. But I feel like that I read something like that they also basically when they're dying and they kind of start to get sun bleached, they can start to turn blue. It might have just have been a rare blue crawl though. Yeah, you found all sorts of weird stuff on the way over there though. Did you guys end up going over to Pond 2 and fish a little while after you left there, or you were soggy and miserable and went home? Max says, dude, no, I'm late. I left for a bit. Yeah, we're done fishing. It got too dark. I couldn't even see the bobber anymore. We'll be back at that spot tomorrow. I gotta go back and retrieve my damn bobber. I'm gonna go get a rope and a weighted treble, and we'll see if we can retrieve it that way. I may also bring over a little boogie board or something, because if I can't get it with the treble, we'll wait out there again with some kind of flotation device so I don't sink in the mud. What time? Probably sometime in the afternoon, maybe noon or 1 o'clock, 1 p.m. Sometime around there, Mountain Standard Time. We fished Pond 2. I caught a few bass. Nothing worth talking about. My buddy's not the most experienced, so I've been trying to teach him. That's all right, man. Yeah, it's fishing can be a little frustrating and feel overwhelming when you're first starting out. So it's good to have somebody around to show you the ropes and help you out. So that's good on you, man. Hey, Sophie. Welcome. Glad to see you. How you doing today, Sophie? You missed the fishing, Sophie. We're on the drive back home right now. But good to see you. Glad you came in. Brad Wilson said hi. Welcome to the stream, Brad. Max Blade, get a cheap kayak. We could. That's an awful lot to cart around. I'm not really into kayaking. I'd rather retrieve it without having to get in the water again. That's why I'm thinking the weighted treble. Neil Bartz, yeah, we're done for the night. We're just on the ride home right now, and then I'm gonna keep the stream going for a few once I get home. I was trying to add a new Nightbot command, and it was not working. So I'm gonna go home and try and tweak some code and get it to work. But we will be back. We're gonna do a short stream tomorrow from the same spot that we fished today. I gotta go back and retrieve my poor bobber. I left it stranded on a stick pile out there, a little bit too far off the shore. I couldn't get to it. And then Sunday, we're gonna have another marathon stream. We're gonna be out at Holter Lake on the boat, trolling for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, and northern pike. How was it? We had a good day. We didn't catch anything big, but we ended up with 3 largemouth bass, like 9 or 10 yellow perch, and 11 or 12 pumpkinseed. So we caught a ton of fish today, and it was only about a 5-hour stream, so 23, 25 fish in 5 hours is not too shabby. Can you do boat stream again Monday? Oh, all right, now we're on the dirt road. We're following behind some car, so we're in the dust right now. Possibly Monday. I think Mia works on Monday. The kiddos got school. I have a pretty light work schedule. I'll have to look. Sunday's definitely going to be a boat stream. We could possibly do one on Monday. Really depends on what the weather's like. Oh god, I can't see a damn thing. We need to. I'm gonna slow down here for a few to get out of the dust cloud here so I can see where we're actually going. There we go. Where are you guys from? Neil, I don't know if you're talking to me or the other people in chat, but we're central Montana here on this stream. Oh, shit. Hold on. Starlink just took a dive off of the dash. That's not good. Ugh. I don't know if the stream died or not. We're on cell coverage now, I think. The stream might crap out for a second there. We disconnected from the Wi-Fi. I think we'd appreciate not seeing you in the water. Yeah. I'm sorry y'all had to see that. No, nobody wants to see that. Eric, welcome to the stream. Never got your notification of live stream, subbed, and all notifications on. Yeah, there's a, I don't know why. So there's a setting in your profile, and I need to make a community post about it because I think a lot of people don't realize it. There's a setting somewhere buried within your profile settings that limits the number of notifications that you can receive from YouTube per 24 hours. And the default setting is pretty low. It's like 3 or 5 or something like that. So a lot of people, when you don't get the notifications, it's because your max notification setting in your profile is set too low. But it's one of those settings that I know it's there, and every time I go to look for it, I can't find it. I got to dig around for it for like 20 minutes, a half an hour. One of these days I will remember. I'm going to make a community post about it to show you guys where to find it and how you can turn it on. Because I know I have the same problem. I am flipping through the streams, and it's like, holy shit, you know, one of these people that I always try to make it to their streams has been live for 4 hours, and I had no idea. It's the notification setting. I had already received, oh Lord, these washboard roads. I already received too many notifications for the day, so YouTube stopped sending them. Drives me crazy. I loved it when he went in the water. I didn't make it very far. I made it about 5 feet in before I sunk, and it was like, nope, not happening. It was just thick, nasty mud with all of that, you know, degrading pond weeds and stuff. And you know, it's just that stuff's like quicksand. You get in that and you lose a shoe, you might not come out of it. Oh, here we go. There's a deer in the middle of the road there. Oh, just a little guy. You guys see him? It's like a little white. No, that's a muley, I think. Yeah, mule deer. See him off on the side of the road there? Just a little guy, looks like probably a yearling. He's looking confused. That might be a little buck, actually. You see horns there? You're all right, buddy. You're all right. I'm scared. Right, Eric, same here, bro. Really grinding my gears. What it is it's a stupid setting buried somewhere within your profile settings that limits the number of notifications that YouTube will send you. So even though you're subbed, you hit the bell icon, you know, to get notifications. It'll only allow X number of them before it quits unless you adjust the profile setting. Big Homer, throw a line out. Can you imagine getting a deer on the end of a line? That'd be something else. Nah, they're all over around here. I'm surprised actually to see a muley down here. Normally they're up a little higher in the elevation. Mostly around here you see whitetail. That was just a little one though. That looked like it was probably a yearling. It was pretty flustered. Once the headlights hit them, they lose their mind. They don't know what to do anymore. They freeze. They'll run right into the barbed wire fences. They hear the headlights confuse wildlife. That's why they block their out. Yeah, their brain just shuts down. I mean, I guess it's kind of like, you know, if you know, a human, you stare at a bright light for a few seconds, you start seeing spots. You can't see anything. It really messes with your equilibrium. And I think on top of it messing with their equilibrium and slightly blinding them, you know, they're naturally nervous, you know, when vehicles and humans come around anyway. We got a whole bunch of bugs on the windshield here. You can hear it, it's so crusty. Justin Hill, did you see a deer? Yeah, we came across, there was a little mule deer that was in the road and then went to the ditch as we drove by. I stopped and shined the headlights on it for a few so you guys could see it. If you scroll back in the chat to about 3 minutes, Justin, you'll see him. Or scroll back in the video, I mean. Just a little mule deer. Couldn't tell if it was a bucker or not. If it was just a little spiker. All right, we're coming back onto a paved road. There we go. All right, so we're about 5 minutes away from the house right now. And again, once I get there, we're gonna leave the stream on for a little bit. I'm gonna take the phone inside and I'm going to troubleshoot and try to get the new Nightbot command I was working on last night functional. I thought it was gonna work today, but I had Crappie Man Jigs test it when he was in here and it was spitting an error back. So I gotta go troubleshoot it and see what the hell's wrong with my code. Catfishy, hey brother. Sent you a message on one of your vids of some of the baits I use for salmon. If you wanna, I can send the pics. Yeah, the lure names are good, but if you want, you could drop some pictures into, just like you made a post on the community page for my channel. I don't know if you can add them as a comment to that same post or if you have to make a new post, but feel free to post pictures on there. Again, I've opened up the community for any y'all to post whatever on there. So if you guys have fishing pictures you want to share, if you have fishing stories you want to share, you want to ask questions about something, feel free to hop over to my community post or page and make a post there. I'll try and respond to all of them. They make it a little weird. I don't normally do a whole lot of phone other than stream, and for whatever reason, the community posts on desktop. Running down the road. That's that's blood. Somebody's drug a deer carcass. That's been going on for half a mile, 3/4 of a mile. That brown you see is a smear of a deer that somebody drug all the way down this road. Good God. What the fuck are they? What do you mean? What are you fucking honking at me, you idiot? You're the one sitting on the goddamn side of the road hanging out into the road. Jackass. Sorry guys, I'm road raging over here. These boneheads got their car hanging out into the lane, fucking honking at me as I drive by. Alright, road rage off. We're calming down now. The moonshine lures and colors. Oh, okay. Yeah, I have one moonshine spoon, and I picked up a couple of other UV jigs that I'm going to try to use later this year for lake trout and or bourbon. They might work for salmon too, I guess. You need to go fishing to relax. Look like the blood trail went to their car. That actually, yeah, that's a fair assessment. That might have been the culprit of what the blood trail was. You guys see how long that damn thing was, though? It was almost a mile. Somebody was dragging a carcass under their frickin' car. How oblivious do you have to be to run into a deer and then drag it for a mile down the road before you decide to pull over? Boneheads. That's just ignorant. Honking at somebody because you're being a butthead hanging into the road. They might have just hit it. Well, they hit it about a mile before they stopped. That's the problem. Who the hell drags a carcass for that? I mean, like, I could get, you know, a big rig. You might not feel it. They're half asleep, whatever. How are you going to hit a frickin' deer in a minivan or SUV, whatever the hell that was, and then drag it for a mile? Like, there ain't no way you ain't feeling that or hearing it. Is the mafia in your area? I've heard talk of Mexican mafia up here. There's in Montana, in rural Montana, there's unfortunately a meth pandemic going on here. Epidemic, I should say. And a lot of it is related to Mexican cartel and gang. So there is a bit of that up here. But like mafia, mafioso, like true Italian mafia, I don't think so. Couple too many wobbly pops. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair assessment. Now that's here in Chicago. What did you say? Now that's here in Chicago. The mafia is still definitely present here. Yeah, I know Chicago area's got it. When I was in, I spent a little bit of time, a few months in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, years and years ago. And I know that there was still a mob presence there. You got a gun, I'm assuming, so they don't try to kill you. Yeah, I do have a pistol. It's Montana. Everybody's got guns in Montana. All right, we're gonna leave the phone sitting there for a few. I'm gonna pack the Starlink Mini back into its case and grab a few things to bring inside. And then we're going to leave the stream running while I troubleshoot this dang command. Unfortunately, the only way that I can test the code for Nightbot is while a live stream is running. They don't provide any way for you to test the shit before you deploy the code. So we're going to do a short stream inside while I figure out what the hell is wrong with the code that I put together last night. Oh, there's the These guys, there's my stray kitties. The brown one is Mr. Squisherton, and then the tortie there, the one that you still see, that's Sassmaster 3000. There are a couple of stray cats I started feeding after I moved into this place. They're pretty friendly. All right, give me a few minutes here, guys, to pack up, and then we'll be headed inside. Oh. Alright, we need sterling, we need worms. And let's grab the power pack here and my backpack. Alrighty, let's head on inside. Bear with me for a few minutes here, guys. It's gonna get a little jumbly, carrying all sorts of crap. Sassy girl, sassy girl. Did you guys get fed? Huh? Did you guys get num-nums? God, is the brown cat. He likes to kill stuff and bring me gifts. He started out, he was bringing me dead gophers or parts of dead gophers. And then here recently, he has switched to bringing me dead bats. And last night he brought me one of the biggest pigeons I've ever seen in my life. He was waiting at the door when I came to feed him. Proudly brought in and dropped a fat old pigeon at my feet. Did you guys eat? Huh? Alright. My house is an absolute disaster area, you guys. I'm in the middle of remodeling, and I basically have gutted it. It's back down to the studs, and so forgive the mess. It's a disaster right now. It's a work in progress, and instead of fixing the house, I am fishing. Priorities. There we go. We gotta make a quick pit stop at the fridge here and throw the worms back in. Need some light here. Yeah. Well, so my mom lives next door, and she had named them Fred and Splotchy, but they just weren't fitting. The brown cat, he's the only cat. You know how like cats knead on things, like soft blankies, they squishy. Well, he does that on everything. Cement, the grass, you like your foot. Like he's just constantly squishing. So I called him Mr. Squisherton. And then Splotchy, it didn't fit. She won't let me pet her. She'll let me get right close to her, but she's always meowing and giving me lip. She gets real close, and then she just gets close enough to where you can almost pet her, but won't let me. And she gets real mouthy when you try and pet her. So yeah, she has been renamed the Sassmaster 3000. Really sweet cats, though. All right, we're in. Oh, well, looks like everybody passed out, so it's just us. Yeah, she gets a little weirded out when I bring the stream inside. They're all sleeping though. I'm not passed out. Welcome back, Sebastian. Oh, dang it, what the hell? Y'all spilled my box of tackle that I haven't put in the tackle box yet. Alright. So we're gonna leave the stream running here for a few. I gotta hop it, try and troubleshoot this. You're working till 1 a.m., so I'm good. Oh, you're at work right now, Homer? What kind of work do you do? God, I got soggy feet. Rocks and crap in here. I've been remodeling my bathroom for a year. Yeah. Same. In fact, I'll show you guys I started on it. I'm nowhere close to it yet. We'll take a quick detour. Yeah, so we're literally still sheetrock, and I'm replacing I can't finish the sheetrock till I replace the window. So I need to replace the window, then finish the sheetrock. But yeah, we're still in my bathroom, my main bathroom. Got the tub, nothing's hooked up. I replumbed. I gutted the entire house back to the studs, put a new roof on it, re-insulated, and I'm in the process of re-sheetrocking everything. I tore all the wiring out, rewired the whole house, tore all the plumbing out, replumbed the whole house, tore all the sewer lines out, and reran all those. It's been a long process. I'm still on stream. I gotta troubleshoot the command that I was trying to build. Yeah, I own it, Justin. I bought this place about 3 years ago. Work for the government right now, trying to get into IT, but hiring freeze right now. Oh, okay. That's a good line of work to be in. Again, I've been in tech for 20 years now. Development, cybersecurity. Alright, so let's see here. Where is... What did I do with my other phone? Is it in the backpack here? Yes. Someone donate, make the life happy. Alright, so I'm joining the chat on my other phone here, and we're going to run the command once to see what... Yeah, it is, Justin. Say what? Well, we'll move her around. Y'all can look at the code.
Motion detected in the backyard.
Oops. There we go. So that's the command we're working on, record. And it's this. Alright. Give me a sec here, guys. I'm trying to join on my second phone here so I can test the command. Just JavaScript. Just pure JavaScript, Homer. Mr. Minerva, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're done fishing for the day. I just got home. We're troubleshooting. I'm trying to create an API so I can display fish data in my live stream, so people can check and see, you know, what the record for northern pike is in Montana, or the record for, you know, whatever species in a particular state. We're starting with Montana, and I'm going to expand the logic for other states, but for right now we just need to get the command working. But thanks for stopping in, Mr. Minerva. We'll be streaming some fishing tomorrow. We'll be live tomorrow afternoon. I got to go back to the place that we were fishing today and retrieve my poor bobber. But then Sunday we're going to have a long stream. I'm going to take the boat and the stream up to Holter Reservoir with Starlink, so we can do some fishing for rainbow trout, kokanee salmon, walleye, and possibly even some northern pike, maybe. Alright, so the way this is supposed to work is you type .record space northern pike, and it's going to spit back an error message, and we need to see what that error message is and try and fix it. Alright, unexpected identifier connecting. I don't even know off the top of my head what the hell that means. Where in my code do I have connecting? Let's see. Because the API itself works. So like if you look here. So I built an API that you can without the slash. So here we're just spitting back each of the fish species in Montana and its record, the weight, the length, etc. So the API is working, and then this is all species, so then you can type in like / northern pike and get just the results back for northern pike. Josie, welcome. So far out of my league. Josie, we're done fishing. I'm troubleshooting another Nightbot command that I'm building, and I thought it was going to work, but it did not. So I'm trying to fix it while the stream's still going here, so I don't have to start another stream. Wait a sec here, guys. They don't make a good utility to test it. So, how was your adventure in the woods? Very cool. Is it case sensitive? No, for the search in chat, it will be case insensitive. So you just need to have the correct spelling. But I looked around and it doesn't look like it exists yet, so I'm building it. Oh, we had a blast fishing, Josie. I even stripped down to my skivvies and went swimming trying to retrieve a bobber. We did not get the bobber though. I almost got sucked into the mud and weeds. So we're gonna go back tomorrow with a rope and a treble and try and retrieve her. All right, so let me see here. We're gonna take some of this code here. And just make sure we're getting something back. So I'm gonna create a new command. And we're just gonna call it testing. Oh, we're gonna drop the phone here. And I know you guys can't see this yet. Let me try something here. Species equals. So let's get rid of part of this here. Oh, and I wonder actually if it's Cloudflare that's breaking it. Yeah, I did. We lost. I had a good sized bass on the line, and it ran me straight into the brush that was floating in the water, and got me all tangled up. And I snapped my damn line off, leaving the bobber and the bass attached to the bobber, swimming around out there. And I didn't want to leave the dang bass connected to the bobber, so I tried retrieving it, but I got stuck in the mud and the weeds, and yeah, it didn't work. All right, but let me see here. In fact, let me. I think that might actually be what it is. I think Cloudflare might be blocking. Because we're powering this, the way that I'm doing this is essentially what I'm doing is scraping the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park website. They have a table that they display that they keep up to date with our current state records. So I'm scraping that using a Cloudflare worker and JavaScript. And then I'm calling, basically I create an API through Cloudflare workers, and then I'm calling that through Nightbot, and I think what's happening is Nightbot is trying to communicate with Cloudflare, and Cloudflare is blocking Nightbot. So I need to check Cloudflare and see if the firewall is blocking the request. Again, a lot of you guys probably don't care about this. It's a little nerdy, but this is what I do. I nerd out on stuff like this. Are you speaking English? I don't know what any of that means. Yeah, that's most people when I talk about what I do for work or what my coding hobbies, they just nod and smile, and that is perfectly acceptable because most of y'all have no idea what I'm talking about. But bear with me for a moment here. I'm troubleshooting. I gotta check my logs. Security. Analytics, events. No? Alright, well I don't see any web events in the web application firewall, so let's just do this real quick. Let's just do the query itself. Alright, I gotta plug this other phone in before it dies. geeking out over here. Are you using a developer studio application? No. So again, I'm the coding itself mostly exists within Cloudflare Workers, and they have a little graphical user interface that you write the code in there. Unexpected identifier connecting. So it's the same error. So it's coming from our URL. Quit! Hold on. Chicago, quit! Leave the room alone! Quit! Alright, sorry. Cats are fighting. So something is wrong with the URL fetch itself. Wait a sec here. Now my male cats, even though they've been fixed, they get weird and they like nape the female cats and like pin them down, and they're weirdos. Unexpected token. Oh, Lord. Sorry, and this is going to be basically me repeating the same thing over and over again. Unexpected token, that's basically a syntax error, Josie. It means that the code that it is returning is not in an expected format. So again, it does not like... Let me check Cloudflare again. Alright. See how much stuff SoCal sent me? I got like 100 extra bait now. Oh yeah. He didn't just send a sticker pack, he sent you a whole bunch of junk too. That's cool. He's such a nice guy. I love SoCal. What is the deal here? Sorry, I'm just doing some reading, trying to figure out why Nightbot is returning that particular error. I won the reel. Oh, that's right. That's right. You won from his giveaway. I forgot about that. And some line. Heck yeah. Yeah, that was quite the reel you won there. Yeah, that reel is huge. That's like a salt fishing rig. All right, be right back. I gotta grab a soda, guys. Oh heck yeah, Josie! I'll check it out when I get a chance. Steelers. We have open bracket, closed bracket, open bracket, closed bracket. Yeah, she posts pictures on her channel of some really nice fish. She catches some fat bass over there. Again, I'm just reading, I'm troubleshooting. A lot of coding is digging through documentation and trying to reproduce or figure out where the errors are coming from. And right now, I don't understand the context of where the connecting error is coming from. I still think it's something in Cloudflare's preventing, but I'm not seeing a failed connection attempt over here. Josie, you can type .link and it should spit out your channel link. It'll only work though for viewers that are on. No, that was the cat. There you go. Yeah, I still can't figure out how to get it to spit out like an @channel name. Man, Ben Daring here is having a gay old time. Welcome back, Max. He hops in here trying to be tough. Real tough, Ben Daring. That's all right though. Give y'all something to entertain yourselves with while I nerd out over here for a few. What's up, Max? What are you doing, buddy? Yeah, we woke her up. She's playing video games again.
No, I'm not.
Oh. She says no, she's not, but yes, she is awake. Cats are always talking shit. My cats are never quit. Alright, yeah, I'm on the right domain. I literally see 0. Why? What is going on here at Cloudflare? Yeah, Hammy, it only works if you're on a desktop browser or a tablet, it will work. Unfortunately, it doesn't otherwise. Josie, if you just type your @ into the chat, that'll help him find your channel. I don't have your @ offhand. Yeah, there you go. Hammy, if you just search for that in YouTube, you'll find her channel. Oh, okay, so that's interesting. Wait a second. Let me try this. API. What the heck? Dot testing. Justin Max, yeah, she goes fishing with us sometimes. Alright, well that didn't spit back an error, so that's, let me try and adjust one thing here real quick. Record. Bluegill. Okay, Catfishy. Yeah, shoot over the pictures. I'd love to see them. Damn it! Nope, we're back to the same error again. Why didn't it? Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Workers. Alright, now let's try dot record bluegill. Come on, work. Yeah, Max, feel free to add me on Fishbrain. My Fishbrain is just at Vox, V-O-X. Hey, look at that. There it is, Montana State Record species, bluegill, length 11 inches, weight 2.64 pounds. Now let's see if it works with a 2-parameter input. So dot record northern pike. I don't know if it's gonna split. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. Hey, we got it, guys. Yeah, I spent a couple hours last night building the API out and testing it. All right, let me open this one. I'm gonna open this one up right now for everyone. At Fox, you said. I don't understand what you mean, Max Blake. So the next thing that I was trying to build is I have a API that returns all of the different species in Montana, but it comes back, it's like 1,200 characters long, and I think the max amount that I could put in any single YouTube chat message is like 200 characters. So I'm trying to figure out a good way to to display that, it's gonna have to be like 6 chat messages, or I'll just have to link. Oh, sorry, that's what you're talking about. No, it's at Vox. Max, that's my Fishbrain, at VOX. Alright, so what's the, let's see here, dot record, black crappie. That's what we were after today. Nice, okay, so good God, 16.7 inches is the state record. 3-pound black crappie. That is a chunker. Alright. Well, not the most useful command in the world, but that's what I said, Josie, right? 3.3 pounds on a black crappie. That is a fat black crappie. Is there any fees or things I have to pay for? There's a free version of it, Max. You don't get all of the features or functionality with the free version, but you don't have to pay just to use Fishbrain. Certain things you won't be able to do, so like you'll be able to see what fish people are catching in a water body. Like you can look at a map and it'll tell you all the fish that have been caught at a particular water body, but you can't see the pinpoint on the map where in that water body you caught them. So there's just features like that, that some of the things you do have to pay for, but the free version of the app is still very useful. Alright, so let's see here. Dot record brown trout. Look at that. Can you imagine catching a 37-inch, 32.4 pound freaking brown trout? That is just fat. Alright, cool, it works. What else you want to see? What's a fish that you want to see? Let's see, channel catfish. Dot record. Actually, let's do walleye. What's the walleye record here in Montana? That one was set last year, I think, at Holter, where we're going to be going on Sunday. Oh wow, I thought it was set last year. It was 2021. Maybe that's not the most... No, that's got to be the most recent. 18-pound walleye. Whew. Fatty, fatty, fatty. See, now this next one should be me. My name should be in this one. But we didn't get its fat ass in the net last year. Common carp. The fish I pulled in last year was way bigger than this one by like 10 pounds. We will get her. One of these days I'm gonna get that carp back on the line. I know where she lives. 18-pound walleye would be awesome, right? Yeah, the biggest walleye I've ever caught was like 6.5 pounds. So, and that thing was chunky. That was a big damn walleye. I can't imagine an 18-pound walleye. That's ridiculous. All right, well that's a kind of a cool feature for Nightbot. I don't know that any of y'all really care about what the Montana state records are, but I got bored last night. I wanted to add a new feature. What do you guys think would be a cool bot feature? Should I just expand this one to include other states? Right now it's just pulling from Montana. I'd have to do it state by state. I couldn't find a database that has all of the different states in it. That carp has bigger lips than that Nicole Smith, right? Nope, Mia's back. She's sitting 2 feet away from us talking in chat. Yeah to what? What? Yeah to what? What do you mean, yeah? Record. Freshwater drum. Wow, 21.59 pounds. Man, the biggest freshwater drum I've ever caught wasn't even 2 pounds. Fort Peck, yeah, see, so many things come from the Fort Peck area. That is huge. What do we got here? So let's do record. Here's a big fish. This is probably, I think, the biggest species that comes out of Montana. How'd y'all like to catch one of them? 142.5 pound paddlefish, 77 inches long. No, I've never caught one of those, and I've never fished for them. I don't like how people fish for those. They drag big old trebles across the bottom and foul hook them. I can't imagine though, 142.5 pounds. And you know, if y'all have ever foul hooked something, they fight like 10 times harder than they would have otherwise. Can you imagine foul hooking a 142 pound fish? It would feel like you're pulling in a frickin' Volkswagen bus. This is what I want to catch. This is, actually, let's see here. Record. Tiger muskie. This is what's at the top of my my bucket list right now. Oh, come on. We can't read the undefined property fish. Do they not have tiger muskie in here? Let me see. R-S. Oh, damn it. That's what it is. Dot record tiger muskalunge. I should change that. Nobody knows how the hell to spell tiger muskalunge. Is it 1 L or 2 L's? E-L-L-U-N-G-E. There we go. 50 inches, 38.7 pounds. Max, yes, I did see the pop-up. I haven't gone into Fishbrain to respond to you, but yep, you found the right profile, Max. And I almost have the state record on this one. I came so close. Year before last, I caught a white sucker that weighed just over 5 pounds. And I think the record is just over 5 pounds. 5.33. Yeah, mine was like 5.1 and like 20 and a half inches. Just shy of the state record. One of these days I'm gonna get my name in the record book here. Don't worry, I don't care when you respond. All right, Max, I'll get to your message maybe tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, check out Fishbrain. I think you'll find it handy. It helps, you know, if you're looking for local water bodies in your area, you're looking for a specific kind of fish. Yeah, I post lots of stuff on Fishbrain. Good app. All right, well, I've taken up enough of y'all's time tonight. I just wanted to hang around a little bit longer to get this command working. It looks like after testing multiple different records here, it seems to be working as intended. I just need to find out a way to spit out the whole list of state fish so people know what they can search for. I might just have to link to an external website or something, because it's too many characters. There's tons of different species here in Montana. There are 68 different species in the Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Park book that are supposedly catchable here in Montana. Yeah, Blake, I know people prefer staring at my ugly mug for whatever reason. Y'all are weird. I'd rather stare at code than me. But anyways, we're gonna kill the stream here. I just wanted to keep it live so I could get this command working. We have got it working. So thanks for hanging out, guys. I hope you had fun on the fishing stream today. We'll be live sometime around, I would estimate sometime between noon and 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time tomorrow. We're going to head back over to that pond and retrieve my poor bobber and fish for a couple hours. But the real stream will be on Sunday, so hit the sub button and the bell icon so you can get notified when I go live. We'll be live Sunday bright and early, probably 6 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, and we'll be fishing all day at Holter Reservoir. But have a good night, guys. Appreciate y'all hanging. We'll see you on the next one.